Chapter 201 The Heaviness of Friendship That Can Make You Belly. After more than half an hour of bargaining, the final purchase price of more than 20 magic props was set at 1.97 million eris. Deducting the material cost of the magic props, husband, we made 330,000 eris today. Huai's mother was very excited. This was probably the biggest profit income for their family this year. Hey, the lady across the street, we haven't left yet, and you're telling us the cost of the magic props. Is that really okay? Darkness complained. Ha, you've already paid the money. Our transaction is complete. You can't go back on your word. Hearing this, Wei quickly put the money away. I won't go back on my word. However, Mr. Piao Sanlang really doesn't consider making some magic props with simpler structures and more realistic uses. No, if the magic props I make are too ordinary, then even if they are made, there's no point. Piao Sanlang decisively refused. He has the personality characteristics of the Red Demon clan who generally pursues the extraordinary. In that case, we won't bother you too much. We'll leave now. Wiz stood up and said, she packed up the magic tools she had purchased, and then tied the package around her neck. The package, combined with her all-black robe, made her look like a big black snail with a shell on its back. Like a cow. Hey, Broly, we're going back. Aqua poked her head out and shouted to the disciple who seemed to be playing the ox game with the new girl in the yard. Got it. Broly responded. Hey, are you trying to escape? Huai immediately asked with her hands on her hips. She has lost 3 times in a row, why does your sister have the nerve to ask like this? Host was a little puzzled. You don't know, my sister is a person who never admits defeat easily. Xiaomi explained to her own servant in a loud voice. Hey, you two, I can hear you talking. Huai turned her head and glared at the devil and her sister behind her with some dissatisfaction. Then I X here. Broly looked at the situation of the big tic-tac-toe chess and deliberately drew the X on the unimportant right side. Yeah, I won. After Huai connected the 3 OS into a line, she waved the branch and shouted happily. Huai's happiness value rises. Seeing this, Broly was also very happy and sincerely congratulated the girl. Congratulations, you are awesome. Thank you, do you think I would say that to you? You just deliberately drew the X in a place that didn't block my 3 OS and lost to me. After being congratulated by the boy, Huai's happy expression quickly disappeared. She was not a fool, so how could she not see that Broly lost on purpose? Just when Broly didn't know how to respond, Huai waved her hand. Forget it, I will be the winner anyway. You let this ending come early, which is also a good thing to save us both time. Broly. Tomorrow, don't forget to treat me to a meal. Knowing that the boy was leaving, Huai reminded him. After playing the ox tic-tac-toe game with him, Huai felt that the boy was a person worth making friends with. At least, his friendship was not that heavy. Hey, Broly, are you going to stay in this village? At night, when Wiz talked about the new destination she was going to tomorrow, she learned from the boy who was preparing to sleep on the floor in the same room that he was going to stay in this village. Hey, why? Darkness was a little puzzled. She didn't understand why Broly suddenly wanted to leave the team after only 1 day out. Because I made new friends here. Broly honestly explained why he wanted to stay in this village, but the reason was a little subtle. What kind of friends are more important than hanging out with us? Ms. Darkness, we are not here to play, but to purchase magic tools. It's a new friend who is similar to you and Wiz. Broly answered. While Darkness and Wiz were still a little confused, Aqua next to them understood it in seconds and revealed the answer directly. So, Broly, which girl from that family do you like, or do you like both of them? It's Huai, she's Xiaomi's sister, she came to make friends with me tonight, and I agreed immediately. Broly said with a look of good luck. So it's a friend like us. Darkness complained, seeming a little jealous. But from her happiness value that didn't change much, it can be seen that this guy doesn't really care about this matter. That night, Darkness was dragged into Broly's dream and trained because she deliberately wanted to be beaten by Host today. When she woke up the next day, Darkness could feel the soreness of her muscles. That was the effect of the dream shining on reality on her body. It can be regarded as the consciousness deceiving the body. We'll go to other places to see if there are any magic items. When we buy enough magic items, we'll come back to find you. Wiz said goodbye to the boy and used teleportation magic to take people away from the Crimson Demon village. However, In Broly's perception, the three of them were not teleported too far away. After thinking about it, Broly took off and chased after them. When Aqua and the other two arrived at the new teleportation coordinates in less than 3 seconds, he rushed over. In fact, I can still travel with Master Aqua, but in my spare time, I will go back to the Crimson Demon Village to find new friends to play with. Wiz looked at the traces left by the boy in the sky and was a little silent. The relationship is good, and her teleportation magic that can make people travel thousands of miles in an instant is just a matter of the other party moving at high speed in the air for a few seconds. After knowing that Broly has this ability to fly at high speed, Wiz gave him the magic items he bought. Let him take it back to Axel and give it to the demon clerk Vonnier in the store, and put it on the shelf for sale immediately after adding a price. Honestly, Wiz can also rely on teleportation magic to go back and forth to Axel many times a day, but doing so will consume a lot of magic power. Won't you eat more? I can't eat any more. Would you like something to drink? Hui waved her hand quickly and refused the water handed over by Broly. She had to take back what she said before, because the other party's friendship was too heavy. Asking him to treat her to a meal would directly make her and her sister's stomachs bloated. Sister, I'm so full, I can't eat any more. Too, burp. The two sisters' bellies were swollen. Do you have anything else to eat, or is there anything you need my help with? After leaving the restaurant, Broly asked. I want to go home and sleep now. In the autumn season, people want to lie down after eating and drinking. Hui said what she wanted to do most now. I understand. Broly nodded, and came to her crotch amid Hui's exclamation, directly carried her two thin legs on his shoulders, lifted her up, and ran towards her home. Xiaomi also wants to go home and sleep. Xiaomi saw her sister being carried away, and immediately shouted behind her, as if she was a passenger who didn't get on the car but watched the car drive away. Fortunately, Broly's rickshaw would take care of people. After hearing the words, he turned a corner in front and ran back again. When it started again, Hui was already riding on his shoulders, and Xiaomi was riding on her sister's shoulders, forming a posture of multiple human bodies riding on necks. When Broly ran past the coffee shop in this posture, he saw the situation reflected in the glass window, and suddenly a strange message popped up in his mind. Lu Buletin is invincible on horseback, Dianwei is invincible on foot, and Lu Buletin riding Dianwei is invincible in the world, and then I am also a cloth, so I should ride on others. So, after carrying Hui and Xiaomi back to their home, Broly directly proposed that he also wanted to ride Hui. How can I? Chapter 202 Introducing Friends. Hey, demon over there, do you think we are invincible? Under Broly's invincibility theory, Hui agreed to let the boy ride on her neck. Then, in this posture, he came to host her, wanting the demon to evaluate his specific feelings after seeing their combined posture. Isn't this just riding on the neck? How is it related to invincibility? Hoster just felt a little puzzled. I've already said that we can't be invincible just by riding on someone's neck. Hui took the boy off her neck and asked, by the way, do you have something strange hidden on your waist? Are you referring to my tail? Broly shook the tail around his waist in front of Hui. Hey, are you a demi-human? Hui asked in surprise. No, I'm a Saiyan. Broly corrected. After discovering that Broly had a tail, Hui became even more curious about Broly. However, facing the boy's growing enthusiasm, she became a little flustered. Do you want some fruit? I bought it outside. Do you want a gemstone necklace? This necklace inlaid with mana ore can be used as a decoration or as a consumable to replenish magic in case of lack of magic. As Hui continued to receive various gifts from Broly, her mood became heavier and heavier. Broly, don't be like this. You are too good to me, but there is no reward. It was another gift-giving session. After Broly found that giving gifts could increase Hui's corresponding happiness value, this became his daily routine. However, Hui explicitly refused to give gifts until now. How can there be no reward? As long as my kindness to you and the gifts I give you can make you happy, then this is the best reward for me. Broly said this very seriously, but Hui heard that it made the red-eyed girl who wanted to convince herself to accept the boy's kindness to her feel more psychologically burdened. Listen, the relationship between friends is equal. You can't prove our friendship just by giving me gifts. Hui said this with red eyes. One bad thing about the red demons is that when they are shy, they will show it all in their physiological reactions. Honestly speaking, I have nothing to give you back now. Being treated to meals and gifts by you all the time makes me feel like a small person who only asks for friendship but doesn't give back. So, please don't treat me to food or give me gifts anymore. Hearing this, Broly, who brought his favorite cake from Axel and was about to share it with Huai, leaned forward in frustration. He had just met a new friend not long ago, and the method of steadily brushing happiness values he had just found from the new friend was gone. Ah, Broly, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to be friends with me? Huai. For people without friends, rare friendship is too heavy. That's not the case. I'm really happy to be friends with you these days. I can eat enough every day and receive all kinds of gifts. Xiaomi added. By the way, speaking of friends, how about I introduce you to a new friend tomorrow? Suddenly thinking of something, Huai changed the subject. In late autumn, a week after the incident of Wiz purchasing magic tools, the Red Demon Clan, the eldest daughter, Yu, was suddenly called out by the girl she unilaterally identified as her opponent, actually a friend. She picked out the most beautiful casual clothes at home and wore them, and met her opponent, friend, in the grove where they were supposed to meet. Huai, you suddenly asked me out, do you want to? Yu wanted to ask do you want to play with me during the holidays, but when she got to her mouth, the words became. Do you want to compete with me in advance before graduation? Ah, I messed up again. When she first entered the college, she clearly wanted to make friends with Huai. As a result, because of some nervousness, the words of making friends turned into a declaration of rivalry. The setting that she and Huai became fateful opponents directly. This time, it was still the same. Although I don't mind giving you a defeat before graduation, I didn't ask you out today for this. Hey, what about you? Yu widened her eyes. When she thought her friendless life would finally have a precious life experience of being invited out by friends during the holidays, she saw Huai on the opposite side pulling a boy out from behind a tree. Let me introduce you to Broly, my new friend. The highlight in Yu's eyes went out. She looked at Huai hugging the boy intimately and introducing the boy's identity to her, and she smiled a little reluctantly. So, Huai, did you ask me out today to show off your new friends to me? Well, I actually made new friends too. The new red and green in the flower bed at home are both great friends. Yu's happiness value is decreasing. What's wrong with her? Broly looked at another wife girl recognized by the Crystal Palace and couldn't help asking Huai next to him. Yu is the daughter of the village chief. She is also a bit strange and has a low sense of presence. When I first met her, she tried to talk to the wild flowers and grass on the roadside. Huai introduced Yu's situation. Is it okay for her to be like this? Broly was a little worried. No problem, I have a way. Huai walked forward. She hit her left hand horizontally and her right hand upward. With 2 snaps, Yu, who was in a depressed state, came back to her senses. Ah, why did you hit my chest? Yu asked with a red face, covering her chest that was hurt and shaking. I was trying to make you come back to your senses, and also to let your extra fat move. Breasts are not fat. So, have you come back to your senses now? Yu puffed up her face and was a little angry. Huai, what do you want to do by asking me out today? She asked. I didn't intend to do anything, I just wanted to introduce this kid to you. Huai pointed at Broly and said. Hey! You are my friend, Broly is also my friend, and a friend of a friend should also be a friend. I asked you out just to introduce you to each other. Ah, you said I am your friend. Are you going to deny it? Of course not, Huai, thank you. Seeing Yu being touched, Huai was a little speechless. This is also a guy with a heavy friendship. And introducing 2 people who have no friends and whose friendship is very heavy to each other should make them best friends, right? Huai thought to herself. As for whether Broly can get along well with Yu after they get to know each other, Huai thinks it is still no problem. Although Broly is generous, likes to treat friends to dinner, and gives friends various precious gifts. But Yu is also the daughter of the clan leader, and her family is much better than hers. The two should be able to interact with each other. Chapter 203 The reason for entering the girls' boudoir. In the early morning of late autumn, the sky had not yet completely brightened. As soon as the sky turned pale, a figure wrapped in a strong aura broke through the layers of clouds, leaving circles in the air, and landed at the entrance of the village in the Red Devil village. Hey, Broly, are you here to play with Huai again? At the entrance of the village, Mr. Pepito, the Hound of the Dark Night, had just come to hand over the work of guarding the door. After seeing the boy who fell from the sky, he greeted Broly. "Good morning, Brother Pepito. Well, I'm not here to play with Huai, today I'm here to play with Yu. Broly also greeted the young man who was wrapped in bandages, and said the purpose of his coming to the village today. Yu? Hey, is there such a person in our village? Hearing this, Pepito was stunned. She is the daughter of your clan leader. Broly reminded. So it's that kid. She doesn't communicate with the villagers much on weekdays, so I didn't think of her for a while. Pepito suddenly realized and explained the main reason why he didn't remember who the other person was at the first time. Hey, is her presence so low? Broly asked curiously. Although he knew some of his new friend's situation yesterday, it was a bit exaggerated that even other villagers had no impression of the girl. You know, even he, a foreigner, often came here to find Huai to brush up his happiness value. Most of the villagers of the Red Demon tribe already knew him, and they would always meet each other on the road. Will say hello. Rather than saying that the presence is low, it's better to say that the child is a little strange and doesn't fit in with the other people in the village. Pepito explained again. Is that so? Broly didn't quite believe what Pepito said. After Huai introduced her to Yu yesterday, the daughter of the chief was still very easy to talk to. My name is Yu, I'm 13 years old this year, born on February 29th, please take care of me in the future. She was very polite, made a very normal self-introduction and blushed and stretched out her hand to him. The girl's hands were very soft, almost as soft as Master Aqua's hands. Brother Pepito, do you want to eat egg tarts? I bought them from home this morning. Broly waved his hand, and a box of fresh egg tarts appeared in his hand. He asked the bandaged man in front of him. Pepito wanted to refuse, but when he smelled the fragrance of the egg tarts, he took one from the box. Thank you. By the way, you are going to find the daughter of the chieftain, right? The chieftain's house is. He told Broly a rough range. The boy jumped high into the air and quickly locked onto the house that Pepito mentioned. Although he could also slowly find it by distinguishing the air, it was more efficient to have someone to point the way now. Brother Pepito, thank you for the directions. I'm going to play with Yu. Be careful when flying. There is a petrifying magic barrier above the square of our village. Pepito reminded him, but Broly had already flown away, and he didn't know if he heard it or not. Dong dong dong. Who is it? The door of the chieftain's big house was knocked, and a sound of slurping came from inside. It's me, Broly. Soon, a man with disheveled hair came to open the door. The pajamas that the chief of the Slurpung tribe wore had a cool skull pattern, and the hand holding the door handle was wearing a half-fingerless glove, which made people wonder if he wore it to sleep last night. Why did you come to my house suddenly? Is there something wrong with the little daughter of the Piao Saburo family? Slurpung still had a deep impression of the boy. After all, it was rare in this world for an outsider to be able to defeat a high-level demon at this age and to keep up with their Red Demon clan's speaking style. However, he thought that there was something wrong with the high-level demon. No, it has nothing to do with Uncle Piao Saburo's family. I'm here to find Yu. Hey. Slurpung widened his eyes and asked directly, do you know Yu? I was introduced to her by Huai yesterday and became friends with her. Broly answered honestly. Come in, come in. Hearing this, Slurpung seemed very happy and pulled the boy into the house. I was wondering why Yo-Yo was so excited last night. It turns out she made a new friend. Slurp poured Broly a glass of honey water. Maybe it's because she was too excited and went to bed too late last night. Yo-Yo hasn't woken up yet. How about I go up and wake her up? No, just let her sleep until she wakes up naturally. Broly doesn't like to be woken up when he sleeps. He thinks that new friends should be the same. He is worried that Yo-Yo will beat his old father like himself after being woken up, so he waved his hand and refused. Hey, you are really considerate. It's great that Yo-Yo can make a new friend like you. I have always been worried that she can't make friends. Since she went to school, she has never brought friends home. Slurp muttered to herself, thanking Broly for being friends with his daughter, which made Broly begin to believe what Pepito said. After the words of thanks, the two fell into an awkward silence. Slurp scratched his head, looked at the boy and asked, did you eat in the morning? No. Would you like to eat at my house? Yes. Broly did not refuse, but took out the food he bought from his portable space. I bought some food and want to share it with Yu after she wakes up. Sharing food is a common way to increase happiness in Broly's cognition. Do you always eat such a rich meal in the morning? Looking at the various foods taken out by the boy from some space props, Slurp felt that his cognition of breakfast was refreshed. Sharing food with new friends you just met always has to be richer. The main reason is that Broly didn't know what Yu liked to eat, so when he came to the Red Devil's village this morning, he bought a portion of all the breakfasts that could be bought from Axel. Compared to his usual breakfast, the amount of food was a little less, but the variety was enough. You are really good to your friends. Slurp Peng was moved and did not take out his simple breakfast. There is something in the village that I need to deal with. If the sun rises above the branches of the tree in the yard and my daughter is not awake, you go to her room to wake her up. Well, her room is the first room on the left on the second floor. After Slurp Peng put on his clothes, he gave instructions to Broly on the sofa. Chief, are you going? Outside, Xi brought a group of middle-aged men from the Red Demon clan to urge him. So, Chief Slurpeng, are you going fishing? Ahem, there are not many fish in the village recently, and I am going to lead the tribe to the seaside to solve this important problem. Slurpeng said nonsense seriously, and left the house to the boy to take care of. My daughter is in your hands, don't let her be late for school. After saying this, the chief of the Red Demon tribe carried his fishing rod and fishing gear, and left the village directly with other fishermen of the Red Demon tribe who were dressed similarly. So, is this why you appeared in my room? Yu, who was wearing pink pajamas and showing most of her white shoulders and half of her small breasts, asked. Yeah. Broly nodded. He was told by the other party's father to come up and enter this room after watching the sun rise above the branches. Chapter 204, The Crimson Demon's Training. I'm sorry, I was a little too aggressive just now. Thank you so much. When she got up just now, she saw a person standing silently at the head of the bed, staring at her without saying a word. She was really a little scared. I want to change my clothes. Can you go out first? Now that she has recovered and wants to change her clothes, she said to the boy a little embarrassedly. Yes. Broly nodded and walked out of the room obediently. Having lived with Aqua and others for such a long time, Broly already knew. Some wives don't mind being seen by them when they change clothes, but some do. For example, Aqua is the former, Wiz is the latter, and Darkness has changed from the latter to the former. As for Yu, it is obviously the latter now. Not long after, Yu changed her clothes and came out, dressed in the school uniform of the Magic Academy. In late autumn, her school uniform is still a short skirt and short sleeves. However, Broly knew that the school uniforms of the Crimson Demon School were engraved with constant temperature magic. I'm sorry. After Yunyun came out, she apologized to him. Why apologize? Broly was a little confused. I didn't recognize you at the first time. When Yunyun changed clothes, she was worried that the boy would hate her and stop being friends with her because of her overreaction. It's like this when you wake up and are not awake. It's me who scared you. I should apologize to you. No way, you just came to wake me up. If you didn't wake me up, I would definitely be late for school today. But I didn't wake you up. Who called me? No one called you. You woke up by yourself. Broly replied. What time is it now? Hearing this, Yunyun asked hurriedly. I don't know, but the sun is already in the sky. Ah, I'm late, I'm late. Yu was a little flustered. She was a good girl and had never been late for school. Is it bad to be late? Broly asked. He had only experienced going to school for a few days in the first world. It's not bad, but it will attract a lot of attention. Is it bad to attract attention? Broly didn't quite understand. If Huai had such an opportunity, she would definitely not let it go. I don't like to be noticed. Yu answered honestly. After being an invisible person for a long time, I was not used to being noticed. Just thinking about being noticed, Yu was a little afraid. What should I do now? Broly asked. But Yu had no choice. It was her fault for oversleeping. With her personality, she couldn't blame the boy for not waking her up. I have no choice but to go to school and apologize to the teacher. Then I'll go with you to apologize. Hey! I should have woken you up, but I didn't. Your lateness is indeed related to me. Ah, no need for that. I overslept because of me. Yu waved her hand quickly. Aren't we friends? It was hard for Yu to refuse when he acted in the name of friends. Where is the school? On the mountain over there. Then let's go. Broly said, and then he carried Yu in the same way as he carried Huai. Amid Yu's exclamation, he took her and flew towards the Red Prison Academy of the Crimson Demon Clan. It's really strange that Yu is late. Looking at the empty seat in front of him, he couldn't help but ask the girl in front of him on the right. Huai, do you know what's going on with Yu? Ha, how would I know her situation? Aren't you best friends? No way, don't talk nonsense. Huai blushed and denied. However, Yu's lateness may be because she was too excited about something happy last night, and she slept too late and didn't get up this morning. That should be the case. Huai touched her chin and suddenly found that she knew a lot about this friend. No, that guy is too simple and easy to see through. But Huai's slightly arrogant personality still made her I quickly denied my understanding of my desk mate in my heart. The morning class is held outside, and it is probably a dialogue-type class. Your nemesis, Yu, is not here. Do you want to team up with me? Huai touched the cross-eye mask on his left eye today and asked. Humph, since you want to seek defeat in me so much, then I, Huai, will satisfy you. Huai lowered the brim of her hat, but also said coolly. Today is the stage training. As we all know, our red demons must be handsome when they appear, and they cannot be too ordinary. Only in this way can we leave a deep impression on others. Therefore, the morning class is to train everyone's stage ability. Now, give everyone time to imagine a handsome way to appear. The teacher will call the name later and let the person whose name is called come up to perform. As Teacher Pukin said, a hand was raised in the crowd. It was Huai's hand. Huai, what's the problem? Teacher Pukin, we haven't mastered magic yet, so there's no way we can make a cool debut, right? Well said, but that's not the problem. The most important thing for us red demons is to have the ability to imagine being cool. We need to be able to make a cool debut even without the help of magic. The cool way you imagine making a cool debut is also a reference for what kind of magic you will choose to learn in the future. Then teacher, can you show us a demonstration first? You're asking smartly. Humph, you're really good at being the third in the grade. Teacher Pukin praised, and suddenly a sizzling voice came out of his mouth. I'm Pukin, a great magician who masters thunder magic. In the future, I will definitely replace the principal of the Red Prison and become the strongest principal of the Red Demons, the first magic teacher. So cool, without the help of magic, Teacher Pukin can actually introduce himself so imposingly. The 10 students present were amazed and applauded. Ahem, that's about it. You know, in some places outside, you can't easily summon magic to assist yourself in your debut introduction. So, we have to do this kind of imaginary training, so that we won't lose face in front of outsiders when we need to introduce ourselves in the future. The imaginary debut training began, and the girls of the Red Demon Clan were thinking hard, and soon the test came. Sticky roll, you go first. Yes, darkness is all around me, I will appear in the darkness, just like a demon from the dark abyss. Your idea of appearing is very good, but it is too limited. Magic, even advanced magic, cannot turn day into night, so this way of appearing can only be used at night. The teacher can only give you 75 points, next one. Flame, Mr. Putin, I will summon countless flames to accompany me, and I will appear in the flames like a phoenix, and there will be fire rain like petals falling around me. You are good at it, very good, the teacher can already feel the handsomeness and beauty just by listening to your description. However, you need to remember not to set fire to the flammable materials around you when you appear like this. 95 points, next one, Yu. Hey, where is Yu? After calling the name, Putin found that no one came up to perform, and felt a little strange. Looking up, he saw other students looking at him speechlessly. Yu hasn't come to school yet, don't you know, teacher? Ah. Chapter 205, Score on the Stage. The Red Demon Clan, the Red Prison Academy, has only 11 freshmen this year, but one of the second-ranked students is missing. He was only discovered now, which is enough to show how low Yu's presence is. Ahem, of course the teacher knows that Yu didn't come. I just asked to see if everyone cares about their classmates. Puchin coughed twice, defended himself, and then continued, since Yu didn't come, then, the next one. Before he finished speaking, a strong airflow came down from the sky. In order to maintain high-speed flight without affecting Yu, Broly diffused the air around him to form a barrier. When carrying Yu to land quickly, the large area of the barrier directly caused a gust of wind to blow from below. Broly landed safely, and a group of Red Demon Clan girls were blown to the ground, and even the great magician Putin had to lie on the ground to prevent himself from being blown away by the wind. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pukin, I'm late." Yu's face was red. After getting off the boy's shoulder, she quickly apologized to the teacher on the ground. 99 points. However, Pukin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spoke. "Hey!" Yu was confused by this nonsense. You used being late as an excuse, but you suddenly appeared from the sky. The teacher gives you 99 points. Although this appearance is not the most handsome, the degree of surprise is enough. Pukin explained the reason for his high score. However, I hope you don't use such a loud appearance next time. If the flower spirit of the tulips in the flower bed is scared away, the teacher will definitely be deducted from the salary by the principal. Pukin got up from the ground and was relieved after confirming that the tulips in the flower bed did not run away. Yu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Yu. You're usually like a dull person, but you make a big fuss at the critical moment. Damn it, you fooled me. After the girls of the Crimson Demon Clan got up, they all praised Yu for being sociable. By the way, how did you come down from the sky? Because the strong wind came too suddenly, it blew them down in an instant. Except for Putin, who barely opened his eyes to see, no one among the students saw how Yu came down from the sky. Oh no, that's not right. Although Huai also fell down, she guessed where Yu's ability to fall from the sky came from. Hey, Broly, why don't I have such a good thing? Yu has known you for less than a day, and you have such a good thing. When Yu was surrounded by other classmates, Huai pulled the boy who came with her aside and questioned him with some dissatisfaction. What good thing? Broly didn't understand. It's about falling from the sky. Damn it, she stole the limelight. Huai was a little angry. Yu overslept, and I didn't wake her up, so I sent her here. Broly didn't make such an explanation, but looked at Huai who looked a little envious, and asked her, "So, you also want to fall from the sky? Sure, I can take you up now, and then take you down." If Huai wants to experience the feeling of falling from the sky, Broly doesn't mind helping her experience it. Who wants to use the same way of appearance as Yu? Huai quickly refused. Of course, her evasive eyes proved that she still wanted to try. However, it was definitely not a try now. My appearance should be accompanied by a powerful explosion magic. Huai said so. Huai, have you not given up on learning that funny magic? Teacher Pukin heard what the girl said and came over to ask. Explosion magic is not a funny magic. Huai quickly retorted. To learn that magic, the skill points required are very high. After learning it, the magic power consumed to release that magic is also very large. Even if we, the red demons, are born with extremely high magic values, we can only release 1 or 2 explosion magics at most, and we will be exhausted. And the explosion magic, except for its amazing destructive power, has no other function. It is a pure destructive magic. For example, this kind of magic has low mana consumption, requires fewer skill points to learn, and can also have other higher level magics with more refined manipulation. Which one is not better than the funny magic that can only release 1 or 2 shots, which will make people exhausted and has no practicality? Huai puffed her lips. She knew that what teacher Putin said was right, but she still didn't want to admit that explosion magic was a funny magic. Ah! Seeing Huai's appearance, Putin couldn't help but sigh. There were many stubborn people in their Red Demon Clan, and Huai was obviously the stubborn one among the stubborn ones. Since you insist, the teacher will not deny you. I just hope you won't regret learning explosion magic in the future. Teacher Putin. Don't look at me with such touching eyes. We, the Red Demon Clan, live by implementing our own beliefs. We don't need to pay attention to the eyes of people outside. We just need to endure all the suffering brought by our own choices on the road we admit, and don't regret it. Just move forward. Putin talked about the truth. No, Teacher Putin, I just want to ask, if I use explosion magic as the auxiliary magic for my introduction, how many points will you give me? Huai looked at him with shining eyes. Hearing this, Putin was silent for a while. He thought Huai was moved by his considerate teacher, the first teacher of the Red Demon clan. And using explosion magic as an auxiliary to introduce himself, is it to blow himself up? Or is it to consume a lot of magic power, and after casting a magic that may make him exhausted, he uses the staff to support his tired body to introduce himself? After thinking for a while, Putin replied, if you can only release one explosion magic, I will give you 0 points. But if you can release more than one explosion magic, I can give you 80 points to show your absolute destructive power. Hey, only 80 points. 80 points is already very high. The visual effect of magic brought by pure power is not as good as the visual effect of magic played with technology. Therefore, the Academy has recommended students to learn various magic that can create environmental special effects in recent years. What if I add a cool spell and then release the explosion magic? How do you want to chant? Puchin was a little curious. Hehe, I have thought of the lines, for example, blacker than black, darker than darkness, the bright light of Wu Zhenhong, the arrival of the awakening time, the fall of the absurd church. Kidu ma dad. Hey, I haven't finished my cool lines yet. Your lines are too long, many people outside are impatient guys, and generally won't give you so much time to read the lines. If you read this kind of lines in battle, the long precasting swing is enough for the enemy to react. Unless you hide and chant the spell, but if you hide, who are you chanting for? Pukin's words were well reasoned and made Huai silent. Of course, since your introduction of the lines is not bad, I can give you 5 more points here. Chapter 206 After being friends, they become wives. The imaginary appearance training course of the Crimson Demon clan ended with Yu, who suddenly fell from the sky and was late for school, getting 99 points and ranking first in this class. The course ended and it was time for a break. When Broly was about to share food with Yu, a Crimson Demon clan girl with a well-developed figure came over and greeted him. Are you the annoying outsider who is bothering Huai that she has been talking about recently? Annoying outsider. Broly looked at the other person in confusion, not understanding what was annoying about him. You are so good, what are you talking about, did I say such a thing? Seeing the situation here, Huai immediately ran over to refute. No, didn't you keep saying that you were very distressed a few days ago, and were distressed about being entangled by others? You are so good, stroking his chest with one hand and supporting his chin with the other, and asked directly. My thing is. Huai blushed, but she didn't know how to defend herself. Yes, Huai, that's what you said before. Just then, other Red Demon girls came over. If you don't remember, let me imitate your speech, ahem. Dong Gu coughed lightly and started to talk in the tone of Huai complaining about her troubles a few days ago. Hey, I'm really annoyed recently. Hey, why are you annoyed? Another Red Demon girl named Ruanhu was the one who made the conversation. Of course, it's because I'm too popular. You know, I met a friend recently, and his enthusiasm put me under a lot of pressure. He always treats me to delicious food and always gives me precious gifts. Even if I say no, he still does it. Hey, popular people are. Enough, stop talking. Huai waved her arms quickly, trying to stop Dong Gu's imitation speech. How can I not say it? You acted like you were distressed by your popularity. Huai looked at the classmates who were watching the show, and realized that they would not let her go easily, so she could only accept her fate. I'm sorry, I was wrong at that time. I shouldn't have shown off to you. Please forgive me. Hey, why didn't you say it earlier? Broly looked at Huai and the other Crimson Demon girl's interaction and was a little confused. When he saw Yu standing at the edge and touching his stomach, he slipped over and took out a box of egg tarts from his personal space. Yu, you must be hungry, do you want to have breakfast now? Yu thought she would be hungry for a day, but the boy who ran over suddenly conjured up a box of egg tarts in his hand and held it in front of her and asked directly. Ah, no need. Yu didn't want to cause trouble to others, but the fragrance of the egg tarts made her stomach growl after not having breakfast. The gurgling sound made the girl's face flushed, and even her ears turned red. Yu bit her lip and whispered, then let's have one. Is one egg tart enough? Do you have such a small appetite? How about trying this yogurt soft bread? Broly took out another very fluffy soft bread with yogurt inside. Just smelling it, you can smell the aroma of roasted wheat flour. Yu. My stomach growled even louder. Just when Huai was forced by other classmates to apologize for her vanity, Broly had already taken out a picnic blanket and spread it on the lawn next to him. He took out all kinds of breakfast delicacies bought from Axel from the space of the Crystal Palace. Hey, what's that smell? It smells so good. Sticky Roll smelled the aroma of food. Everyone looked over and saw that Yuyu was camping on the lawn of the academy. Why are you eating here? Hui didn't quite understand the current situation. I didn't eat in the morning, and neither did Yuyu. I'm sharing food with her. Broly answered seriously. This little honey cake is delicious. Yuyu said. Hui. She felt a little jealous, because this was clearly her treatment. Add some cheese, some sausage, and a piece of smoked meat, and the sandwich is ready. Broly made a DIY sandwich, cut it with a knife, and handed half to Yuyu and the other half to Hui who came over. Thank you. Hui thanked him subconsciously after taking it, and only reacted after taking a bite of the sandwich with salad dressing inside. She turned around and said to the group of classmates who were looking at her from behind, I said I was annoying before, and it was indeed largely because I wanted to show off in front of you. However, there are some things I didn't lie to you about. That is, my friend, Broly, really always treats me to delicious food. The Red Demon Girls. The various foods on the picnic blanket in front of them were really convincing. Broly made a DIY sandwich again. Just as he was about to eat the sandwich in his hand, he noticed the gazes of the other 9 Crimson Demon girls present, and closed his open mouth again. After thinking for a while, Broly cut the sandwich in his hand into 2 halves again, picked up 1 half and handed it to the Crimson Demon girl next to him, and asked, Do you want to eat sandwiches too? Hey, can I? Sticky Roll asked. Her family is in the hotel business, but she can see the solidity of the ingredients of the sandwich handed to her. It is definitely the best black pig smoked meat. Since you are friends of Hui and Yuyu, you are also my friends, and I am willing to share food with friends. Then, it's better to obey than to be respectful. She took the sandwich handed by Broly, took off her shoes and stepped on the picnic blanket, but sat down next to her. This is the most delicious sandwich I've ever eaten. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yuko Hui. I'm the best developed girl of the same age in the Crimson Demon clan. In the future, I will become a great writer and a great magician who controls advanced magic. I'm Broly, hello. Sandwiches, do you have more? Can I have this bread? Where did you buy this egg tart? It smells so good. With the leader, other Crimson Demon clan girls also joined in. They introduced their names one by one, and after Broly's consent, they picked up the food they liked on the picnic blanket and ate it. Among them, some sweets are the most popular, but some meat foods such as barbecue and sausages don't seem to be popular with these Crimson Demon clan girls. Broly. Can I ask you a question? Yuko Hui suddenly asked. What's the question? Broly looked at the Crimson Demon clan girl who had a better body development than Yuyu. How did you become friends with Hui and Yuyu? Yuko Hui asked directly. In my investigation, the acceptance of our red demons by outsiders is not very high. As I just introduced myself, I want to be a professional writer in the future. So, I want to learn from you, an outsider, why outsiders are willing to make close friends with our red demons. Unlike ordinary red demons, Yuko Hui is a red demon girl who is good at thinking and analyzing the red demons. She knows the personality of her own race and how unwelcome it is in the outside world. Therefore, she is a little curious about what kind of real views the outsiders who are willing to accept the red demons as friends have on them. There is no special reason. Hui and I became friends because Hui took the initiative to invite me to be her friend. Hey! Everyone looked at Hui, and the girl lowered her head quickly. She was embarrassed to say that she wanted to take advantage of them at that time. As for Yuyu, Hui took the initiative to introduce you to my friend. Is that the only reason? If there is any other reason, it is probably that after being friends for a while, I still want Hui and Yuyu to be my wives. Broly added. Ha, I said it, how could people from other villages easily accept us, the Crimson Demons? It turns out that you want Hui and Yuyu to be your wives, hey. Ah. The 11 Crimson Demon girls looked at him at the same time, with doubtful looks in their eyes. Wait, can you repeat what you just said? Broly was puzzled, but he still repeated it. So, your purpose of being friends with Hui and Yuyu is actually impure. The other Crimson Demon girls looked at the boy, and their eyes suddenly became a little subtle. Chapter 207 You don't want to be a scumbag, right? The purpose of making friends with the purpose of finding a wife is impure, which made Broly confused. Should he skip the friendship behavior and invite her to be his wife in one step? But if he did so, not only would his happiness be lost, but he might also scare away his wife whom he didn't know. Just when Broly frowned and was about to discuss with the well-developed red demon girl in front of him that becoming friends was an important precondition for inviting someone to be his wife, Yugu Huai spoke first. Let me ask, how old are you this year? This question diverted Broly's words. The boy thought about it carefully and replied, 9 years old, what's wrong? He actually had no idea of his age, but the Crystal Palace displayed age information, allowing him to give the correct answer. 9 years old? That's the same age as my soft little brother. With a reference individual, Yugu Huai nodded. In order to confirm her thoughts, she continued to ask, then do you know what wife means? Of course I know. Broly answered without hesitation. Then tell me. Hey, Yugu Huai, why are you asking this suddenly? SHH, don't bother me, listen to the child's answer first. Ruinhu asked Yugu Huai in a strange way, but was interrupted mysteriously by Yugu Huai. The girl looked at Broly with bright eyes, waiting for Broly's reply. My wife is my partner, a good person who provides me with food. Broly straightened his chest and said his own wife's opinion. What else? What else? For example, after Yu becomes your wife in the future, what will you do with Yu? Yugu Huai gave an example and asked. Ah! Yu, who was mentioned, blushed directly. Hearing this, Broly pondered, but found that he had no idea. Before, after inviting others to become his wife, he quickly left those worlds. And after leaving, he seemed to be unable to do anything? I don't know. After thinking for a while, Broly still didn't know what he could do, so he could only answer this question honestly. I just know it's like this. After getting the boy's answer, Yugu Huai showed a look of understanding. No, what does this count as? Seeing her like this, the other Crimson Demon girls were aroused and asked directly. Don't you understand yet? Seeing everyone shaking their heads, Yugu Huai could only ask a question. A boy who doesn't even know what to do with his wife, is the idea of finding a wife really from him? Hearing this question, the surrounding Crimson Demon girls were silent and thought about it, but Broly raised his hand directly. I'm looking for a wife for food. Normal food, better food, is the driving force behind Broly's crossing the world to find a wife. However, his answer did not seem to be accepted by the Crimson Demon girls who were starting to think about it. Sticky Roll raised his eyebrows. Very good, what do you mean? This must be someone who guided him to do this. If you don't believe it, you can ask this child. The Crimson Demon girls looked at Broly. Well, this, indeed. Broly admitted it. After all, the one recognized by the Crystal Palace is his wife, and it was only after being guided by the Crystal Palace that he took the initiative to make friends with others. Who is this person? Look at Yu's blushing face. Do you think she is this kind of person? All the Red Demon girls shook their heads, and Huai was one of them. Since it's not Yu, nor this child, who else could it be? When Dong Dong asked, the Red Demon girls present subconsciously cast their eyes on Huai. Huai also turned her head and looked behind her. She found that there was no one behind her. After waiting for 2 seconds, she reacted and pointed at her nose and asked in a somewhat incredible tone, "Are you doubting me?" Ah! Some Red Demon girls turned their heads away, but some nodded and admitted it directly. In our cognition, Huai, you are someone who may do such a thing. Hey, I have never done such a thing as guiding others to find me to be their wife. Huai quickly retorted. If I heard it correctly just now, you took the initiative to invite this child to be your friend, right? She pointed out important doubts. That's right, but I didn't know he wanted me to be his wife. Huai argued anxiously. Huai, don't you want to be my wife? He asked directly, as if he didn't believe that the girl would refuse to be his wife. No, can the identity of wife be done casually? Huai complained. But haven't you become my friend? Broly asked back. Who said that becoming your friend will also become your wife in the future? If Broly was not too young and Huai was not a person in modern society, he might have made a sharp complaint here. Broly suddenly reacted. It seems that wife and friend cannot be directly equated. In the past, when he proposed to be friends, he directly stated that he would invite the other party to become his wife. But this time, Huai took the initiative to come to the door and become his friend. Broly subconsciously agreed that the girl would agree to become his wife. After knowing that I will invite you to be my wife, are you still willing to continue to be friends with me under the condition of becoming my wife? Realizing the misunderstanding, Broly thought carefully and asked Huai beside him about her specific thoughts. Of course this is. The Crimson Demon girls around him no longer bothered about who led the boy to think of finding a wife. Their eyes were brighter than each other. They looked at Huai, whose face had already turned red, and looked like they wanted to know what kind of answer she would give. Of course I have to think about it carefully. Huai pinched the bun by her ear, but did not directly say no. This was probably related to the fact that Broly was too nice to her after they became friends. Broly gained a lot of favorability from Huai. Huai, if you keep hanging on to others like this, you won't become a scumbag in the future, right? You pushed the cross-eye mask and asked directly. What is a scumbag? Dong Dong was puzzled. A scumbag is a woman who keeps the opposite sex who likes her hanging around without responding to them, and makes them hang around and please her. Yuku Huai was a precocious red demon girl. When she heard Dong Dong's question, she popularized the knowledge to her friends around her, and these were all what she saw from some popular novels nowadays. The fact that this world in the Middle Ages could have these things is inseparable from the reincarnations who had reincarnated into this world. I won't be a scumbag. After listening to the explanation of the scumbag, Huai immediately refuted. If I don't want to be your wife in the future, I will clearly refuse you. She said this directly to the boy. Okay, then I will work hard to make you willing to agree to be my wife. Broly said seriously that not being rejected on the spot was a good situation in his opinion. Really? But I, Huai, am not someone who will be easily taken down by you. Huai said with high spirits. Why is it like a duel? Others complained. You, what about you? Broly then looked at another girl, a new friend introduced to him by Huai yesterday. Ah, me. Yu didn't expect that there was still something for her to do. After being asked by the boy, she was stunned. Chapter 208, Fire, Theft, and Bestie. If you are willing to be friends with me forever, it should be a natural thing for us to become husband and wife in the future, right? Yu said this with a blushing face. She was willing to continue to maintain a friendship with Broly on the condition of becoming the boy's wife. Ah, Yu, you are so bold. The Crimson Demon girls didn't expect to eat Huai's melon, but Yu's melon, but they exclaimed a little. No, I just think it may be more difficult for me to find a partner to marry in the future, so. Yu lowered her head. Although she was only 13 years old, she was also afraid that she might end up alone in the future. Hearing Yu's explanation, the red demon girls around stopped laughing and thought that she was really far-sighted. Think about it carefully. If we don't leave the village in the future, we will definitely marry other men in the village, but our generation seems to be all girls. Yes, the one closest to our age is your brother, who is really cute. Ah, I don't allow you to have ideas about my brother. Hearing the words of the other girls, the contemporary red demon, who is the most obsessed with his brother, immediately waved his hands and shouted. In the future, it will be a big problem for our generation to get married. She said with some deepness. Let alone us, many adults in the previous generation and the previous generation in the village are still single. Huai. After this discussion with her friends, she suddenly realized that her own race seemed to have a hidden reproduction crisis. Yu, eat some more of this. Turning his head to look over there, Broly became more enthusiastic about Yu after getting an answer that Yu could definitely agree to. I'm full and can't eat any more. Yu touched his full stomach and refused. Do you need me to rub your stomach? Every time my master eats too much, he will ask me to help rub it. Ah, it's not good. Reality, this world is too realistic. After I said I would consider it, his attitude towards Yu was obviously better than to me. Another week passed, and what happened this week made Huai finally couldn't help complaining when she was in school that day. It can't be helped. Yu has made it clear that she will become Broly's wife, but you are not clear. If I were Broly, I would also try to please Yu who has made it clear that she will become his wife. It is normal for a boy to care more about Yu, and the so-called care is just asking more questions about Yu. In fact, whether it is delicious food or beautiful gifts, as long as Yu has it, Huai also has it. I feel like an accessory. Huai lay on the table and said listlessly. Then Huai, as long as you agree to become Broly's wife, it will be fine. Yu said beside her, with a sweet look on her face, and it can be seen that she is a girl who is in love. During this week, Yu experienced the sweet experience of having a little boyfriend who cares about her and takes care of her. Humph, I'm not like you, giving yourself away for nothing just to get a lifelong friend. Seeing the girl next to her immersed in happiness, Hui was a little angry and started to confront Yu. What do you mean by giving yourself away for nothing? Broly is so good to me. He brings me a hearty lunch every day. After we eat together, he chats with me and listens to me patiently about some boring topics. When my shoulders are sore, he helps me rub my shoulders. Yu talked about all the good things the boy did for her this week, but finally yelled, for a boy who treats me so well, what's wrong with me giving myself away for nothing? I'm not like you, Hui. Others are not good to you. Hello, you are a little ungrateful. After yelling at Hui, Yu ran out. She was going outside to welcome Broly's arrival. After Yu left, Hui lay down on the desk again, feeling a little uncomfortable. What's wrong with me? Hui was also a little confused about her situation. You are jealous of Yu. You can answer. What? I will be jealous of her. Hui stood up and wanted to refute. You can. Why not? For example, if one day your sister Xiaomi only calls me sister and not your sister, how would you feel? Xiaomi is my sister, how could she only call you sister and not my sister? I mean, if that happens, how would you feel? Think about it carefully, is it the same as how you feel about Yu now? And this is called jealousy. You are jealous of the boy who treated you well before, but now treats Yu better than you, and you feel a little unbalanced. Hui wanted to refute, but found that it seemed to be the fact, she was really jealous of Yu. But I feel that it is a bit too childish to agree to become someone else's wife so casually. Jealous, but there is no way. I want to shout that I came first, but I find that I don't have the position to say this. Then just refuse directly. As long as you refuse, it is none of your business, and you should not feel jealous. Hui suggested. But Hui hesitated. As Yu said, Broly was really good to them. Hui, if you can't make a decision, you will be the only one who suffers. Hui said. I know, I will make a decision today. Hui felt that Hui's words made sense, and she couldn't go on like this. Inexplicable jealousy would only waste her energy. As expected of you, the Hui I know should be a decisive person. Hui praised. Broly, I have decided not to be your wife, so it doesn't matter if you don't give me this meal. When Broly came to deliver her food, Hui expressed her determination to skip a meal and told him. In response, Broly was just a little disappointed, but he had no intention of taking back the lunch he gave to Hui. After all, if you don't count her wife status, Hui is also the middleman who introduced Yu to him. And Yu is a very easy to please young lady girl. Every day, you just need to accompany her to eat and talk, and the other party's happiness value will rise. Although there is an upper limit to the daily increase in happiness value, Yu's happiness requirements are really low, it can be said that there is no who. After officially expressing her position, Hui felt much more relaxed. Even if she faced Yu's surprised eyes, she could raise her head and look over with a smile. It seemed that the quarrel in the morning had been forgotten, and she was no longer jealous. Thank you, I feel much more relaxed now after making the decision. Hui sincerely thanked the girl with the eye mask next to her. You're welcome, this is your own decision. Hui waved his hand and came to the boy who was eating with Yu. Broly, now Hui has rejected you, have you considered my plan? Beside him, Hui, who was preparing to eat, froze with her chopsticks and expression on her face. Chapter 209 The Counterattack of the Main Wife. Hui, what do you mean? Hui slammed the table and asked directly. Nothing, I just want to have a college romance. Hui did not hide anything and answered Hui's question directly. Before entering school, I was thinking about having a romantic romance in the academy. But after entering school, I didn't expect that our class was full of girls. Fortunately, the goddess of luck favored me and let a boy come to the academy. Although this boy is a little young, he is still a good person to experience romance. However, he seemed to be only interested in you and Yu before, and now that you rejected him, I was thinking about whether I could fill the position you left vacant. Ah, you sneaky cat. After listening to Hui's explanation, Huai got a little crazy, pointing at Yugu Huai's nazi and saying that she was despicable and shameless. Huai, what you said is a little unreasonable. It's not that you don't agree to become someone else's wife and go out with the other person. I just can't bear to see you, as a friend, being tortured by jealousy, so I urged you to make a decision. Ha, if I don't agree to become his wife and continue to be friends with him, will you agree to his request? Huai asked back. I will. Yugu Huai nodded immediately. What? I said I would. Anyway, I can't think of what my future partner will be like. Instead of being a bad guy, like those older neat youths in our village, it's better to find someone who will be gentle to me and take good care of me. There are times when you can say this. She was very serious at the time. She wanted to be a professional writer in the future. If there was someone who took good care of her life, she thought it would be a good thing. Of course, she was not lying about wanting to have a college romance. Yuko Hui really wanted to have this experience to increase her future writing materials. Before, Yuko Hui had considered whether to try romance with other girls, but before she could think it through and take action, a somewhat special boy suddenly broke into the college. The boy's appearance was a little special. It started with the show-off Hui Hui's mouth, and the first meeting was when the other party brought Yu down from the sky. After that, she asked him to experience the feeling of going to heaven, and he easily agreed to help them go to heaven. After observation, Yuko Hui felt that the boy was a very good dating partner. Although he was a little young, only 9 years old, she was only 13 years old, and the 4-year gap was nothing. Her parents were 7 years apart. Hui. Of course, if you don't want to be replaced by me, then you can also regret the decision you just made. After Yugu Hui finished speaking his thoughts, he smiled and said this to Hui. For a moment, the other red demon girls who were watching the show were a little confused about whether she really wanted to take the opportunity to replace Hui and date the boy, or just wanted to tease Hui and let her think carefully about whether her decision was sincere. Hui was a little shaken, and Yugu Hui looked at her with a smile beside her, as if the identity of a scheming best friend could become the best wingman and the psychological counselor of the best friend at any time. Sorry, Yugu Hui, if you want to be friends with me, that's fine, but if you want to be my wife, it's not okay. But at this moment, Broly next to him spoke up and refused Yugu Hui's replacement. Hui. Yugu Hui was surprised and moved the decorative eye mask to the other eye, and looked at Broly with a strange look. In terms of appearance, I have a cute face that is not inferior to Hui. In terms of figure, I have the best physical development among girls of the same age. In terms of relationship, we got along well before. Why do you refuse me to replace Hui as your wife? Yuko was a little puzzled, but her emotional intelligence was relatively high. She knew that boys were not good at beating around the bush, so she asked directly. Hui is special. You are different from her. Broly answered. What's different? Yuko asked, lowering her head, but she could only see her breasts. She turned her head to look at Hui, and Hui also subconsciously lowered her head at this time, but she could only see her toes. If this is different, then it's really different. Yuko was a little helpless. If Broly just wanted to hug girls with different characteristics, breast size, on both sides, then she couldn't do anything. He didn't want to experience a relationship and find a way to make his breasts smaller, right? I don't know why, but I really want to hit someone now. Hui clenched her fists. She felt that her mind was very calm at the moment, but she stared at Yugu Hui with a vicious look. Calm down, Hui, we are magicians, and it is not good to use violence. Yugu Hui hurriedly persuaded. Hui is the wife recognized by the Crystal Palace, but Yugu Hui you are not. Broly told the truth. Crystal Palace, what is the Crystal Palace? Yugu Hui cast his eyes again and asked. As she asked, Broly's criteria for finding a wife and his identity as a visitor from another world were also exposed. Outside, no one might believe such words, but this is the territory of the Red Demon Clan. After hearing that the boy had such a setting from another world, some of the Red Demon Clan girls who were just watching the show now looked at him with shining eyes. Traveling through another world to pursue one's true love, ah, what a romantic love! Yuko would say with admiration. Whether it was the identity of the alien visitor or the marriage arranged by the Crystal Palace, they all touched the XP of these Red Demon girls. When these Red Demon girls in the classroom occasionally discussed what their future partners would be like, the future partners they discussed always had an obvious feature, that is, the extraordinary elements on their bodies. When the spirit of the entire Red Demon clan was pursuing the extraordinary, except Yu, how could these young Red Demon girls accept the mediocrity of their future partners? Instead, they wanted to find a super powerful partner in the future. And this partner could be a world hero who defeated the Devil King or a dragon slayer who solved the evil dragon. Even if the hero would eventually become the Devil King and the dragon slayer would become a new evil dragon, the extraordinary elements on their bodies would be acceptable to them. Of course, most of the girls of the Crimson Demon clan, after having extraordinary dreams of their future partners when they were young, always end up accepting the result of being ordinary. They end up dating and marrying men of the same tribe who are just deeply chayunabu and a little bit pretentious, and live an ordinary life but fantasize about an extraordinary life. This is also the love result of their parents and most of the adults of the Crimson Demon clan, but this result often occurs after many years when they can't find a partner and are urged to get married by their parents. But now, Broly, are you interested in your crystal? Can you add my name to the list of the Crystal Palace? Destined love, a visitor from another world who travels through the world to find true love, this setting is great. I agree, so add my name too. I also want to experience a destined special love. Broly. He couldn't understand why these Crimson Demon girls who were a little older than him wanted to join his Crystal Palace so much. Sisters, if I could add my own name, I would have done it a long time ago. He could only explain it this way. Ah, I almost forgot that this child also has the attribute of a younger brother. She licked her lips softly and suddenly found that the boy was not bad. After all, she couldn't really do anything to her own brother in the future. But if she did something to another younger brother, it would be okay. No, why are you all giving it away for nothing? Hui couldn't stand it anymore when she saw the registration ceremony on Broly's side. She felt that these classmates were just here to join in the fun and make trouble. Yu, are you just standing there watching these bitches fighting for your future husband without saying anything? Hui didn't have a stance, but she found Yu who had a stance, and wanted to encourage Yu to stand up and protect her true love. Well, if they really want to join in, it's not impossible. The more friends, the better. Yu didn't have any sense of confrontation. After accepting the two settings of wife is friend and friend of friend is also friend, she, who used to be a little lonely, didn't mind having more friends called Broly's wife around her. After all, Broly had more wives, and he had more friends. Ah, you guys who lack friends, you can't understand the so-called love, which should be private property. Hui complained angrily, and then she squeezed into the crowd, grabbed Broly's collar, and asked the boy, I regret my decision just now, and I plan to become your wife in the future, so, can I regret it? Yes. Broly nodded, and saw Hui, who got a definite answer, turned into a guardian of true love in the next moment. You bunch of hateful bitches, welcome the wrath of this queen. Hui, who claimed to be the queen, rushed into the crowd and started to kill, fanning all directions. All the girls with well-developed and obvious breasts were hit hard by her, and those who did not have obvious breasts but had a more perky butt were attacked by her butt. Hui's methods were so cruel and vulgar that a group of Red Demon girls screamed. Do you know you are wrong? Finally, the villain Hui was pinned to the ground. Hui sat on her, holding her legs and bending them back. I know I was wrong, please be merciful and let me go for the sake of our classmates. Hui admitted defeat honestly, and Hui snorted coldly and got off the other person. Chapter 210 This is my collection route. How is it, do you feel better? Hui got up from the ground, tidied up his clothes, and asked. Of course, I am in a very good mood now after beating up a group of superficial friends. Hui crossed his hands, looked uncomfortable, and made a response to right and wrong. It's just a joke. The Red Devil girls who were beaten by other chests or hips were complained. For them, just now saying that if they want to join the Crystal Palace, they are more playing. Just kidding, that will be my enemy. I will be hit by me. I remember it for me. My stupid peers. I am a high mountain for you. Hui said loudly. What, then you are not enough to calculate. Whether the law is joking, but I dare to assure that your life in the future is definitely the focus of her collection. Everyone started to denounce Hui. Hui looked at Hui. The girl with the eye mask pushed her eye mask and had no intention of hiding anything. Don't worry, Hui. If I write a love story with you as the protagonist in the future, I will definitely include your powerful performance today. The title will be The Girl Who Fights for the Love in Her Heart. What do you think? Hui. Hui's calculations were one after another. He was just making a fool of himself. She felt even more depressed. I think this title is very good. However, if you want to use me as a material for collecting folk songs, I have to cooperate with you. Hui thought about it and had an idea. After saying this, she came to the boy. Broly, I regret it again. I don't want to be your wife anymore. I'm very sorry. Broly? Ah, how could you do this? Hui's eyes widened without the eye mask. With his eyes covered, he asked Hui. Why can't I do this? You want to use me as a source of inspiration, but I won't let you succeed. What's wrong? But this is unfair to Broly. Although I'm sorry for him, it's more important to make you uncomfortable. Well, Broly, will you forgive me? Although Hui's words were a bit heartless, when she turned around and asked the boy this question, Broly could see in the girl's eyes the same pampering and begging look that Master Aqua sometimes showed. People who are favored are always fearless. Broly said this when he thought of it. Hui's heart suddenly rose to her throat. She found that she was suddenly a little afraid of being teased by the boy in front of her. But even if the other party would tease her, it was natural. After all, her repeated behavior looked very pretentious. I will definitely be hated by him like this, right? Hui felt inexplicably depressed when she thought about it. She suddenly regretted why she regretted it again. Should I apologize now and take back what I said? Hui hesitated, and then she heard the boy continue to say, but who told me to favor you, so I will forgive you, Hui, as long as you are happy, it's fine. With Aqua, the big willful ghost master in front, Broly was very accepting of Hui's little willful performance. Ah, Broly, don't you care that Hui will not become your wife in the future? Of course I care, but I have tried my best. If she still doesn't want to be my wife in the end, then I can't do anything about it, right? The doctrine of Accusis said that even God cannot predict whether you will be happy in the future, so you only need to ensure that you are happy at the moment. Obviously, giving an answer that increases Hui's happiness value is a happy thing for Broly. Even if Hui's happiness value was not converted into happiness points, the happiness she felt at the moment when she saw the girl's happiness value increase was not fake, and that was enough. This doting and partial attitude made Hui open her mouth. Her face was a little red, and she lowered the brim of the magic hat on her head. Hui, are you touched and shy? Someone asked. No, I'm just too proud. Did you guys see that I'm the one who is favored? After Hui said this loudly, she immediately sat back in her seat. She buried her head in eating, not daring to let others see her current expression, because she knew her face must be very red now. Today's meal was stewed meat. After just 2 bites, she felt a heat surging in her body. Hui quickly took out the adventurer card to see that she had upgraded. What kind of meat is this? Hui asked. It's dragon meat. The day before yesterday, the Axel Adventurers Guild suddenly posted a task to defeat a dragon. I thought I had never eaten this kind of meat, so I accepted the task yesterday and defeated a dragon that was spitting fire everywhere and burning the village. After that, I brought the dragon back and tasted it. I found that it tasted good. Today I brought some and asked Mr. Huasheo to help me make a stew with dragon meat as an ingredient. I have to say that Mr. Huasheo's cooking skills are really good. The stew he made is much more delicious than what I made yesterday. What do you think? So, this thing is really dragon meat? Hui widened her eyes. It's really dragon meat, what's wrong? Broly looked at Hui, not understanding her reaction. Hui. I also didn't understand why Broly's reaction was so calm. So, Broly, you are a dragon slayer. The girls of the Red Demon clan looked at the boy with shining eyes and asked. What are you doing? Don't you dare to have any ideas about him. Hui, haven't you changed your mind? I've changed my mind again, how about that? The lunch was a bit noisy. Hui kept jumping back and forth between will agree to be my wife and will not agree to be my wife. Other girls from the Crimson Demon clan were very interested in Broly, who had revealed his identity as an alien and dragon slayer. Especially after asking for a bite of stew and tasting it, everyone basically upgraded a level, and their interest in the boy increased greatly, because this proved that the other party was really extraordinary. Unfortunately, after asking in turn, the girls found that the boy's attitude towards them was limited to ordinary friends, and he had no idea about further development. Unless you can be recognized by the Crystal Palace and have a happiness value on you, you can't be my wife. That's what the boy said, but when he asked in detail how to get the recognition of the Crystal Palace, he didn't know, leaving people helpless. Hey, I thought spring was coming, but it turned out that this was only the spring for Huai and Yu. Some people really envied him, because the extraordinary boy really helped the Crimson Demon Clan's XP. If there was a score for choosing a target, Broly, who had all kinds of special settings, would have a 50-point bonus. If I were Huai, I wouldn't jump back and forth, she said softly. After what happened at noon, she suddenly realized that her brother didn't seem to be so attractive anymore. That's right, there's no such thing as a home flower suddenly appearing, a wildflower brother sang with various settings. What do you care? I don't know if it's because of the dragon meat, the blush on Huai's ear tip has not faded until now. Visitors from another world, powerful dragon slayers, destined love in the Crystal Palace. Looking at the information recorded in her little notebook, she couldn't help but sigh. Such interesting writing materials can't be collected at close range. No, that's not right. If she starts from Yu, it will definitely be easy to intervene in the collection. However, Yu's personality is too casual, and there is no outstanding personality. The one who can really play the protagonist of the novel should be a special and unique guy. In other words, if she chooses Yu as the protagonist of her novel, then she can probably only write a love story that can be seen from the beginning to the end. Of course, if the writing is good, a warm and daily love story may not be unattractive, but as a new writer who has not yet created a story, Huai feels that her writing ability is not enough to support herself to write such a story. Therefore, a protagonist like Huai who is easy to create a conflict in the story is the best choice for collecting stories, but Huai is not cooperating with her now, which makes Huai a little distressed. Is there any good idea? Huai thought of an idea, and this idea was really thought of by her. The next day, when Broly came to find Yu again, Huai took the initiative to stop the boy on the rooftop of the academy. You are so good. I told you that if you want to be my wife, there is no chance. But if you want to ask me for food, as long as I have it, I am willing to give you some delicious food because you are friends with Huai and Yu. Broly took out the dragon meat bento he brought today. Yesterday's dragon meat was very popular. Today he brought a lot more, but it was no longer stewed dragon meat. Instead, the dragon meat was chopped into minced meat, coated with breadcrumbs, and fried into pieces of dragon meat patties. After the bento was opened, the aroma of fried meat immediately wafted, and it was mixed with the fat of another kind of cattle monster creature. It was the top chef of the Axel Adventurer Guild, and the dragon meat dish was carefully prepared. Master Aqua, Darkness, and Wiz all said it was delicious. I'm not looking for you to become your wife. Of course, I'm very grateful for the food you gave me, so, in order to thank you for your delicious food, I decided to be your strategist. While eating fried meat patties, Huai introduced herself to Broly, saying that she was a girl from the Crimson Demon Clan, so she knew Huai, who was also a girl from the Crimson Demon Clan, better. Since she couldn't intervene from Huai's side, she chose to intervene from the boy's side. The two ideas of wanting Huai to become a wife and Huai not wanting to become a wife were the biggest conflicts, and conflicts could bring about story plots. And she, Huai, would be an assistant to promote this realistic strategy plot, helping the boy to conquer the uncooperative, arrogant, and willful Crimson Demon Clan girl. Chapter 211. Huai, good morning. The next day, when Huai was about to go out, Broly jumped down from the roof and greeted her very energetically. Hey, good morning, Broly, aren't you going to Yu's house? Huai felt a little strange, because boys usually go to Yu in the morning. Although Yu agreed to be your future wife, you should treat her better, but if you still want to pursue Huai, you must treat Huai with a better attitude than Yu. This was the advice given by the military strategist yesterday, and Broly listened to it. When asked about the situation, thanks to the military advisor's advance instructions not to expose her existence, she thought for a moment and said, I plan to favor you a little more, so I came to your side today. Compared to our normal red demon girls, Huai has a bit more tsundere. And the target of the tsundere attribute is most afraid of encountering a player who plays straight. Seeing your straightforward appearance, you have already restrained her before, but you didn't grasp this point. Now, you should continue to play straight, straighter than before. What are you talking about, favoritism? Haven't I regretted it? Hearing this, Huai's face turned red. Sister, have you been confessed by Broly brother? Xiaomi, her younger sister behind her, curiously poked her head to ask. No, kid, don't talk nonsense, go home quickly. Huai pushed her sister into the house, but maybe Xiaomi's question was too loud just now and was heard by the people inside. Who confessed to my daughter? The father of the magic tool craftsman rushed out angrily and shouted. Don't listen to Xiaomi's nonsense, I'm going to school. Huai quickly took the boy's hand and ran out. When Piao Sanlang came to the door, Huai had already run far away. I didn't say I didn't allow it. The man stood at the door and looked at his daughter's back, muttering in his mouth. Honey, is Broly's kid here again? Inside the house, Wei Wei asked in an apron. Yes, it's here again. Bring something to our house. Piao Saburo picked up the meat placed by the door and responded to his wife. Since their daughter met Broly, their family's life has improved a lot, because Broly knew that their family was in financial difficulty, so he would bring some souvenirs every time he came. As a result, Piao Saburo and Wei Wei now have a very good impression of the boy, so good that even if they heard that their daughter might be confessed by the boy, they didn't care much. Huai pulled the boy out of the range that could be seen at the door of the house, and then stopped panting. She looked at the boy next to her with some resentment while panting, and complained, Why did you go to my door early in the morning and say that you favor me? Are you afraid that my family will misunderstand? Misunderstand what? Of course, it's a misunderstanding of the relationship between you and me. So, what should our relationship be now? Ordinary, friendship, right? Hui turned away and answered. That's what Hui said in the morning. On the rooftop at noon, Broly told Yugo Hui about Hui's reaction in the morning. Hehe, a tsundere girl is like this. Since she doesn't dare to look you in the eye and blushes, it means that her words are not sincere. However, it is impossible for her to directly admit that she should have a closer relationship with you. In my opinion, that guy is just a simple child who doesn't understand love. Yugo Hui said with the look of an experienced person. After thinking for a while, he said, in the evening, you need to wrong Yu and choose to send Hui home in person to prove that your preference in the morning is not a lie. Yugo Hui's suggestion made Broly hesitate. What's wrong? I have something to do in the evening. Hey, what's the matter? In the evening is the time for me to learn teleportation magic. Enough. A boy who can fly faster than teleportation magic is learning teleportation magic? Are you kidding me? Ino. Okay, can you spare some time? I have to go back and ask. Broly is now a master of time management. He gets up in the morning to pick up Aqua who might be hung over somewhere at home, and then does his daily wrestling morning exercises with darkness. After the morning exercises, he takes his wallet out to buy the ingredients needed for the day in 2 places. Originally, Aqua was in charge of this matter, but after the dividends became rich again, Aqua returned the troublesome and unprofitable purchasing rights. After buying the ingredients and preparing breakfast for Axel, Broly will bring another breakfast to Yu's house in the Crimson Devil Village. After meeting up with Yu, he will walk to the Red Prison Academy with the girl in a normal way, and then share breakfast with Hui who came to the academy. Occasionally, other Crimson Demon girls will come over. Broly never refuses to eat and drink for free. When Yu and Hui have to go to the first morning class, Broly will go back to Axel to make vitality potions and send them to the succubus shop. After doing all this, there will be an hour of free time. During this time, Broly sometimes goes to the Adventurers Guild to accept some tasks, and sometimes he is asked by acquaintances to do something. 1 hour before noon, he will arrange lunch for the whole family. Sometimes he cooks it himself or with darkness, and sometimes he takes the ingredients and finds some chefs with good skills to cook it. He also prepares lunch for the 2 places, flies to the Crimson Devil Village to deliver the food, and then comes back to be Aqua's nap pillow, helping his master take a nap and have a good dream. It was almost evening when he went to Whis to learn the complex teleportation magic from the Lich Lady. During this time, he also had to prepare dinner and do the daily bathing to earn happiness points. When it was time to go to bed at night, he would occasionally be pulled over by darkness to dream together. By adding points to darkness crazily in the dream, the 2 of them had a hearty dream battle, the kind that fought to death. In the morning, it was another day of repetition. Do you want to send the girl home? Sure, anyway, you can almost directly click the teleportation magic skill. When it was almost evening, Broly went to ask Wiz if he could reduce the number of teleportation points today. When learning teleportation magic, Broly got a positive answer from Miss Lich. After sending Hui home in front of Yu according to the strategist's idea, Huai said she didn't want to send him home, but her happiness value in the Crystal Palace increased significantly. The only problem is that this made Yu feel disappointed. If you want to start a harem, you have to learn the way of balance. After learning teleportation magic to the point where you can force it with skill points, Broly's evening study time was occupied by the strategy strategist. The eye mask girl crossed her fingers and put her hands on the desk with her back against the sunset, which made Broly's mind emerge with the strange message of Commander Akari. But isn't this unfair to Yu? Broly asked a question. This question is well asked. The fact that you can ask this question means that you already have your own preferences. Compared to the arrogant and a little bit pretentious Huai, you obviously prefer the well-behaved and sensible Yu. However, your goal is to start a harem. Palace. Then you can't use personal preferences to influence your own judgment. With Yu's personality, you can see without me saying that even if you ignore her a little, she will not change her decision to become your wife. But this deal is worthwhile to increase the chance of conquering Huai. Huai's words are very objective, that is, he doesn't have much humanity and emotion, and only arranges the strategy plan with the realization of the goal as the only interest. Chapter 212. Huai's plan is very effective, which can be seen from the greatly improved happiness value of Huai during this period. However, Broly felt uncomfortable when executing the strategy plan arranged by Huai. He used to treat people sincerely, but now he seems to be wearing a mask. Like a puppet, he said insincere words and did things that he didn't want to do. The deal may be worthwhile, but I don't like this kind of deception. That day, Broly finally spoke his mind. Do you still want Huai to be your wife? Yugo would ask. Oh yeah, I want to, but I don't want to make you feel bad. Broly told the truth. Yu is easy to coax. You just need to say a few nice words to her to make her happy. Oh yeah, I said, I don't like deception, and I don't want to make you feel bad. Iso, are you going to give up Huai? No, I will try my best to make Huai my wife. Yugo was silent for a while before asking the boy in front of him, Ito, you know what I'm looking at you now? What? Oh yeah, fool, you don't even want to use your brain to open a harem, and you just want to rely on sincerity to conquer girls? Sincerity is the ultimate skill, what's wrong with that? But this may prevent you from conquering Huai, are you sure? Oh yeah, I tried hard, and if it still doesn't work, it's not my fault. Broly thought that he might make Yugo angry if he didn't want to continue to follow the strategy plan that Yugo helped to make. But in the end, the girl with the eye mask just smiled and tore up the strategy plan that she spent a lot of time to help write. Ha, no calculation, only sincerity, just like a love affair that a fool rushed into. Is this what a real love affair looks like? Hey, aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Your persistence that I didn't even think of is exactly the interesting writing material I want to collect. I have to thank you. However, in this case, my strategy experience may not be able to help you, and it depends on your own efforts next. Just like that, Huai was dismissed by Broly after only 2 weeks as a strategist. However, despite being dismissed, Huai still gave Broly some advice. For us, the Crimson Demons, being handsome is the most important thing. As long as your various behaviors are handsome enough, you can enhance your own charm in the eyes of our tribe. Of course, you are already attractive enough in my eyes now, but unfortunately I am not recognized by your Crystal Palace. Perhaps, I should write a novel called My First Love, destined to be regretful to commemorate this unrequited love. Broly couldn't quite understand the thoughts of this strategist, because whether he was happy or sad, Huai's face could not show real emotions. The only thing that was certain was that Huai was indeed helping him to conquer Huai, even though her strategy plan had been rejected by him, but he still gave him advice from another aspect. But what is considered handsome? You may learn about the performance courses of our Crimson Demon clan, such as the N ways of chanting the same magic, the control of the timing of the appearance and the rendering of the environment, and the complete set of actions that can be performed in coordination with the environment. Because of the advice of Enough, Broly became a day student of the Red Prison Academy. Although the Red Prison Academy only accepts children of the Crimson Demon clan as students, if there are outsiders who want to learn the handsomeness, pretentiousness, of the Crimson Demon clan, the principal here is also very welcome. Of course, it is limited to the study of performance courses. As for the study of magic, according to the principal, unless Broly is now a member of the Crimson Demon clan, he can directly school. Time passed, the weather turned cold, and when winter was approaching, an uninvited guest arrived at Hui's house, which was rebuilt by Bro with new tree trunks. After searching for a long time, I finally found you, my great master. After learning that your seal was lifted, I came from afar. From now on, I will become your hands and feet and protect your safety at the cost of my life. It was a tall woman with a cloak and a beautiful face. When Hui and Xiaomi were eating tangerines, she suddenly came to the front of the courtyard, knelt on one knee to Hui, who was lying in her arms with a little black cat, and said these words. Sister, your acquaintance? Xiaomi asked. No, I don't know this person at all, but... Hui looked at the strange woman kneeling on one knee and suddenly laughed. I knew that sooner or later there would be such a day, and the era of chaos is about to begin. You will follow me, my loyal servant. Hey, Ernest, why are you here? Before Hui finished her words, Host, who came out of the house wearing an apron and holding a hot pot, interrupted her and asked the newcomer. Host, why are you here? An acquaintance. Broly poked his head behind Host, holding 2 large plates of cut meat in his hands, and Yuya followed behind him with something. As for the other girls from the Red Demon clan in the academy, they came here to celebrate Hui's birthday today. Well, her name is Ernest, she is a high-level demon like me, and also a servant of Lord Wabuk. The Lord Wabuk mentioned by Host is said to be the evil god sealed in the Red Devil, but specifically refers to the little black cat lying in Hui's arms. Seeing Host, who is also a high-level demon, explaining his identity to a human child, Ernest frowned. But then, she turned her eyes to the little black cat in Hui's arms. Lord Wabuk, please come here and leave this place with me. Hey, are you going to seduce my cat like this? Hui yelled with some dissatisfaction. The little black cat in her arms just glanced at the demon in the courtyard, yawned, and jumped out of the girl's arms. Under the expectant eyes of the female demon, it ran to Broly's legs, completely without the image of an evil god, and directly rubbed the boy's trouser legs. Meow. It was asking for food. Among all the guests who came to Hui's house, the boy was the most generous and always brought delicious food. Hui's half, long time no see. After seeing the little black cat, a group of red demon girls also surrounded it and greeted it. Let us touch it. One girl after another reached out and stroked the lying black cat. The black cat did not resist. Before knowing Broly, these girls from the Crimson Demon clan were the ones who fed food to. How dare you be so bold and blaspheme the great Lord Wabuk? Seeing this, Ennis stood up directly. Who is Wabuk? I don't know him. This is my little black cat. Hui said with her hands on her hips. But she actually knew the true identity of little black cat. He was the evil god who was released by her sister after the seal was lifted. Although she didn't know why the other party was in the form of a little black cat and stayed in her home, this kind of thing could not be admitted now. You hateful humans, you actually raised the great Lord Wabuk as a cat. It's unforgivable. Seeing Broly feeding meat to the little black cat, and the little black cat licking the boy's fingers after eating the meat, the female demon was a little angry. Calm down, Ernst, this is the master's own choice. Hoster put down the hot pot in his hand and persuaded his colleagues on the opposite side. To be honest, when he first saw his master in this posture, he was also shocked, but now he has accepted this result. Hoster, you traitor, you must have helped these humans control the great master. However, the female demon on the opposite side seemed to ignore the explanation, and flew in and directly attacked the cat-stroking girls inside. Bang! But the next moment, she was hit on the forehead with a finger snap, and the whole person flew out and hit a huge stone that was moved to the yard for decoration. Chapter 213, Holding the Cat Hostage to Control the Devil. I told you to calm down, but you don't believe it. Looking at Ernst who was printed on the stone, Horst was also a little helpless. So that's it, is this your reliance on controlling the master? The female demon began to emit black air all over her body, her cloak was lifted by the airflow, and a pair of demon wings emerged from her back. Hey, Ennis, don't slander me. I didn't control the master. I just reminded you because I didn't want to see you suffer. This boy, his name is Broly, he fell in love with the eldest daughter of the master of this house, and his strength is no different from that of a monster. You should be able to feel the gap between you and him with that finger just now, and this is when he held back. But if you continue to do it, the next outcome will not just be being bounced away. Hoster reminded again. No need to say more nonsense. As Ennis said this, her figure quickly retreated, and took off directly to the air more than 10 meters above the ground of the courtyard, and stopped after pulling away enough distance. Physical aspects are not my strong point, and being able to defeat me in this aspect is nothing. I, Ernst, a loyal servant and follower of Lord Wabuk, am really good at divine magic. Now, let you blasphemers see how powerful I am. Ernst raised her hand and began to chant, the evil god who controls laziness and tyranny, pass through the 7 gates of the abyss and grant me the power to despise the sky. A dark purple magic energy ball condensed above the opponent's palm, and the bright moon was obscured by the purple ball emitting an ominous aura at this moment. It's cursed lightning, Ernst, this guy, is going to blow this place up. Hearing Ernst's chanting, Host was a little nervous at first, but when he saw the boy walking to the side and looking at the sky outside, he thought of the scene where the other party had easily taken on his own attack magic, and he relaxed directly. Although magic attainment is not as good as Ernst's, judging from the ease with which Broly took his magic, it seems that Ernst's magic, which is only 2 or 3 times more powerful than his attack magic, should not pose much threat. Hey, the female demon floating above, is it really okay for you to use range attack magic directly? You should know that the so-called adult you are is in my hands. Just when Host thought that the boy would take the attack, or kill Ernst in seconds, he didn't expect that it was Huai who took the first shot. Huai grabbed the little black cat that was rubbing Broly's trouser legs, and lifted the cat up to block it in front of her. Ah, you are despicable. Seeing this, the female demon who was still aggressively gathering powerful magic realized that her noble Lord Wabuk was still below. Huai, you use Xiaohe to block the magic, isn't this not good? Yu looked at the little black cat in the girl's hand worriedly. Yu, don't say anything. That guy is coming for my little black cat. Hey, you demon who wants to abduct my cat, what are you going to do now? Huai pushed Yu aside and shook the person in her hand, cat hostage, giving the right to choose to the female demon in the air. Ernst's expression changed for a while, and finally extinguished her magic. After falling from the air, she looked like she was being held hostage, and asked the big evil girl Huai, what do you want to do to let my master go? Humph, you actually broke the rock in my yard, now go outside and find me a good one to replace it. No, it's not that he knocked me out and let me fall on it, so it's broken, what does it have to do with me? Ernst pointed at Broly and said indignantly. Then will you change it? Huai didn't reason with the female devil at all. She just shook the little black cat in her hand, and let Ernst fly out with a constipated expression to find a big stone. When she found a stone of similar size outside and moved it here with great effort, a group of people in Broly's side were already eating hot pot. Who, I moved the stone you wanted for you. Should I let my master go? Ernst moved the big stone to the yard, and came to the side of the house panting, and asked Huai who was sitting in the main seat inside. This matter, wait until you take away the garbage in the yard first. While eating hot pot, Huai took the little black cat out of her arms and shook it in front of the female devil, and then ordered her to do something. Ernst. The boy who had sent her flying with a flick of his finger was sitting next to the nasty guy carrying his master. He couldn't attack him, so Ernst could only carry the broken stone in the yard and walk out. When Ernst came back, even though she had strengthened her body with strengthening magic, her body was already shaking all over. Can you, let my master go? She asked. I haven't cleaned up my house much recently. Huai said again, still carrying the cat in the same way as when she was eating shabu-shabu, but this time she was blowing out the candles on the birthday cake while carrying the cat. Ernst looked at the boy holding a knife next to her, and could only silently pick up the bucket and rag pointed at in the yard, fetch water from the well, and then walked into the wooden house. While Broly and others were cutting and dividing the cake, she started cleaning the house. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? Ernst squatted on the ground and wiped the floor with a rag, not understanding why it turned out like this. Could it be that this magic prop bracelet is also the cause? When I bought it, I heard that this was a prop that could meet the person I wanted to meet, but after wearing it, I only met some useless men. I wanted to break this thing and dismantle it, but it couldn't be realized because the workmanship was too good. As a result, I suffered a lot and came here. After coming here, I didn't meet any useless men, but I met a scary boy who prevented her from taking back her owner. This damn cursed prop. Ernst attributed her misfortune to the magic prop bracelet on her hand. Just when she was depressed about scrubbing the rag in the bucket, a piece of cake on a plate was suddenly handed to her. Beautiful devil sister, here's the cake for you. Xiaomi said as she stood in front of her with the cake. Ernest was a little dazed, and a plate of cake was stuffed into her hand. After doing this, Xiaomi ran back without looking back, but she shouted, "Xiaomi wants more, Xiaomi wants the strawberry piece." "Hey, Xiaomi, didn't you just cut 2 pieces of cake? Hoster is bigger, I gave 2 pieces of cake too." Such a conversation came from the other side. "Ernest, are you calm now?" Hoster came to her side, holding a plate with a piece of cake in his hand, and then continued, "This family did not control Lord Wabuk, but Lord Wabuk chose to stay here and was unwilling to leave with me." Ernest looked at the piece of cake in her hand in silence for a while, then suddenly turned her head and asked Hust, "Do you want to make a summoning contract with that girl?" Cough cough cough. Hoster coughed and seemed a little flustered. "What are you talking about? That girl has a very high affinity with demons. Even I was almost bewitched just now. I don't think that as a fighting demon, you will really leave without your master just because your master doesn't want to leave." Speaking of this, Ernest paused, thinking of the boy who shot her away with a flick of his finger, and then added, "Unless that guy with terrifying strength is stopping you from taking Lord Wabuk away." Hoster was silent for a while before saying, "Broly didn't stop me. I did choose to stay because of Xiaomi. After serving Lord Wabuk for so long, I suddenly want to live an ordinary daily life. As a fighting demon, Hust used to be either in battle or on the way to battle, and he was a little tired. Of course, the more important point is that I have confirmed that the little black cat is only a part of Lord Wabuk. The real Lord Wabuk broke free from the seal 7 years ago. The reason why he didn't show up might be that he had his own ideas. For example, he might want to live an ordinary life just like me." "What?" Ennis opened her eyes wide. "Don't be so surprised. You know the situation of Lord Wabuk. He was slandered as an evil god by the Accusis Church. The seal made his reputation disappear from the public's view. Now that the seal has been lifted, he doesn't show up in front of us. It's easy to guess why he did this." Chapter 214 Flame Reaction Fireworks. "Why, what birthday wish did you make just now?" In the room, Yu, who was eating cake, thought of something and asked curiously. "I won't tell you. If you tell me your birthday wish, it won't come true." Hui turned her head away. Let me guess, did you make a wish to learn explosion magic as soon as possible?" Yugo Hui pushed his cross-eye mask and said it confidently. "Ah, Yugo Hui, did you learn some kind of mind-reading magic?" Hui quickly covered her chest. "Does our academy have that kind of magic? And if you want to understand your wishes, you don't need mind-reading magic at all. But, then again, Hui, why are you so persistent in wanting to learn explosion magic?" Sticky Scroll asked, and the other red demon girls who came to celebrate their birthdays also looked at Hui with some curiosity. Thanks to Broly, the catfish who broke into their lives, the relationship between these red demon girls is much better than before, which led to Hui not making perfunctory answers or no answers. Okay, I'll tell you, when I was young, I was in danger in the wild. It was a terrifying dragon, and the person who saved me at that time was a magician who controlled explosion magic. I was attracted by the explosion magic used by the opponent at that time, but the opponent defeated the terrifying dragon that wanted to hurt me with only one blow. No, Hui, you have never left the village, how can you encounter a terrifying dragon in the wild? Are you trying to say that there are terrifying creatures like dragons near our village, and they have not been discovered and eliminated by the adults in our village? Humph, this is my own secret, and it is a secret that cannot be revealed." Hui straightened her chest, and no matter what others said, she did not argue to prove the authenticity of the childhood story she just said. "Well, in fact, it cannot be said, because the seal of the dragon was opened by me. After many years, my sister did something similar to what I did back then, and the former dragon is now Xiahe sleeping on my legs." The girl named Hui came to me with the seal ball and asked about the seal of Lord Wabuk. She told me about how she accidentally unlocked the seal of Lord Wabuk. When she asked me how the dragon turned into a black cat when she unlocked the seal, I knew that Lord Wabuk had come out a long time ago. Moreover, after coming out, he personally seized the power of the tyrannical half-body and sealed his half-body back with his own hands. What host said made Ernst a little stunned. "And Hui, the girl who just threatened you to do housework with Lord Wabuk's half-body, is actually Lord Wabuk's disciple. The explosion magic that the other party is now looking forward to learning is the power that Lord Wabuk showed her. And Lord Wabak may have left some of his own breath on the other party, which is why Lord Wabak's half-body is now pestering the other party and not leaving. Ernest felt confused. Her master had already unsealed himself many years ago and fled and changed his name. Now the girl from the Red Demon clan who thought she controlled her master has become her master's disciple. Then what is she who wanted to take back half of her master's body just now? A clown? Hoster, why didn't you explain the situation to me earlier? Because Lord Wabak didn't let the child know his identity, so. Hoster shrugged his shoulders. It's not that he didn't want to say it, but he couldn't say it in person. Now it's time to be alone, I'll tell you right away. Ernest. I recently combined the banquet skills and learned a cool performance skill. Do you want to see it? In the other room, Broly asked Huai and others, and got the answer that everyone wanted to see. Okay, then. Broly walked into the courtyard and raised his hand, and condensed an energy ball on his fingertips. But the difference from ordinary energy balls is that this energy ball faintly emits colorful light. Go, colorful fireworks! Broly shot this special energy bomb into the sky, and as he manipulated it to explode, a beautiful flame reaction firework composed of air mixed with magic power bloomed in the sky of the Red Devil village. So beautiful! The Crimson Demons in the village watched this scene. Since they had been informed in advance, no one came to check the situation. Huai, look, there is your name in the sky. Broly is wishing you a happy birthday. The Crimson Demon girls were very envious. Yu shook Huai's shoulders and said to her excitedly. I saw it, stop shaking me. Huai's face was red. She didn't expect the boy to do such a thing. Huai's happiness value is increasing. Broly looked at Huai's happiness value, which suddenly increased. In his heart, he believed more and more in his master's teaching that gorgeous performances can bring happiness to people. The fact that the Crimson Demons would be amazed at handsome things was also confirmed. Broly only felt that he was in order to make his own energy more gorgeous and handsome, and the efforts and learning made in recent times are not in vain. Of course, this kind of learning to attach a layer of flame color reaction to chi has no improvement in his own combat power. Yu's happiness value is decreasing. After firing more than a dozen large-scale fireworks into the sky, Broly suddenly received a message that Yu's happiness value was decreasing. He hurriedly stopped and looked at Yu, and saw that the girl's pretty face illuminated by the light of the fireworks had a look of loss. What's wrong, Yu? Are the fireworks not beautiful? Broly walked over and asked. It's not that it's not beautiful, but I suddenly think Huai's birthday party is really lively. It's really lively. When I celebrate my birthday in the future, I won't invite so many people to participate. She nodded softly, seeming to agree with this point very much. It's only this year that it's so lively. In the past, I always celebrated my birthday with my sister, and we didn't have a dinner as sumptuous as this one, not to mention a birthday cake to eat. Huai recalled the past and said that compared with the current life, her family was so poor that they couldn't even afford a cake. It was like hell. And these changes seemed to be brought by Broly. Damn, why do I feel like he's keeping me? Huai thought in her heart, but she was secretly looking at Broly with red eyes. When is your birthday? February 29th, what's wrong? Broly calculated the time of his return and found that he could catch up, so he said to Yu, next time you have a birthday, I will also hold a birthday party for you like Huai's. Hey, really? Yu widened her eyes, as if she couldn't believe such a good thing. Of course. Broly thought this was not a problem. Yu's happiness value is rising. The next moment, Yu's softness wrapped around his face, and the daughter of the Red Demon clan leader seemed to be ready to repay him with a suffocating feeling. Chapter 215, Explosive Magic That Knocks Down. After Huai's birthday, a female demon appeared in her home. Ernest made a contract with Huai, who was holding a black cat. Until she could persuade her master to change her mind and leave with her, she would stay in Huai's home as a familiar. For this reason, Ernest was willing to be driven by Huai and her family to a certain extent, and promised that after achieving her own goals, she would never retaliate against Huai and her family and friends in any name. With a familiar that was easy to use around her, someone could be responsible for cleaning up the house. Huai did not hesitate and agreed directly. One of the reasons why she agreed so readily was that she had a better understanding of the binding nature of the devil contract. I know it quite well. The demons in this world are a very honest clan. Once they sign a contract, it is difficult for them to violate it, because if they really violate it, they will pay a huge price for the contract backlash, including but not limited to the death of their real bodies in hell. In mid-December, the sky began to snow, and when a layer of white snow accumulated on the playground of the Red Prison Academy of the Red Demon Clan, Hui had accumulated enough skill points in advance because she often ate high-level monster meat. She was impatient and took out her personal card without hesitation and clicked on the explosion magic she had been thinking about. Stupid, Hui, if you learn the advanced magic directly, you will graduate from the academy. Yu wanted to stop it, but Hui acted too quickly and added the accumulated skill points to the explosion magic in an instant. Ha ha ha, a real magic genius girl must graduate from the academy in advance. Hui jumped onto the desk, holding up the card with the skill explosion magic in her hand, and announced loudly to the students around her, from today on at the beginning, I, Hui, am a great magician who masters explosion magic. A magician who masters explosion magic is not great at all, and you can graduate so early, although it is also because you always get the first place in your grades and drink a lot of skill potions, but the bigger reason is that you got a lot of high-level ingredients brought by Broly for free. The Red Demon girls in the classroom complained. Assholes, I won't allow you to continue to slander explosion magic, come out with me, I want to let you see the true charm of explosion magic. Just when Hui was about to go to the playground to show the greatness and charm of explosion magic to her classmates, Hui asked Yu who was standing beside her. Hui's skill points are enough to learn explosion magic. Yu, who has also eaten a lot of high-level monster ingredients, should have accumulated enough skill points to learn advanced magic, right? Yet, Yu didn't deny it, and her skill points were actually enough to support her to learn other advanced magics except for explosion magic, which required extra skill points, a month ago. Then Yu, what advanced magic did you learn? Dong asked curiously. I haven't learned it yet. Yu answered. Hey, why? Dong was puzzled. Because I have learned advanced magic, I have to graduate from the academy, but I still want to be with you and everyone, so. Yu's explanation made the Red Demon girls around her speechless and moved. Compared to graduating from the academy quickly, this girl hoped to stay with her friends for a longer time. But, Yu, what advanced magic are you going to learn? Radiant Blade, Crimson Flame, or Hell Dimension Break? What I'm asking about is some advanced magic that is mastered by more people in the Crimson Demon Clan, and among these magics, the advanced magic of Shining Blade is the most practical. Not only does it consume low magic, but it also has a good attack power, and it also has the sacred effect of restraining the Demon King's army that the Crimson Demon Clan often troubles. Of course, Breathing Storm is also good. Maybe you can blow yourself up to the sky in the future and fly freely in the air like Broly. Ha, isn't that a couple? Thinking of that picture, Yu was a little moved. At this time, Hui, who had gone downstairs to the playground, ran back. What are you guys doing? Come down quickly and see the explosion magic I just learned. After learning the explosion magic, how can I let the important audience be absent when I cast it for the first time? While Hui was speaking, she forcefully pulled the few people who were still in the classroom down. When everyone was gathered, the girl coughed lightly and chanted the lines that she had chanted for countless times. With the final sentence explosion, a loud bang, a powerful magic bombardment occurred on the playground, and a large charred pit was blown out of the ground. The aftermath of the destructive magic also melted the snow around the playground. Ha ha ha, see, this is the explosion. Before Hui finished speaking, her body suddenly fell forward. It was the first time she cast the explosion magic, and it was without the assistance of a staff. This explosion magic directly drained the magic power in her body. Broly supported her in time, so Hui did not fall directly to the ground. What happened? The explosion at close range caused the teachers and the principal of the academy to move out instantly. When they understood what happened here, they felt relieved and speechless. The glass was shattered. The old principal felt sorry for the broken windows of the academy's teaching building. As a student, Hui, how can you release such powerful magic in the academy? Teacher Putin began to lecture. But Teacher Putin, didn't your adults also use magic to completely bomb our village into ruins last time when a large number of demon-potted plants unlocked the petrification seal? Hui refuted. That was a celebration day, and the purpose was to show the charm of various advanced magic to young students, but before bombing the village, we did move the things inside. Putin explained with a headache. So, the situation when the adults rudely bombed the village was all acted out by you? Yu asked with wide eyes. Yes. The old principal gave a thumbs up and admitted it directly. However, things like this will only happen once in a generation. Otherwise, it's just a group of petrified demons collected as potted plants. How can it require so many adults in the village to work together to solve it? It's just to show off the charm of advanced magic in front of the children, ahem, to show the charm of advanced magic, so that the children have enough yearning for advanced magic. But I don't know why, the advanced magic of the adults at that time was very gorgeous, but the first young man in this generation who learned advanced magic still chose the impractical explosion magic. My head is so dizzy. I felt nauseous after losing magic power. Of course, I told you many times, explosion this magic is a funny magic that consumes a lot of mana, but has only purely destructive effects. Puchin was also a little helpless, but he still took out the magic potion from his arms and handed it to Broly, asking the boy to feed it to Huai in his arms. I don't want to drink this stuff. Huai turned her head away. The Red Demon Clan's magic potion used bitterroot grass. Although the effect is much better than ordinary magic potions, the taste is really unsatisfactory. If you don't want to drink it, you have to wait for your magic power to recover little by little, so that you won't feel dizzy, and this depends on your magic recovery ability. Normally, you can't recover without 7 or 8 hours of rest time. Hearing this, Huai made a bitter face. Isn't it okay for me to drink it? She opened her mouth and waited for the boy to feed her. Or drink this. Before Huai could react, the boy's finger penetrated her open mouth. Then, a liquid carrying powerful life energy flowed into her mouth. The freshly made vitality potion quickly restored Huai's bad condition. What did you give me to drink? My life essence. Ah. The vitality potion transformed from my chi. Don't breathe too hard when you talk. Just like that, on this day in mid-December, Huai learned the explosion magic that she had always dreamed of. After a shot on the playground of the academy, she was completely exhausted and Broly poured her life essence, a pure handmade vitality potion. Chapter 216, Unemployment After Graduation, From Campus Student to Social NEET. The Red Demons do not have adulthood in the conventional sense of the outside world. They believe that as long as a child masters advanced magic, he is an independent adult. And what should a child do after being independent? Of course, find a job. But just as explosion magic is evaluated as funny magic, Huai encountered the harsh setback of only knowing one funny magic and not being able to find a job after officially receiving the graduation certificate issued by the Red Prison Academy. Sorry, we don't need people who only know funny magic here. It's a pity that although I really want to help young people who have just graduated and provide them with a job that can support themselves, I don't want my family's clothing store to be blown up by your explosion magic one day in the future. Fishing does not require explosion magic, and if you just want to fry fish, please go somewhere else to fry them, thank you. In the Red Devil Village, no one needs a little girl who can only use explosion magic but not other magic to work in the industry they are engaged in, especially a young man who always wants to use his magic to make a big splash. Why is it like this? It was another day of job hunting failure, and Huai fell to her knees in frustration on the street. Isn't this the reason why Huai only knows one explosion magic? Yu, who was accompanying her to find a job, complained. She also learned advanced magic, but after graduation, she became the favorite odd job worker of the villagers in the Red Demon Village because she also mastered a lot of practical low and medium level magic. Just like now, Yu was accompanying Huai to find a job while using a compound magic that combined wind and fire to clean the snow on the streets of the village. The daily salary was not very high, but it was enough for Yu to support herself and have some surplus. Recently, Yu was saving money to buy gifts for her boy to thank Broly for letting her accumulate so many skill points. Hey, isn't this the capable Yu, and Huai, who is also a fellow NEET who lives off her parents? Good afternoon, both of you. Green Coconut Zay came over and greeted him. Ah, it's Mr. Green Coconut Zay, the first homebody of the Red Demon Clan. Where are you going? Yu greeted the other party politely, while Huai got up from the ground with an unhappy look on her face, and retorted fiercely at the young man who came over, who are you talking about as your companion of the NEET tribe? The NEET tribe refers to people like you who are only interested in relying on their parents, but I, Huai, am just unlucky and can't find a formal job for the time being. What's the difference? I still have to rely on my family for support. Green Coconut Zay shrugged his shoulders before answering Yu's question. I'm going to go to the fortune-telling house to tell my fortune. I see, you're going to pester Miss Sokat again. Yu immediately understood his purpose. Hey, what do you mean by pestering? I just admire her, but I've always been embarrassed to confess to her. Then go ahead and tell her, and see if she'll ignore you. Hui was very upset about this person saying that she was a NEET, but she deliberately started to argue. I will confess to her one day, but not now. You should take care of yourself, NEET Hui. Green Cauliflower waved to Yu, and stepped lightly, ready to go to the fortune-telling house for a paid date service with Miss Soket. Damn it, I must find a job and get rid of the title of NEET as soon as possible. 2 more days passed, and Hui finally locked herself in the room. I couldn't find her at all, and no one in the village wanted her. Sister, aren't you going out for dinner? No, the cruel world outside, I don't want to go out at all. After a series of blows, Hui has already turned into a stay-at-home mom. Xiaomi, what's wrong with your sister? The boy's voice came from outside the voice, which should have been expected to be heard, now made Hui feel afraid. She didn't want to be seen by the other party in this useless state. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, Xiaomi doesn't know anything, because my sister didn't tell Xiaomi anything. Xiaomi answered Broly's question honestly. The thing is, Hui looked for a job in the village after graduation, but she couldn't find a job. She was also regarded as a fellow NEET who was also dependent on her parents by the first stay-at-home elder brother in our village. Now she must have been hit. Yu, who came with her, explained the situation to Broly outside. I wasn't hit. I just slept late yesterday and just got up now. The door was opened suddenly, and Hui sniffed and stood at the door to refute. Ah, sorry, I thought you were hit. Yu apologized quickly. You don't actually need to work. I can support you. Broly said. He is currently working with Wiz on popularizing the production of vitality potions. That is, simplifying the complex potion production process to a level that ordinary pharmacists can learn. And this has already been achieved. At least Wiz can now make some vitality potions that are less effective. I don't want to be a NEET. Hui said loudly. But Broly is not your parent. Yu reminded. My husband is old, but he is old too. So, Hui, have you made any progress in finding a job? This. Hui didn't know how to answer. If she had made any progress in finding a job, how could she be so depressed that she didn't want to leave the room? To be honest, you can rely on us more. We are friends and maybe a family in the future. Yu persuaded. Hui. It was easy to say, but she didn't want to do that at all. She wasn't that big NEET in green breast, who could accept being dependent on her parents and use her parents' money to bother Miss Soket of the fortune-telling house. Fortune-telling house, Soket, fortune-telling? Hui's mind suddenly brightened up, and she cheered up at once. Ha, who do you think I am, Hui? Can finding a job be difficult for me? Hui. Yu was stunned for a moment before asking, so, do you have any ideas? I'm going to go to the fortune-telling house and ask Miss Soket for a fortune-telling. It's impossible for me to not find a job as I master the powerful magic of explosion magic. I can't find a job now, just because I haven't found a job that suits me. Hui said confidently that since she didn't know what she could do in the future, she would go to the fortune-telling shop and ask Miss Soket to tell her fortune and see what she could do in the future. In this world with real divination ability, powerful fortune-tellers may be the strongest professionals in the work consulting industry. Chapter 217 Divination Information about becoming a Demon King and facing death. Welcome, aren't these Yu and Hui? A group of 3 people came to the fortune-telling shop. Soket recognized Yu and Hui and greeted the 2 girls. Good morning, Miss Soket, I'm here to ask you for divination. Hui said, and sat directly opposite the fortune-teller. What do you want to divination about? Is it about the result of love? Soket asked. It was no secret that the boy from another world pursued the girl from this village. On the contrary, the villagers of the Red Demon village would always talk about this topic after dinner. Many red demons were curious about this kind of novel love relationship and wanted to know what the final result would be. In short, they were a group of gossipers who wanted to eat melons. No, I'm not here to ask you for this kind of divination. I want to do career divination. Hui said with a dark face. I want to know my future, what kind of work I will do. She stated her purpose directly. Why don't you consider love fortune-telling? I don't charge. Soket recommended enthusiastically. If you don't tell fortunes, I'll find someone else. Huiwei said directly. Okay, I'll tell fortunes for you now. Only after hearing this did Soket become serious. Your future career. Soket, the first beauty of the Red Demon clan and also the first fortune teller, put her hand on the crystal ball on the table, and the unspeakable magic was manipulated by her to inject into the fortune-telling crystal ball. Some images soon emerged in the crystal ball, but the signal was not good, a bit like an old-fashioned TV, and the images that emerged were very blurry. But with the debugging, the images gradually became clearer. Although it was still a bit pixelated, she had surpassed 99% of the fortune tellers in this world by being able to do this. Let me see, Huiwei, your future job is. You are an overconfident challenger who dares to challenge me, Huiwei. Tremble under my explosion magic. Of course, there was no sound coming out of the crystal ball, but Soket had read divinations for countless people and had long learned to read the lip movements of the blurred images to interpret the divinations. The words spoken by the person who predicted the future scene in the crystal ball. However, Huiwei's first words in the future shocked her a little. When the picture on the crystal ball continued to change, Soket found that Huiwei, whose face was painted with some striped mosaics, was sitting on a black throne decorated with a skull. Wearing a cloak and a blood-red uniform, a group of familiar soldiers were half-kneeling under the throne. The girl picked up the staff and laughed wildly, and launched an explosion magic against the surging human army. Yanran was a traditional demon king in people's inherent impression. No, Miss Soket, why did you suddenly stop talking? What is my future job? As a person other than a fortune teller, Huiwei could also see the light on the crystal ball, but it was more vague, which made her urge. Huiwei, your future job seems to be a demon king. Soket was silent for a while before telling the future situation predicted by divination. What? Yuyu's eyes widened, and Huiwei next to her was stunned when she heard the word demon king, but after she was stunned, she laughed from a slight to a high pitch. Ha ha ha, I knew that my life was destined to be extraordinary. Demon king, I am a demon king. I know where I should find a job. I will join the demon king's army. Huiwei, this is not a joke. Have you forgotten that the enemy of our village is the demon king's army? Don't worry, Yuyu, after I seize power and control the demon king's army, I will allow those ignorant adults in the village who don't give me jobs to work under me. Because she couldn't find a job, she had to become a demon king. Huiwei realized it all at once. For example, her explosion magic can only be used when she is a demon king. When the time comes, I will make things difficult for those adults, find out the mistakes in their work, and then severely deduct their wages. Huiwei said viciously. She had a deep resentment. If there was a chance, she would never mind letting those adults who denied her feel her pain. Miss Soket, could it be that your divination was wrong? How could Huiwei become a demon king? Seeing that persuading Huiwei was useless, Yuyu looked at the divination lady and tried to get an answer from her. Although my divination has never been wrong, this is the future destiny deduced by the evolution of magic after all. I don't rule out the possibility of errors. Soket was modest. Her divination rarely made mistakes. Most of the divinations had been verified. The remaining ones that were not verified were just because the divination of the future had not arrived yet and could not be verified for the time being. How about this, Yuyu, I will also do divination for you to see if there are any mistakes in your future. Soket made a suggestion. Okay. Yuyu looked at Huiwei, who was in a state of madness, complacency and imaginary revenge on society, and nodded quickly, hoping that the fortune teller could come to a conclusion that the fortune teller was wrong. Behind him, Broly showed a distressed expression. The Demon King was the one he would deal with before leaving this world, but if Huiwei became the Demon King, how would he deal with her? Then, Yuyu, I will tell you how your relationship will develop in the future. Well, Yuyu, you will be a good mother and give birth to 2 children with the one you love. They are 2 lovely boys, and your family will live a happy life. Soket's narration was a little stuck. What did she see? She saw more children, and they also had other mothers. One of them was Huiwei, who was pregnant, but there were others she didn't know. Obviously, in Yuyu's future big family, her targets were not only her and Huiwei, but also more women. What's wrong? Did something bad happen in my future? Seeing Soket's pause and the tangled look on his face, Yuyu asked nervously. Ah, nothing bad happened. Soket waved her hands quickly. If she didn't count sharing her husband with more women, Her family was indeed living a happy life based on the fragments of the crystal ball. Even, several women could get together to play some kind of poker game. Then Miss Sokat, doesn't this prove that your divination just now was not wrong? Yu really looked forward to a happy and perfect future, but she was worried about Huai's divination. Wait a minute, let me continue divination. Sokat thought that the timeline of divination was not long enough, so Huai, who was predicted to become a demon king in the future, appeared in Yu's divination as a pregnant woman. As she increased the output of magic power, the light and shadow on the crystal ball moved rapidly, but suddenly stopped at the turning point of fate. On the night of the full moon, children who stare at the full moon will transform into huge and ferocious monsters. The prosperous city was destroyed, and Yu who tried to stop it died at the feet of the ferocious monster. Sokat told the horrific scene he saw, and Yu widened his eyes. Will my future self die? The next moment, the boy came back to his senses and asked, who is the guy who killed Yu? Where is he now? I will go and kill that guy immediately. Chapter 218 Precautions for having a child with a Saiyan and the truth about Huai becoming a demon king. Broly's words silenced Sokat. She twitched her mouth before answering the boy's question. Bekometh ferocious monster is the child of Yu and Yu in the future, but now the other party has not been born yet. After saying this, Sokat's eyes were a little subtle. At the age of the boy in front of him, it would probably take a few years to have a child with Yu. My child with Yu? Broly frowned. He still couldn't understand the matter of having children, so he asked directly, then how can I not have children with Yu? Sokat. She is an unmarried and even unloved young woman of the Red Demon clan. She would really be grateful if a child asked her about not having children. That's when you grow up, you need to pay attention when doing certain things with Yu, such as remembering to bring a set made of sheep intestines, or ejaculating outside the body. Do certain things, what are they? Broly asked in confusion. Just when Sokat didn't want to be looked down upon by the child and was about to teach the boy about adult sports, he was stopped by Yu. Miss Sokat, let's get down to business. It's impossible for a child to transform into a ferocious monster. Your divination must be wrong, right? Yu blushed, thinking that Sokat's divination was wrong. That may not be the case. Sokat shook his head, looked at Broly, and asked, do you have anything special in your body, like the blood of werewolves or vampires that get excited or even crazy after seeing the full moon? I don't know. Broly shook his head. He really didn't know, but my father also told me before not to look at the moon in the sky, especially when it is full. Hearing this, Sokat was not surprised. She looked at Yu and said, if this is the case, it is easy to understand. In the future, your child with him may inherit his bloodline and transform into a ferocious monster when seeing the full moon, thus losing rationality. What should we do then? Either don't have children, or after having children, let the children not look at the moon when it is full. Sokat gave advice. I know. Yu nodded and kept this in mind, but then she realized that she was not testing Miss Sokat's divination ability to see if there was something wrong. How did it become that she was doing divination for herself in the future and reminding herself of the precautions to be taken after having children in the future? Ah, are our red demons finally going to have descendants with the power hidden deep in their bodies? Sokat said expectantly. On weekdays, many people in the Red Demon clan set themselves as having some kind of dangerous forbidden power sealed in their bodies. However, most people just talk about it, but in the future, when Yu gives birth to a child who will transform into a ferocious monster, their clan's bloodline will really have this hypothetical hidden power. If ordinary people learn of this situation, they may feel dangerous, ominous, and like a monster, but this is the Red Demon clan. With this setting, even the clan leader will be proud of his daughter. Miss Sokat, haven't you solved the mystery of why Huai became a demon king? I almost forgot. Sokat reacted, but she was also a little distressed. She couldn't be sure if her divination was wrong, and she couldn't think of how Huai, who only knew explosion magic, could become the new demon king in the future. Thinking about it, Sokat's eyes shifted to Broly, and suddenly he thought of a good idea. Divination is actually the use of magic to deduce future information under the current conditions of each person. And what kind of situation each person can be predicted depends mainly on the ability of the fortune teller, and my ability is only enough to deduce the scene of Huai becoming the demon king, but I don't know how she became the demon king. However, a person's divination has a limit, but if you can divination the target that has reached the limit, the people around him can be divined, and the conditions can be increased by obtaining other divination information, so as to further deduce the future of the person who has reached the limit. Now, I have collected the future information from you, and found that Huai in the future will also live with you. Therefore, we only need to divine more people close to Huai, and we may be able to get the truth about why Huai became the Demon King. After saying that, Soket asked Broly directly, "Are you willing to divine for me?" "Of course, I also want to know how I became the Demon King." Before Broly could speak, Huai came behind him, pushed him to sit on the divination chair, and whispered in his ear in a very ate tone, "Don't worry, when I become the Demon King, I will definitely treat you well." There is a saying that men become bad when they have money, but what this saying actually means is that when people have enough confidence, they may become complacent. It just so happens that Huai is this type of person. Although she does not have enough confidence to support her confidence now, she will have it in the future. Now, after learning that she will become a real Demon King in the future, Huai is very confident. As the eldest daughter of a poor family, the inferiority complex that existed in her heart when getting along with boys has been swept away at this moment. Even now, Huai feels that becoming Broly's wife is a very okay thing, and she will still want to be Broly's wife in the future. Be the one who puts pressure on Yu and is the first wife. Okay. Broly saw that the other party's happiness value was increasing, and he nodded and agreed without objection. Well, this is the third divination today. So Kate nodded and used all her strength. She wanted to see the future of this boy in front of her, how philandering he was, and how many sisters he found for Huai and Yu. Show up to me, the future, of a harem kid. The crystal ball lit up, the light of the crystal ball was extremely bright, the crystal ball went out, and became grey. So Kate stood up and suddenly collapsed back on the chair under him. Yu looked at the scene in front of her, and asked in confusion, "Miss Sokate, what did you see?" "I didn't see anything." Sokate replied, looking at her scrapped crystal ball. She felt like crying but had no tears. "What do you mean by not seeing it?" Huai was a little dissatisfied, and she was still happy to know how she became the Demon King. "What I mean by not seeing it is that this child's power is too strong. I can no longer predict the future." "How is this possible, Sokat? Aren't you the strongest fortune teller in the world who can accurately predict the actions of the Demon King?" Huai didn't believe her. The Demon King's own combat ability is not strong. Forget it. Anyway, you only need to know one thing, that is, the boy who wants you two to be his wives in the future is now more powerful than the Demon King. Moreover, it may be far beyond the Demon King, otherwise it is impossible to break my top-level divination crystal ball. Soket still felt a little distressed when he said this. This crystal ball alone took up a lot of her wealth. In this case, don't we know why Huai will become the Demon King in the future? Yu asked, and Huai already showed an uncomfortable look. She didn't know how she became the Demon King, so she didn't know how she should act. Although she said she wanted to join the Demon King's army, it was all just empty talk. After all, even she knew that the relationship between her own Red Demon clan and the Demon King's army was very bad. If she joined the Demon King's army, she would just be a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth and die. No, I think I have solved the truth of how Huai became the Demon King. However, Soket said this. So, how did I become the Demon King? Hearing this, Huai immediately became alert and asked. Huai, you actually became the Demon King by relying on your parents? Soket pointed directly at the girl's nose and said. Ah! Yu exclaimed. No, how did I become the Demon King by relying on my parents? After being stunned for a moment, Huai slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Miss Soket, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will go to the village to spread the news that your divination is unreliable and slanders the guests. Want to know the truth? Then please take a look at your previous divination content. Faced with Huai's threat, Soket stood still and took out a spare crystal ball to produce evidence. Come, take a close look at this picture after you become the Demon King. Do you see Broly behind the chair? Look. Under Soket's action, the pixel-style divination picture gradually became as clear as the real one, and she aimed the camera at the Demon King's soldiers under the Skull King's throne, but she made a close-up of the eyes of these Demon King's soldiers. Those Demon King's soldiers seemed to be in awe of Huai's power, but their eyes were actually cast on Broly behind Huai. I also suddenly thought of this possibility after I failed to predict his fortune. I went over the future scene that Huai had predicted in my mind and found this detail. Rather than saying that the future soldiers of the Demon King's army are afraid of you, Hui, who will become the Demon King in the future, it is better to say that they are afraid of him standing behind you. Socket pointed at the boy. So, Hui can become the Demon King not by Hui's own power, but by Broly's power. Yu summarized the fortune teller's words, and Socket nodded. How is this possible? Hui widened her eyes, as if she couldn't believe this statement. Why is it impossible? Otherwise, with your current strength, ask yourself, can you really become the Demon King? This. Hui wavered, and she found that she couldn't refute such a thing. The identity of the Demon King requires sufficient power to support it. The current Demon King is a powerful group supporter, and you should be a powerful future husband. I force you to the position of Demon King and use absolute power to subdue the Demon King's army, so that you have a job as a Demon King. So, Hui, you seem to have said before that you want to defeat the Demon King and replace him as the new generation of Demon King, right? If Broly knew that Hui had this wish, would he think of fulfilling it for her? Just like before, Hui made a wish to quickly accumulate enough skill points to learn explosion magic. And you gave us after her birthday. Bring more high-level monster food bento. This is the detail that careful Yu noticed. I think I will. Broly thought about it and felt that he might really do this. At the same time, he also realized that Master Aqua only wanted to deal with the current Demon King, not the next one. If he knew that Hui wanted to be the Demon King, he might really push her to the position of Demon King. So, I still can't escape the identity of a parasite. Hui was stunned. Chapter 219 Gifts from the Crimson Demon Girl's father. Mother, I'm going to leave the village and go out for adventure. On the third day after the divination, Hui, who had locked herself in the room, finally cheered up and said these words to her parents. Hey, sister, are you finally going to marry your brother-in-law, go out with your brother-in-law to settle down, and rely on your brother-in-law for old age? Xiaomi asked curiously, and Host, who was ironing clothes, and Ennis, who was folding clothes, pricked up their ears and looked over. What do you mean by relying on your brother-in-law? I'm not sure whether Broly will become the other half of my life in the end. Can you please stop making rumors? Hui refuted loudly, and Xiaomi tilted her head and asked, then are you going out to adventure alone? That's not the case. I went to the novice adventurer town Axel with Yu and Broly. Hui's answer suddenly became smaller, and Xiaomi put her hands on her hips. Isn't this just following my brother-in-law? I am following him, I admit this, but I'm not going to rely on my parents. I just want to go to a bigger place and find a stage, position, suitable for me to display my ability to master explosion magic. Hui did not give in after knowing that she was living off her parents. Although she accepted Broly's invitation and planned to go to Axel, she just wanted to find a job in the big city, and she definitely did not want to follow Broly to go there and live off her parents. Okay, we are relieved that Broly and Yu will take care of you. Piao Saburo and Wei were not worried about their daughter's situation. Sister, keep working hard when you get to the big city. Xiaomi gave a thumbs up to encourage. I will. Hui felt that her family's smiling attitude was a little strange, but she still nodded to accept her sister's kindness. By the way, this is the magic prop that your classmates Ni asked me to make. It should be a farewell gift for Broly. If you go to the academy to say goodbye to your friends later, take it to them. Piao Sanlang thought of something and took out a pair of leather gloves. Although the production period was only 3 days, this pair of gloves is also an excellent dragon leather glove that can keep warm in winter. Hey, are the sticky rolls going to give Broly a gift? Hui was stunned, and then her face turned ugly. She ran back to her room with the gloves. After a while, she left with the gloves and went to the academy as agreed. Xiao He was not taken away because the family environment had improved and Xiaomi probably would not treat her cat as a reserve food. Hui left with peace of mind. Hui, you are here, everyone is waiting for you. When she came to the academy, Yu saw her and came to greet her. To be honest, she was still a little worried about Hui's situation. It's just a farewell party. Is it necessary to be so solemn? Hui said this, but she was still very moved to be sent off by everyone when she left the village. Here, these are the gloves you asked my father to customize. After seeing the sticky roll, Hui handed the magic props given to her by her father to the girl. After receiving the gloves, the sticky roll was very happy and immediately ran to Broly's side and handed over the warm gloves. Broly, thank you for taking care of your lunchbox these days. This is a gift prepared by everyone for you. It contains the red dragon skin collected by my family, plus the precious materials and money provided by other families. The red dragon gloves are made. If you wear it, your hands will not be cold in winter. Thank you. Broly was handed a pair of gloves. Although his hands were not cold in winter, he still thanked the group of red demon girls. Also, this is a personal gift from me. He took off the black-bottomed white cross-eye mask on his eyes today and handed it to Broly. It has an enhanced version of the magic sealing power effect. It is a real hidden power suppression prop, used to increase the handsomeness value. Yuguhua explained the use of the eye mask, and in fact it was a prop for storing magic power, but the amount of magic stored was very small compared to Broly's personal strength. Thank you. Broly took it and thanked Yuguhua again. No, isn't today our farewell party? Why are you all giving Broly gifts? The girls around the boy were all in love, especially Yuguhua, who personally leaned over to put the eye mask on Broly. Her well-developed breasts were almost printed on the boy's face, which made Huai immediately dissatisfied and complained. Ha, don't worry, there are gifts for you too. Yuguhua took out 2 more eye masks from her arms, but she handed them to Yuyu and Huai respectively. Of course, the eye masks for Yuyu and Huai were not magic props, because Yuguhuai's pocket money did not allow her to prepare 3 magical item eye mask. Are there still people who are treated differently? After hearing that she only got an ordinary eye mask, Huai looked somewhat dissatisfied, but the increase in her happiness value proved that she was still very happy in her heart. Thank you. Unlike Huai, whose happiness was not apparent on the surface, Yuyu's happiness could be seen at a glance. This was a gift that she rarely received from her friends in her life. In addition to the gifts that Go would give, other girls also had gifts for them. The dog tycoon Nian Wan teamed up with others to give Huai a magic wand as a farewell gift. And Yuyu was given a pair of earrings that could better hear the voice of the wind elves. In fact, it was a prop similar to a magic wand that enhanced the wearer's affinity with a certain elemental magic. When we have time, we will definitely come back to visit you. Yuyu said QAQ. After this farewell, we may never meet again, but I, Huai, will always remember you. Huai also sniffed and said. Hey, don't make it sound like we're going to die. The other Crimson Demon girls complained about this, but still said goodbye to them. Goodbye. Broly was also affected by the parting emotions. He reluctantly said goodbye to the group of Crimson Demon girls opposite, and then used the teleportation magic to take his 2 wives and girls, Yuyu and Huai, and instantly teleport to Axel, the backyard of Wiz's magic tool shop. The ultra-long distance teleportation magic can only locate 3 coordinates, and Broly has already determined 2, one is the backyard of Wiz's magic tool shop in Axel, and the other is the doorstep of Yuyu's home in the Crimson Demon Village, the hometown of the Crimson Demons. In other words, as long as he converts enough magic energy, he can travel between Axel and the Crimson Demon Village n times a day. As soon as he thought about it, the sadness of parting with the group of red demon girls disappeared. By the way, Broly, this is my gift. After landing, Yuyu also took out a gift. You have a gift for me too. Broly was a little stunned. He took the book from Yuyu's hand and found that it was a collection of monster dishes, and the author was Mr. Grilled Chicken, the first chef of the Red Demon clan. Aren't you very interested in cooking? I saved up money to buy this book. I hope you like it. Yuyu said. Yeah, I like it very much. Broly nodded. Although he liked eating, not making food, this was a gift, and he was willing to accept Yuyu's kindness. Here, this is my gift. Just then, Huai also took out the gift she had hastily prepared. You have one too. Broly was stunned, and an old windproof goggles was stuffed into his hand. This is an important prop when I was a child. Wearing it, you can see things clearly underwater. Don't you often fly in the air? Wearing this is just right. Huai said this, feeling a little nervous. The gifts given by others were all new and prepared in advance. Her gift was an old item that she hurriedly used as a gift after knowing that everyone would give gifts to boys. She was a little worried that the boy would dislike it. Of course, if you don't like the one I used before, I can buy you a new pair after I find a job here and make money. This one can be used as a replacement before replacing the new goggles. Huai added. No, this one is good enough. Broly pulled the goggles on his face and thought it was okay. Chapter 220 Who is the parasite? There was no ripple when 2 new girls arrived at Axel's house. Whether it was Aqua, Darkness, or Wiz, they had already learned about the situation of Yu and Huai through the boys every day. When Yu and Huai arrived at the house, they were given a grand welcome banquet, which made Yu and Huai feel flattered. Of course, after learning that they were the boys' future wives, Huai stood up and slammed the table, but Yu had no reaction except blushing. "I can't stand it. It turns out that you are a playboy. Well, little carrot, thank you for bringing me here. When I get a foothold here and move out, I will repay you, but forget about being a wife in the future." Huai seemed very angry. After saying this, she returned to the room prepared for her by Broly angrily. Darkness and Wiz looked at each other, while Aqua put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "What's wrong with that girl? She came back with my lovely disciple, but she was angry because he had more wives. Didn't she know about this before? Damn it, she slammed the table in front of me and said that my lovely disciple was a playboy. Did she take me, her future master, seriously?" Huai's attitude made Aqua very dissatisfied. She felt that her status as a mother-in-law was challenged. While drinking, she complained about the girl who left. Calm down, Aqua, didn't you know that she was a little arrogant?" Was persuaded from the side. "Broly, you have to take good care of her and show your manliness," Aqua said to Broly regardless. "I don't think I told Huai and Yu about other wives." Broly thought about it carefully and realized that he had neglected this matter. Although, he often talked about Aqua and the other two in front of Huai and Yu. But because no one asked about his relationship with Aqua and the other two, he did not take the initiative to introduce the situation. "To be honest, I thought you were Broly's sisters," Yu whispered on the chair next to him. "So, do you want to slam the table too?" Aqua looked at her unkindly. No, I think more people is a good thing." Compared to Huai's excitement, Yu quickly accepted the current situation. Yu is such a good daughter-in-law. And the girl's obedience, as expected, won the favor of Aqua's mother-in-law. "Broly, should we go and coax Huai?" After Aqua was drunk, Yu came over and asked softly. "I do have to apologize." Broly nodded. "Ha, you want me to accept your harem just by saying sorry, do you think it's possible?" Unfortunately, Huai did not accept his apology and said that she would move out soon after finding a formal job here. In this regard, Broly could only choose to respect the other party's choice, with the Buddhist mentality of "I am lucky if I get it, and I am dead if I lose it." However, it was mainly because Huai's happiness value was not high, and Broly was not the kind of person who liked to put his warm face on the cold butt. After failing to get positive feedback from Huai many times, he also made a corresponding respectful attitude in a practical way. Of course, if Huai's happiness value was high enough, it might be another matter, but there is no if. Without creating a close enough relationship, Broly's view of Huai was destined to be measured from the perspective of pure happiness value. Although he would treat Huai more favorably than ordinary people, that was all. Broly could not blame Master Aqua for this, let alone let other wives who were also his close friends suffer. Time passed quickly for another half a month. While Yu had gotten along well with others and started to work as a potion apprentice in Wiz's shop, running the very promising family business of Vitality Potion together, Huai continued to be frustrated in her job search. There was no way. Her personality was too arrogant. In addition, she only knew explosion magic, and could only release the amount of explosion magic once. Even if she worked part-time as a blaster in a quarry, her efficiency could only reach the effect of a magician who mastered explosion magic blasting stones. Of course, this does not mean that the power of explosion magic is not good, but it is precisely because it is too good that it is not suitable for production industries. "Hey, Parasite Huai, have you found a job?" Aqua was lying on the sofa and warming herself by the fireplace. When she saw Huai coming back with a tired face, she greeted her enthusiastically. "Who are you calling a parasite?" Huai glared at Aqua, who was lazing on the sofa. "By the way, when are you going to move out?" Aqua asked just one question, and Huai's anger was like being poured with a bucket of cold water. "After I find a stable job," she answered in a low voice. "But as far as I know, you are doing odd jobs now. When can you find a stable job?" Aqua came over and asked with some ill intentions. "It's just because it's winter now, and there are no commissions from the Adventurers Guild. When next spring comes, I will definitely be able to find a suitable team in the Adventurers Guild as a powerful Red Demon Clan magician and make a lot of money," Huai argued. "In that case, you will have to live and eat for free in our house and be a parasite for a long time. Ah, I've already said that I will pay for the food and accommodation fees when the time comes. But you, Aqua, are the real parasite of this family, sitting around and drinking all day long, right? Aqua's relentless pressure made Huai explode, and she pointed at Aqua and said, "What parasite? I am Broly's master, and supporting the elderly is a virtue that everyone should abide by. I am just supported by my lovely disciple. Damn, you shameless old woman. Humph, you are the bad guy who has no status but stays in my house. Ha, this is not your home, but Broly's home. I am staying here as his ordinary friend. Broly is my lovely disciple, his home is my home. As for your ordinary friend status, which ordinary friend would live in someone else's home for so long for free?" Ah, these two are arguing again. Other people who came home one after another saw Huai and Aqua quarreling. And they are used to this kind of fight. Originally it was Darkness and Aqua, but when Huai came, Aqua was very unhappy with this girl who didn't want to be the wife of her own disciple, and she would always make trouble for Huai. Honestly, if Broly wasn't there and insisted on being nice to Huai, Aqua might have started to bring Huai leftovers from home, or even built a doghouse for her to live in outside the yard. According to Aqua, people like Huai who don't know what's good for them shouldn't be treated too politely. Huai, why don't you change your mind? As long as you agree to become Broly's wife like me, Master Aqua won't make things difficult for you. I don't want it. If I have such a vicious master-in-law on my head in the future, I would rather die. Oh, don't worry about them, Yu, come and make dinner with me. Darkness called Yu and felt that Aqua and Huai were basically the same in terms of parasites. Even Huai, who really went out to find a job, was better than Aqua, who was lying at home and living a life of drunkenness. Of course, Aqua also has her time to play a role. Occasionally, when the family members go out, she will throw some extra long buffs on everyone, which can be regarded as a family mascot that provides powerful buffs. However, as a lich, Wiz is not eligible for Aqua's buff with sacred power. Chapter 221, Defeat the Snow Fairy, General Winter Incident. Let's go defeat the Snow Fairy. One day in winter, Broly came back from the Adventurers Guild and proposed an outing. So sudden. The girls were a little surprised. I heard from the guild that defeating the Snow Fairy will make spring come sooner, and I want spring to come sooner. Broly said the reason why he wanted to defeat the Snow Fairy. Isn't it a rumor that defeating the Snow Fairy will make spring come sooner? The weather was too cold, and even Darkness didn't want to go out. No, it's not a rumor. The change of seasons is closely related to magic. The Snow Fairy is the fairy existence formed by the winter magic gathered on the snow. If enough snow fairies are defeated, the climate in some areas may warm up in advance. As the Ice Witch, Wiz has a deeper understanding of ice magic, and she popularized the rumor that defeating the Snow Fairy can make spring come early. So this is true. Yuyu's eyes widened, and Huai pricked up her ears. It's true in theory, but the number of snow elves that need to be conquered to change the climate is too large, so few people will really go out to conquer snow elves in the middle of winter. What about the task of conquering snow elves posted on the guild commission panel? Darkness couldn't help but ask. That kind of commission is usually posted by people who hope that spring will come early, just like someone will hang a sunny doll in front of the window on a rainy day and pray for the weather to clear up. It's just a metaphorical behavior of expecting something to come true. Next to her, Aqua added that she usually hangs around in the house, the market, and the guild, and her understanding of this world is no longer what it was when she first came. So are we going to conquer snow elves? Yu asked. To be honest, when the weather is cold, she also wants to stay in the warm house and doesn't want to go out. Broly, your future wives don't want to go out with you to fight the snow elves, so why don't I go out with you to fight them? But Huai on the other side suddenly said. Hey! Yu was a little surprised by her enthusiasm, and then heard Wiz next to her say, Miss Huai is preparing for spring to come quickly so that you can find a job earlier, right? Yes, that's it. Do you have any opinions? I don't have any opinions, but I'm a little worried about your personal safety. Ha, it's not like I haven't seen snow elves before. They are small snowballs, and the warmth of the palm of your hand can cover them. What's the danger in fighting them? Huai was a little puzzled. The danger of conquering snow elves is not the conquering of snow elves themselves, but the fact that conquering too many snow elves may attract the ice and snow monsters behind the snow elves. What is that? According to rumors, it is a special monster that has been active in the wind and snow. It is a super ghost composed of countless souls of various lives that were frozen to death in the ice and snow. Its strength is unfathomable. There have been many adventurers who did not believe in evil and ran to conquer snow elves in the winter, and therefore died in the ice and snow. Wiz spoke seriously about the legend of snow elves, which made Huai sweat coldly in the warm room. The girl was a little scared. Of course, these are just legends. No one has verified the authenticity of this information. Hearing this, Huai breathed a sigh of relief. However, this may also be because the people who tried to verify it are already dead. But the next sentence of Miss Lich directly made Huai's face solemn again. Although it's a legend, I think every legend is not groundless. For safety, Broly, I think you should not go out to fight the snow spirit. After the continuous failure of finding a job in Axel and the various criticisms of Aqua in the annex, Huai has grown up a little and will avoid risks that she cannot handle. Oh, this is not the reason why the parasite lady who lives in our house wants to continue to parasitize our house openly because of fear. At this time, Aqua came over and said sarcastically. Aqua, I'm not afraid. This is for Broly's safety. Huai gritted her teeth and retorted. My lovely disciple is very powerful. Even if there is a terrifying monster behind the snow spirit, he can easily deal with it. You don't need to worry about his safety. Aqua said confidently, and then said to Broly. Lee expressed his opinion. Broly, Master agreed to go and defeat the snow elves, and I also want to catch some snow elves. As for the person who is afraid, if you don't want Spring to come quickly and find a job quickly, you don't have to go. Anyway, you are not missing one. Aqua's words are double-edged, and under her decision, everyone in the big villa finally participated in this subjugation mission together. The woman wearing a winter cold-proof suit came to the depths of the snowfield outside Axel with Broly. Snow elves are only easier to find in places covered with heavy snow where few people go. Not long after arriving in the depths of the snowfield, Aqua, who was carrying an insect-catching net, found snow elves hiding in a snowy field. They looked like white glutinous rice balls and looked very cute. I caught it. Aqua just waved the net and caught a snow elf that wanted to fly away. She took out the glass bottle she brought and stuffed the captured snow elf into the bottle. Pour milk and sugar into this thing and stir it. Depending on the stirring method, you can get a magical milk smoothie or a magical milk ice cream. Broly, when we get back, the master will make you this delicious food. Aqua, who was holding a bottle of snow essence, said so. In a sense, she is a goddess who knows how to eat and can cook by herself. She has an outstanding talent in enjoying life. The only shortcoming is that she will be more lazy when there is no external pressure. However, when there is pressure or when she wants to put pressure on someone, Aqua will become much more normal. Now she looks at Huai with a provocative look. Huai is a little angry, but she can't do anything about it. Food temptation is impossible for her who can't cook. Broly is so good at it. Humph, don't forget that he wants Spring to come earlier, and to make Spring come earlier, more snow elves must be defeated, and this requires my explosion magic. What's the use of an explosion magic that can only fire once? Aqua sneered. Who said I can only fire once? Now I can fire twice. Thanks to her frequent work as a part-time blaster at the Axel Quarry, Huai's magic power has grown. But being able to support the firing of 2 explosion magics is a lie. If she really uses 2 explosion magics, she will faint directly because her magic power is drained. Broly took the net bag that Master Aqua gave him when he came out, and then looked at the little snow elf floating in front of him who was unaware of the danger. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and ate the little snow elf directly under Connor's guidance. There was no special taste, but it felt cold and dense, and the texture was more like soft marshmallows. There was also a cold magic that rushed into the body, but it was quickly digested. Broly tasted it carefully and didn't think it was delicious. Explosion. Over there, under Aqua's words, Huai took out her magic wand and released explosion magic at the place where the snow elves gathered. She wanted to prove herself in helping to defeat monsters, and prove that she was definitely more useful than Aqua. With a loud bang, the snow in the deep snowfield was blown away, and dozens of snow elves were melted together. See, I defeated so many snow elves with just one blow. Huai used the magic wand to support her body, resisting the urge to fall down, and said provocatively to Aqua. Miss Parasite is very powerful, but I want to see how you deal with the monsters that will appear next. After the explosion, the wind began to blow in the originally windless environment, and a blizzard suddenly moved from a distance. Here it comes, the monster behind the snow spirit. Wiz took out her staff, and so did Yun Yun. After a while, a humanoid monster in the shape of an ice-armored warrior appeared in the blizzard. So, there really is a winter general. Darkness drew her sword, with a somewhat expectant expression on her face. But, it doesn't seem to be a ghost, right? It's indeed not a ghost, but a special monster that people's cognition is captured by magic fairies. When certain conditions are met, it will be materialized by a large number of snow spirits with magic in winter. Aqua knew more about this rumor, and the origin of the ice and snow monster in front of her was probably created by her reincarnation before. First, create a legend, then spread the legend. When people in this world agree with the legend, the magic power of this world will react and some special monsters can be created. In fact, the principle of the birth of indigenous gods is similar, but it takes a long time to accumulate cognition and magic power until the formation of godhood. SHH, Miss Parasite, as the person who has killed the most snow spirits, you have now been completely targeted by the existence of General Winter. Now it's time to launch your second burst magic to solve the ice monster on the opposite side, provided that you really have the ability to launch the second burst magic. Why? Look at Yu for help. Miss Aqua, now is not the time to talk about this. Yu didn't want Hui to get into trouble, so she persuaded the weird Aqua. On the other side, General Dong moved, very quickly, and rushed towards Hui. Don't worry, I will protect you. Darkness's face was 3 points of determination and 7 points of joy, and she launched a taunting skill. Let General Dong, who was sprinting towards Hui, turn directly. The crackling sound of swords soon sounded, but it was not that Darkness easily resisted General Dong's attack, but that General Dong suppressed Darkness with his extremely swift sword skills. Chapter 222 Reasons for Wanting Spring to Come Early. As a special monster condensed by people's cognition, General Dong's power has 2 criteria for measurement. One is the number of snow spirits that condensed General Dong's existence, and the other is people's imagination of the legendary ice and snow monster. The General Dong who appeared in front of them now is a special monster whose swordsmanship is no less than that of a human great swordsman. The continuous slashing of the ice sword in the opponent's hand directly suppressed Darkness to the point where she could only defend with difficulty. Debilitating curse. Fireball. Even if Wiz and Yo-Yo's magic came later, it only made General Dong pull out the second ice sword and activate the dual sword mode. This guy's magic power is too high. Every slash carries a very strong magic flow. Our magic will be directly shattered by his slash. Wind Blade. Not only that, as the surrounding snow spirits continue to gather, its strength is also constantly increasing. In the wind and snow environment, if it cannot be destroyed in one blow, I am afraid it will continue to repair the damage to its body. Most of the magic attacks were shattered, and a small part hit General Dong and caused a little damage to him, but it was useless. Because the damaged part quickly recovered in the ice and snow, this is a field monster that can achieve almost invincibility in its own field. No wonder no one has ever heard of defeating it. Wiz said. Miss Wiz, doesn't this guy have any weaknesses? Yo-Yo asked. The weakness is that it can be completely destroyed with one strike. Wiz placed the staff flat in front of her and shouted to Darkness. Hold that Winter General, I'm going to use the magic of chanting spells to enhance the power and finish it off with one strike. No problem. Darkness responded and continued to taunt. Big Ice Crystal, don't underestimate the defense of the Crusader, look at the sword. Blacker than black, darker than darkness, I entrust my will of destruction here, the arrival of the awakening time, the final chapter of the fall of the absurd church. This is... Hui's eyes widened. Explosion magic. Yu said what she wanted to say. Wiz used the explosion magic with a higher proficiency than Hui. A series of magic arrays appeared above the head of Winter General, and at this moment Winter General seemed to feel the crisis of destruction. It looked up at the bursting magic array condensed above its head, crossed its ice swords, and surrounded by ice magic. However, before the bursting magic was about to be formed, it used the same magic cutting sword technique as the one used to slash magic just now on the bursting magic array itself. The cross-shaped ice sword energy crossed the bursting magic array, causing the chanting voice of Wiz, who was in charge of the bursting magic, to stagnate. Obviously, it did not expect General Winter to interrupt the spell in this way. While everyone was stunned, General Winter changed his target and rushed towards Wiz. Darkness wanted to block it, but an ice spike pushed her out first. General Winter lowered his body, and the dissipated ice sword in his hand condensed again. When he came in front of Wiz, he raised the ice sword and prepared to behead the lich lady who posed the greatest threat to him. Miss Wiz. During this time, Yu tried to use magic to block General Winter's attack, but it was useless. The ice magic around General Winter was too thick. The fireball was extinguished before it got close to the fireball, and the same was true for the wind blade. Yu closed her eyes, not wanting to see the scene of her acquaintance being killed, so she also missed the scene where the boy instantly came to Wiz and opened his mouth to bite the ice sword swung by General Winter. It's just ice flakes, not very delicious. After chewing the fragments of the ice sword twice, Broly spit out the ice slag in his mouth. When General Winter was about to continue attacking, he grabbed the opponent's head with an ice armor helmet with one hand and directly lifted the opponent up in the air. The ice seemed to be ready to freeze his hand along the contact position, but the warm magic pattern on the fire dragon gloves prevented this, causing Broly, who wanted to use air to directly shatter the monster, to stop the action of destroying the opponent. Master Aqua, are you going to take this thing back? General Winter struggled, but it was useless. Huai and Yu were a little shocked to see General Winter, who had easily suppressed them before, struggling helplessly in the boy's hands. However, Wiz and Darkness did not feel strange. The dangerous General Winter might be a terrifying monster to them, but to Broly it was just a large toy. There is no bottle big enough to put it in, and it doesn't look good. I don't want it. Aqua was a little disgusted with General Winter's appearance. In comparison, the initial form of the snow spirit was much cuter. Oh! Broly understood, let go of General Winter in his hand, and without waiting for the opponent to land and continue fighting, an energy cannon overwhelmed the opponent. After the light of the energy bomb passed, the snow spirit A cleared frozen road appeared on the plain with no end in sight. What kind of monsters formed by the gathering of snow spirits, what kind of environment with blizzards blowing continuously, but they were directly stopped under the bombardment of energy bombs. What, if Broly wants to deal with the snow spirits, does he really need your explosion magic to help? Aqua's words shocked Huai a little. The power of Broly's energy bomb just now was completely beyond her explosion magic. As long as more monsters like this are eliminated, spring will come earlier, right? Broly took the net bag and put on some scattered snow spirits around, and couldn't help asking. Broly, do you hate winter so much? Yu was a little curious, but she was also helping to put on the remaining snow spirits. I don't hate winter, I just want to celebrate your birthday earlier. Yu, isn't your birthday in spring? Broly said. Hearing this, everyone else looked over, seemingly not thinking of the boy's reason for conquering the snow elves, just wanting to celebrate Yo-Yo's birthday quickly. But even if spring comes early, my birthday won't come early. Yo-Yo was touched, but birthdays are fixed days, and won't speed up or slow down with the change of seasons, so she had to remind Broly. Is that so? Broly's net bag was empty of a snow elf, and there was clear ignorance in his wide eyes, as if he only now knew this was a matter of course. However, this time's conquering of the snow elves is not completely fruitless. Back home, Broly was not disappointed to see Yo-Yo's soaring happiness value and the ice cream made by Master Aqua with snow elves. In addition, the conquering amount of nearly 100,000 Eris per snow elf also made their family a lot of money. Chapter 223 Spring is here, but I don't have a spring. Spring in the Axel region arrived more than a month early. The ice and snow melted, and the plains were full of vitality. The adventurers also became active from the sluggish state of winter. My spring is finally here. Huai was very excited early in the morning and put on her full set of clothes as a great magician. Why is this guy so excited? Aqua bit her cheese bread and asked Yunyun next to her. Huai joined an adventurer team and will team up with them to do commissions outside today. If the team recognizes Huai's ability, she will have a formal job. Yuyun answered Aqua's question, put the grilled bacon on the buttered bread, added lettuce, fried eggs, squeezed ketchup, and covered it with a piece of bread, and handed the finished burger to Broly next to him and poured him a glass of milk. So, this guy will leave this house soon. Aqua was stunned and felt a little reluctant. That's right. When I officially join the adventurer team, I won't need to be ordered around by a lazy guy like you anymore. Mai Huai ate her DIY hamburger and pointed at Aqua and said loudly. In order not to be a parasite, she volunteered to be a housemaid in this house. She exchanged her labor for the right to live here and daily meals. From that time on, Aqua no longer called Huai a parasite, but she would boss the Crimson Demon girl around as the mistress of the house, commanding her to do this and that and finding faults. Mai Hui was fed up with Aqua's difficulties. When she thought that she would be able to get rid of this bastard woman soon, she became a little excited. Hehe, with your ability and temper, don't let anyone kick you out. Aqua said sarcastically. Do you want me to go with you? Broly asked after he finished his sandwich and the milk in front of him. No, I'm not a child. I can solve the problem by myself. Hui, 14 years old this year, directly rejected the boy's kindness. She believed that her previous job failures were due to the problem of mismatching her major. Now, Hui believes that the profession of adventurer, which often requires fighting dangerous monsters, is a very suitable and professional profession for her. I want to show my skills here and let the name of the great magician Hui stand at the top of the Axel adventurer industry. Master Aqua, please give Hui some blessings. Hui was about to go alone, and Broly did not mean to force her. He just turned his head and said to Aqua next to him. Broly, you are still the most considerate, but it's a pity that some people don't understand your kindness. Aqua praised her own disciple and hooked her finger at Hui. Hey, red-eyed maid over there, come over here and bless you. Ha, I don't need your blessing. Mei Hui refused. Who wants to bless you? If I wasn't afraid that you would die outside and didn't settle the accounts of eating and drinking for free before working at home, I wouldn't bless you. Aqua spoke rudely, but still walked over and added a lot of buffs to the girl. Aqua's blessing is very powerful, and can increase the power of ordinary people to the level of professionals. Hui's body was equivalent to giving her a temporary value bonus at the low threshold level of all professions. You have added so many blessings. When I went out to ask you for blessings on weekdays, you didn't give me so many blessings. Darkness complained. Sure enough, Miss Aqua still likes Hui. Wiz also said with a smile. Ha, I like this flat-chested kid? Damn it, I just don't want our servants to go out as adventurers without knowing their own abilities and come back with missing arms and legs. Aqua retorted loudly. Who are you calling flat-chested, bastard? I will definitely come back safe and sound, and still have a stable adventurer job. I won't be directed to work by you, a guy with sagging breasts. That day, Hui went out heroically and angrily, and when she came back with a staff. When Yu asked her how the team went to complete the commission, Hui confidently raised her right thumb to indicate that there was no problem. Today my explosion magic was very powerful, and my teammates praised my explosion magic. The captain asked me to recuperate for 2 days, and said that after 2 days, I would get a reply that I was approved to join the team. But when Hui went back 2 days later, she found that the team that was short of magicians had found a lower-level magician to replace her. Sorry, your explosion magic is too powerful, and it doesn't match our team that often accepts hunting commissions, so Hui was eliminated. The explosion magic directly blew the target monster into ashes, causing the income of the team she joined to drop significantly. After calculating the expenses, there was even a loss. The captain of the adventurer team naturally declined Hui. However, the commission reward for the last mission was settled with Hui, but as for the loss of the cost, there was nothing he could do. I actually lost to a low-level magician. For the next 2 days, Hui fell into self-doubt. However, she quickly cheered up and continued to look for other teams in the Adventurers Guild. However, I'm sorry, we really can't accept a new team like you, a powerful Crimson Demon Grand Mage. Please find another team for a better job. After cleaning up the weeds in the spring orchard, a burst of magic destroyed half of the orchard. The heiress earned was not enough to compensate for the cost of the orchard, and Hui was dismissed again. It's a pity that our team would rather have a more comprehensive auxiliary spellcaster than a grand mage who only has 1 strike and needs us to draw energy to protect safety after the strike. This is the reply given to Hui by the team that subjugated the high difficulty commission. Of course, the team that often accepts difficult commissions also said that if Hui is willing to learn some practical low and medium level magic, they are also willing to help Hui overcome the difficulty of upgrading in the early stage and become companions for growth and adventure. However, this proposal was rejected by Hui. People's energy is limited. If they learn other magic, their energy is bound to be dispersed. This is unacceptable to Hui, who dreams of reaching the peak of explosion magic. Therefore, the situation has become like this, and Hui still can't find a stable job suitable for herself. The commissions that low and medium level adventurers usually accept do not use her explosion magic at all. For adventurers who challenge high level difficult commissions, Hui's explosion magic is a good countermeasure card, but the adventurers who can challenge high-level difficult commissions are not low in level. Compared with explosion magic, a mid-level assistant brings greater benefits. It can be said that except for some extreme crusades, Huai is useful, and the versatility of Huai is too low at other times. After being rejected for a long time when she was looking for a team to run in with, and finally the adventurer team on Axel's side that lacked a magician would subconsciously avoid Huai when they saw her in the guild, the girl finally realized one thing. In life, you can't be strong in everything. Sometimes you have to learn to rely on others appropriately. Chapter 224 Lying down is a kind of wisdom. Do you want to join the Axis Church? So, is this why you suddenly wrapped a scarf and ran in to take a bath with us? Darkness complained. Yes, I decided to throw away the unnecessary competitive spirit and integrate into our big family from today. Huai admitted. Don't force yourself. No. Huai's face was as red as a steamed shrimp. After experiencing a lot of failures and setbacks, this red demon girl finally lowered her proud head to reality and responded to Aqua's ridicule. My Huai, welcome home. Yu was very happy and welcomed Huai. Miss Huai, do you want a bath? It's very comfortable and can relieve muscle fatigue in the body, although I'm in rigor mortis. Wiz, who was lying on the bathing table, asked. After being infused with a large amount of life energy, her body was temporarily restored to the state of a living person. Broly was sitting on her waist, holding her white shoulders with both hands to help her stretch the rigor mortis of the muscles near her shoulder blades. No need for this for now, I feel my body is still very relaxed. Huai refused with a stiff face, staring at the place where Broly sat on Wiz's waist, a little worried that the boy might suddenly transformed into a giant eel, and then used the stabbing skill on Wiz from behind. Hehe, Huai, you are really an innocent little girl, but if you want to join our big family, you must go through the step of being scrubbed and massaged by Broly. Only by confirming the degree of physical contact can we guarantee that everyone's future life will be happy. Or, you have never thought about taking the step of being made an adult by my disciple, but you are forced by reality to come and say something nice to us, and then you want to jump back and forth between being a wife and not being a wife. Aqua lay on the edge of the bathtub, looking from bottom to top at Huai's lowly body wrapped in a scarf, and asked with narrowed eyes. No, although it was indeed my fault for jumping back and forth before, I am ready now. Huai quickly refuted. Only those who have been beaten by society can understand that it is never a matter of course that people who are good to themselves are good to themselves. Then prove your awareness to us. Under Aqua's coercion, Huai, holding a scarf, still lay on the scrubbing bed. After Yu, she became the fifth woman in the world to be scrubbed by Master Cloth. The girl's face was red and buried between her arms. Her shy reaction was similar to that of Yu when she first experienced the scrubbing. Broly put on shampoo and helped to scrub with ease. Huai who was scrubbed was no different from others. She would make strange sounds of endurance. When she got used to it, she would slowly relax, and the sound of endurance would turn into a comfortable hum. In the end, her body relaxed and her eyes were blurred. Until she was turned over and rubbed on the other side, she let out a cry of surprise and her whole body tensed up again. Is it like this every time you take a bath? You even rub the front? Huai was a little surprised. Relax. Anyway, you will be my wife in the future and we will be honest with each other. There is nothing wrong with getting used to it in advance. Darkness comforted Huai. Take a deep breath, then exhale, so you won't be too nervous. Yu shared her experience of being scrubbed. Are you giving birth? Huai complained, and she was actually a little more relaxed. Huai, you should eat more on weekdays, you're a little thin. Broly suddenly said that compared to the plumpness of others, Huai's hand feeling when scrubbing was a little poor, and he could completely feel the shape of the bones under the skin and flesh. Huai. After a moment of silence, he burst out. What do you care? Aren't you a small one too? After her body was scrubbed, she sat angrily among a group of plump women. Seeing that the people around her were better developed than her, she couldn't help but hug her knees and spit bubbles in the water. It's okay, Huai, flat breasts are also a rare resource. Yu came over to comfort her. Ah, are you provoking me? So what if I have a plump body? The two lumps in front of me are just fat. Oh, someone can't eat grapes, so he starts to say that the grapes are sour. Aqua mocked beside him. Asshole, I just haven't grown up yet, and I will definitely grow up in the future. My Huai immediately retorted. But, I remember Miss Wai, it seems that she also has flat chests. Wiz gave a fatal blow. Ah, you bunch of hateful big-breasted monsters, I will fight you. After a while of fighting, several floating corpses floated on the water. Thank you for accepting me. Mai Hui suddenly said. What's there to be unacceptable? We have been together for a long time, and we are all friends. Darkness replied. But no one has ever refused you, it's just that you have a bad temper and don't want to get along with everyone in a friendly way. Aqua complained. But isn't this a matter of course? Who would be willing to share their significant other with a woman they've met a few times, and directly say hello to each other and everyone, and smoothly accept the result of becoming a member of the harem? Mai Hui sat up and asked back. What about now? What made you change your mind? Was it the blow of reality? Darkness asked pointedly. That's part of the reason, but more importantly, I've gotten to know you all. Mai Hui didn't deny that she succumbed to reality. She lay down in the water again and said, it feels so good to lie down and rely on others. In the face of cruel reality, choose the lifestyle that makes you feel most comfortable. Lying down and choosing to rely on others is a kind of wisdom. Do you want to join the Axis Church? Ha, I don't want to join the Axis Church. Although I want to rely on Broly, it doesn't mean that I don't want to work hard. Mai Hui, you know, you give me the feeling of a girl who wants both. Yu said. To be honest, I feel the same way. Mai Hui didn't refute Yunyun's words. She also felt a little bad. So, Broly, do you still want me even though I am like this? She looked at the boy who climbed out of the bath and was swinging his tail to get out of the water, and asked. Yes, why not, want? Broly gave a positive answer to this question without any hesitation. Mai Hui's happiness value increased. From now on, I will be one of your wives. Mai Hui turned her eyes away, avoiding the boy's gaze, and said with a red face. Although her love affair was not very romantic, it was straightforward enough. Even though she was not as good as she imagined, the boy next to her seemed to have never changed his attitude towards her. Okay. Chapter 225 Mobile Fortress Destroyer. Explosion. A mushroom cloud rose in the vast wasteland, and a group of dangerous monsters were wiped out in the terrifying explosion. Woo, so cool. After releasing the explosion magic many times, Hui's face flushed a little, and her body fell on Broly next to her. As Broly supported her and injected the life energy transformed by Qi into her body, Hui's exhausted magic and physical strength quickly recovered. Let's continue. Hui, who had recovered, said so. Hey, don't stand and cast spells without your legs getting sore. I have attracted so many waves of monsters. I am very tired. Darkness hurriedly called a halt. Don't you have Broly to help you cheer up and recover? Hui was puzzled. It's also tiring to be cheered up and recover. Broly's Qi only restores my vitality, but my body muscles are still strained, and Aqua didn't come out with us to level up. Okay. Hui was a little disappointed, but she still accepted today's leveling up, and it was time to end. At this time, more than half a month had passed since Hui decided to bow to reality. How can I make you happy? At that time, Broly asked her like this after taking a bath. At that time, Hui thought that happiness meant the sex between men and women. After being reminded, she realized that Broly would satisfy some of his future wife's wishes. Of course, it can be said that desires and ambitions are also fine. And Hui's answer, of course, did not change. I dream of becoming the world's #1 explosion magician. I think after realizing this wish, I will definitely feel extremely happy. Okay, then I will make you the world's #1 explosion magician. After Hui said her happiness conditions, Broly also promised directly. As long as you kill the other explosion magicians ahead of you, Hui, you will be the world's #1 explosion magician. Although the boy's proposal was embarrassing, fortunately, the way to realize her wish was on the right track after discussion. In short, it is to continuously improve the level of explosion magic, which includes but is not limited to, killing monsters to level up and gain skill points. Release explosion magic many times to reduce the skill points required to upgrade the explosion magic to the next level, and in the process of constantly consuming magic power to restore magic power, raise your own magic power limit. Of course, this is an improvement for the internal, and there is also an improvement for the external, such as carrying a bunch of high-level magic potions and mana mines. Or through Krypton Gold, buy precious skill potions as water, spend a lot of money to build a set of top equipment that greatly reduces magic consumption. However, the latter is still in a state of progress because the materials for top equipment have not been collected. Explosion magic that can only be used once is useless, but if you can use explosion magic as ordinary fireball spells many times, then Huai, you will be the world's #1 explosion magician. Wiz said so, and Huai also agreed with this point. She was like being kept. Oh no, the fact is that she was kept, and got the huge resources accumulated by Broly in this world, which was a huge investment in her personal dream. What Huai needs to do every day is to be taken to a place in the wild and release her explosion magic against the dangerous monsters attracted by darkness without risk. Since you have a history of jumping back and forth, I need you to sign this god's contract witnessed by the great goddess of water. Let me see, I, Huai, swear that I will voluntarily become a slave of love and exchange all my love for Broly's huge investment in my resources. Once I, Huai, become the world's #1 explosion magician, I don't want to fulfill my responsibility as Broly's wife. Then Broly and his other wives and masters will have the right to ask me for 100 times the amount of resources previously invested in me. If there is no resource compensation, the person who violates the contract will become a slave of the other party to the contract and cannot resist any order of the contract master. The first priority of the contract master is Broly and Aqua, the second priority is Darkness, Wiz, Yun, and the blank space to be determined, and the names of other wives of an indefinite number of people are noted. Note 1. During the contract period, if the contractor behaves unchastely, such as being attracted to other opposite sex, it will be regarded as a violation of the contract content and will also become a slave of the contract master. Note 2. Contracts are risky, please be cautious when signing, the great goddess of water Aqua kindly reminds you. No, I have already scrubbed him, do I still need to sign such a strict and terrifying contract? Yes, of course I will, you don't know the money Broly is going to invest in you, it's enough for me to buy many wine cellars of fine wine. When Aqua learned that her own disciple was going to invest the amount of money in Huai to realize her dream, she was very jealous. And if you can't even sign such a contract, if you don't even dare to sign the contract, do you dare to say that you will definitely become the wife of my lovely disciple in the future? Just like this, under the influence of Aqua's jealousy, Huai signed a contract with terrible consequences for breach of contract, in exchange for this unparalleled resource investment. Broly, there is news about what we want to find out. Back home, Miss Lich told a good news. The next day, on the desert wasteland west of Axel, a huge spider-like terrifying golem was wandering aimlessly in this desert area where there was no life. Mobile Fortress Destroyer, this thing was made by people from the ancient kingdom, but I don't know what happened, it destroyed the ancient kingdom that made it, and has never stopped its activities in this world for hundreds of years. It has destroyed several cities that passed by on the way. It is a golem weapon of the natural disaster level in this world. According to some ancient documents, it should be loaded with the legendary Corona Stone. In other words, as long as I defeat that spider-like thing, we can get the materials to make equipment that reduces mana consumption for Huai, right? I think so. After Wiz's confirmation, Broly flew directly to the Mobile Fortress Destroyer, which was indeed a natural disaster level weapon that could destroy a nation, but unfortunately he encountered a Saiyan who could destroy a planet. Aqua didn't even use the spell to break the defensive magic on the fortress, Broly just used his fists and feet to dismantle the Mobile Fortress Destroyer. The mobile fortress without 8 giant legs was similar to a crab with all its legs removed, only the broken leg and foot mechanical interface creaked and shook on the ground. Everyone walked in and found the remains of the person who made the mobile fortress, as well as the other party's personal notes. Through Aqua's narration of flipping through the notes, everyone learned a story about a scientific researcher who proposed an outrageous project to defraud funds. I originally just wanted to defraud funds and continue to live a leisurely life in this kingdom, but who knew they really found me the Corona Stone? In order not to be regarded as a funding liar and be blamed by the king, I had to bite the bullet and use my ability to make this big guy. On the day it was made, this thing went berserk. Although I made it, I don't know why it went berserk. So, my kingdom was destroyed, and I couldn't get down from here. After all the food here was consumed, I could only wait for death. Everyone, of course, for the romance of the giant machine, I wrote a self-destruction program in the control system of this thing. As long as someone makes this thing unable to move, it will enter the self-destruction countdown. Bang! It didn't explode, of course. Broly only dismantled the legs of the Mobile Fortress Destroyer, and the giant golem itself had not stopped moving. There were even some small golems outside, repairing the broken legs of the mobile fortress. Aqua, don't you have any way? The creator of this thing is the reincarnation you sent to this world, right? Darkness asked. You ask me, what can I do? The golden finger ability was sent to me by the heaven, and I don't know the principle of the realization of the ability. In the end, the mobile fortress destroyer still exploded, but before the explosion, it adopted the advice of Huai's father, Piao Saburo. Using the absolute magic material, the corona stone that was not engraved with the self-destructing magic pattern was removed from a large piece of corona stone, the core energy source. This dangerous work can only be done by people who can use teleportation magic, and Broly, a Saiyan who completely ignores the threat of the corona stone's self-destruction and the terrifying explosion power. There are a total of 6 corona stone materials, which can definitely make the top-level magic consumption reduction equipment. However, there should be some remaining corona stones. Broly, what else do you need them to be made into? Chapter 226 Royal Summons. The mobile fortress destroyer was suddenly conquered, and this news shocked the adventurers of the entire Axel. When the news was confirmed, the upper echelons of the ancient kingdom of Belzer were also alarmed. The royal family wants to invite us to the royal city to listen to our story about the conquest of the mobile fortress destroyer. That day, after Darkness came back from going out, she told everyone at home about the royal family's invitation. Why? Could it be that the upper class of this country is afraid of the power of my lovely disciple and is afraid of this? Aqua understands conspiracy theories and immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Well, I don't deny that the Bell's ancient royal family has such concerns, but there is a huge threat from the Demon King's army outside. The Bell's ancient royal family should want to understand Broly's power more than being afraid of Broly's power. Of course, they should now regard the success of the crusade against the mobile fortress destroyer as the overall strength of our team. Darkness did not deny that the royal family was afraid of powerful forces, but still analyzed the thoughts of the upper class of the Bell's ancient kingdom from the perspective of the royal family. Yu has a birthday tomorrow, and I want to prepare to celebrate her birthday. Broly said. That's right, the upper class of this kingdom thinks we are who we are. If they want to understand the situation, they should come and ask us themselves. Aqua also shouted. That's right, so I will politely reject the invitation of the Belziger royal family on behalf of everyone. However, the Belziger royal family may be dissatisfied and make a fuss about it. There has been a reduction in the bounty for the successful subjugation of the mobile fortress, but our team has money, so I think. Wait, what did you say? There is a bounty for the iron lump we solved. Aqua interrupted and asked. Of course, the mobile fortress destroyer is a headache for the 3 kingdoms. Once that thing approaches the city, it will cause great damage to the city. Therefore, the 3 kingdoms have long-term bounties on mobile fortress destroyers. No matter who destroys the mobile fortress destroyer, they can exchange this bounty in one of the 3 kingdoms. How much is the bounty? Aqua asked hurriedly. About 200 million. Darkness answered. However, if the mobile fortress destroyer was not subjugated in the desert, but on the way to a prosperous city, the bounty might be higher. I told Teacher Pukin that tomorrow is your birthday, Yu, and Teacher Pukin promised the school to give Yugu Huai and the others a day off so that they can come to celebrate your birthday. Hey, is this okay? Originally it was not allowed, but after Yugu Huai told Teacher Pukin some words about the red bond and growing friendship, Teacher Pukin agreed. Yu's mouth twitched. She could completely imagine some of the Crimson Demon style, middle school, speeches that Yu and the others had said to Mr. Putin in order to have a holiday. Of course, although she was a little speechless, Yu was still very touched that her classmates in the academy were willing to use the excuse of taking a leave to celebrate her birthday. Broly, let's go to the royal city with Master. Just when Broly, Yu, and Huai were chatting about what time to go to the Crimson Demon village to pick up Yu and the others to come to Axel tomorrow, Aqua came over and said to the boy in a begging manner. 200 million heiress, just going to the royal city and being questioned by the royal family of this country is no problem. But, Master Aqua, I still have to prepare for Yu's birthday tomorrow. Broly was a little embarrassed. There were still many things to do, such as customizing cakes, decorating the house, preparing gifts, etc. Broly, listen to me, these things can be handed over to Wiz and the others to prepare, and you can even go to the Adventurers Guild to issue commissions for help, but our family is in a very serious situation now, that is, the economy is not very good, we need money. Aqua pulled Broly aside and whispered, but Broly was still a little hesitant. He promised to give Yu a very good birthday party. Listen, Yu's friends are coming here tomorrow. As the host, should we receive them and treat them to food and drinks, and all these cost money, and our family is now in a state of extreme lack of money because of a gold-eating beast. Hey, although I did eat a lot of resources, it's a bit too much to say that I am a gold-eating beast. Also, my friends are really like them. They came to celebrate Yu's birthday because of friendship. Why did Aqua say that they were willing to come here just to play with Axel? Humph, whether it is love, friendship, or any other kind of feelings, they can only last long and develop better if they have sufficient material conditions to maintain them. What a snobbish statement. It doesn't matter, Master Aqua is right. If I can treat them well, I will be very happy. Well, Master Aqua and I will go to the royal city. Broly nodded. Well, I should go with you. Darkness said hurriedly. She didn't dare to let Aqua and Broly go alone. If the Belzegu royal family upset the two of them, and Aqua, who was brainless, directly ordered Broly to take action, it would be a big event, and the kingdom might be destroyed. The news of the royal summons came in the morning, but Broly, Aqua and Darkness went in the afternoon. During the period, in addition to choosing a decent dress, Darkness also explained to the two the etiquette that must be followed when meeting members of the royal family. It's so troublesome. You have to know that I am the real goddess. The human king is the one who needs to bow to me, not to mention other royal families. Aqua complained. Yes, but now you say you are a goddess, do you think others believe it? This is just to avoid unnecessary trouble. You don't want to see a winery that can make wine close down because the royal family disappears and the country is in chaos, right? This sentence worked very well. Aqua soon became an amazing lady with good aristocratic etiquette. Broly, if the country is in chaos, many people may lose their happiness, including us. Broly. It is easy to destroy order, but it is troublesome to rebuild it. Broly hates trouble and hates everyone's unhappiness. Besides, Darkness taught him etiquette, and he had already learned it well. Unlike Aqua, he had no complaints. Chapter 227 Tested. This is the first princess of the Bel's kingdom, Lady Belzegu Stellisha Thord Alice. Now, she allows you to come forward to meet her. In the context of the medieval era, the process of meeting an important member of the royal family of a country was very troublesome. After Broly followed Darkness here, it took more than 10 minutes just to register and confirm his identity information. When preparing to meet the princess, the noble guard lady in front of him, who was said to be a relative of Darkness and named Kuria Senfernia, had to inform them in advance, and they were allowed to enter only after getting the approval of the princess inside. After entering, they could already see the girl on the chair opposite, and the other party had to whisper to the maid beside them before they could come forward to introduce themselves. What a big air! Aqua, who had just complained about this outside, was unusually ladylike after entering. For the sake of 200 million heiress, the goddess was very polite. After Darkness finished her noble etiquette and explained their identities, she stepped forward to introduce herself. I am Aqua, the captain of the goddess team. The child next to me is my disciple and Broly, the vice-captain of the goddess team. I am honored to be invited to meet the beautiful princess. I am honored. Broly repeated Aqua's last words like a repeater, and bowed to the little princess who looked young above him. Her Highness said that you are all warriors among adventurers, so there is no need to be polite. After the girl on the opposite side whispered to the maid continued to pass on the message. Your Highness wants to confirm that the crusade against the mobile fortress destroyer was done by you all, right? After the maid finished speaking, Kuria, as a guard, interrupted and reminded her. Please think before you answer. If you dare to deceive Her Highness, you will be severely punished. We know, please don't worry. The mobile fortress destroyer was indeed conquered by our team. Darkness bowed and replied. Then, how did your team conquer the mobile fortress destroyer? Please tell me. The maid said again. It's a long story, but if Her Highness is interested, please listen to me in detail. Before coming, they discussed how to talk about the conquest of the mobile fortress destroyer, and Aqua directly volunteered to tell the story. Now, Aqua told some adventure stories that had never happened before but sounded very exciting. The 12-year-old Princess Alice originally maintained a dignified demeanor of a princess, but when she heard the story of Darkness showing the fearless spirit of a crusader and resisting the attack of the mobile fortress's huge arm like a tower, she couldn't help but lean forward and look nervous. When the goddess team in the story was about to be wiped out, Aqua's powerful group healing spell healed them and reversed the situation. The little princess looked at Aqua with stars in her eyes. Darkness listened to Aqua's eloquent words and her mouth twitched. She had the urge to directly expose Aqua's lies to beautify herself, but reason made her calm down. She knew that she must not sabotage it now, otherwise it would be a crime of contempt for the royal family. Just like that, with the joint efforts of our team members, we successfully defeated the terrifying giant golem mobile fortress destroyer. After the defeat, you don't know that we were almost killed by the self-explosion of mobile fortress destroyer. It was really thrilling at that time. Fortunately, I still had some magic power left at the end, and I tried my best to protect my partner. After the climax of the story, it was the ending. At the end, Aqua did not forget to add some important scenes for herself. Hey! The little princess breathed a sigh of relief. This was a rare and wonderful adventure story she had ever heard. Pa pa pa! She clapped her hands and looked at the blue-haired goddess with admiration. Ms. Aqua, you are really an amazing person. The little princess' voice was very crisp, and you could hear the admiration for Aqua in her words. How could it be? Aqua is a person who can't stand praise. Once she is praised, she will easily float. Now that I'm so powerful, can the kingdom give us a little more in the bounty for defeating the mobile fortress destroyer? She showed her mercenary side and tried to get an advantage from the little princess opposite. Disrespectful. Kuria immediately scolded Aqua. Kuria, it's okay. It was the little princess who stopped her. Your Highness, although the story told by this person is wonderful, it is because it is too wonderful that it makes people feel a little strange. Thinking carefully, I have some doubts. What doubts? First of all, she is just a high priest. What kind of high priest can have the ability to heal multiple dying and seriously injured adventurers to complete health in an instant? Secondly, the main attacker she mentioned is the little boy next to her. Excuse me, I really can't believe that such a little boy can break the arm of the golem as thick as a tower with just a few punches. Kuria is a bit Princess Khan. Although Aqua's story is wonderful, the fact that the little princess was attracted by the story and cast a look of admiration on Aqua made the head of the personal guard feel particularly unhappy and started to find fault directly. Hey, just because other high priests can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. I'm the Lord of Water. Aqua didn't finish her words before Darkness came over to cover her mouth. Darkness looked at the princesses and others who were looking at her, smiled and said, although our team leader has somewhat embellished her role in the crusade against the mobile fortress destroyer, what she said about the strength of our team's vice-captain is true and correct. I guarantee this in the name of the Darkness family. The state religion of the ancient kingdom of Belzer is the Eris cult, but if you hear someone dare to pretend to be the goddess of the Axis cult, there must be a problem, even if Aqua is really the goddess herself. Darkness shifted the topic to Broly, who was yawning behind him, but he didn't expect that he would have his own business. When everyone looked over, he stepped forward and raised his fist to support his master and Darkness. I'm very powerful. Alice looked at the boy who was younger than her, and suddenly doubted the truth of the story Aqua told just now. Words are not enough, unless I test it. The female guard stepped forward and said. Kuria. The little princess was a little worried. Don't worry, Your Highness Alice, I will know my limits. Kuria knew that her little princess was a kind person, and she might be worried that she would hurt the little boy in front of her, so she comforted her. It's just that I can't tolerate it. Someone might deceive you, Your Highness. As she said this, she looked at the boy. How do you want to test it? Broly asked curiously. I want to test it this way. The female guard leader approached and suddenly drew the knight's long sword at her waist. Somewhat unexpectedly, she slashed at the Saiyan boy's head. Chapter 228 Replica of the Self-Destruction Scene. This sword will stop next to your head. Kuria's slashing speed was very fast, but Broly saw the contraction of her arm muscles. After practicing with Darkness for so long in the morning, Broly immediately saw that the opponent was already retracting her strength while slashing out, and predicted the final stop position of the knight's sword. If it were the same as before, Broly would definitely not move at all. Anyway, this slash would not hit him, and even if it hit him, it would not break his defense, but sometimes, showing your handsome side depends on your own initiative. This is what Mr. Putin taught. And the teachings of the Red Demon clan on showing handsomeness have a profound impact on Broly. If you stand still now, you may be regarded as a fool who can't react. So, At this time, Broly, who has received education from the Red Demon clan, chose to raise his hand. Before the knight's sword stopped swinging, he grabbed the blade of the long sword that was moving slowly in front of him. Kuria didn't see the boy's movements clearly. The knight's long sword in her hand suddenly stopped, and she found that her sword was pinched by the boy's 3 fingers on his left hand. She pulled the pinched sword hard, but the sword didn't move at all, and there was no movement to shake the boy's arm that was pinching the sword. Kuria's face changed, realizing that the strength of the boy in front of her might be far above her. "Do I pass the test like this?" Broly asked, and returned the sword in his hand to Kuria. "I am rude." Kuria, who took the sword, was silent for a while, and then apologized. "Ha, now, can you believe the story of the crusade I just told you?" Aqua pulled away Darkness's hand and asked with some pride. "Mr. Darkness just said that there are some beautified parts in Miss Aqua's story, and I want to know the real situation of the crusade against the mobile fortress destroyer." "I don't know, can you tell me?" Princess Alice looked at the boy and asked seriously. She liked the wonderful stories in the storybook, but she hoped to know the more real process of the crusade against the golem. After all, a princess like her who inherited the power of her ancestors is destined to go to the battlefield in the future, just like her father and brother, to fight against the Demon King's army on the front line to protect the ancient kingdom of Belzer. "Okay, but I'm not very good at telling stories." Broly scratched his head and began to tell the unbeautified version of the crusade. "To put it simply, my companions and I found the mobile fortress destroyer, and I dismantled the legs of the golem of the big spider. After making the other party lose its ability to move, I took some materials from its energy core, and then the thing exploded. As for the power of the self-explosion, it probably exploded into a mushroom cloud this big." Broly gestured with both hands, but it was obviously difficult to restore the self-explosion of the mobile fortress destroyer at that time with just 2 hands. Puff the little princess couldn't help laughing at the boys dancing and felt that this childish description was very interesting. "Broly. Is he being laughed at? If you have space here, I can restore the self-explosion scene at that time for you. According to the education of the Red Demon clan, you can't lose your momentum when others laugh at you," Broly said very seriously. "Ah, Broly, this scene can't be restored." Hearing his words, Darkness hurriedly stopped him. She didn't want the royal city to be blown up. "Hey, can this scene be restored?" Princess Alice was a little surprised, but her eyes were a little bright. "The grassland here is where the kingdom knights usually train, and sometimes Her Highness Alice will also train her combat ability here. Even if the explosion scene you mentioned is large, I believe this place is enough to meet your needs and will never affect the royal city." When Princess Alice wanted to see the restoration of the mobile fortress destroyer's self-destruction scene, Broly and others were teleported to the grassland of the kingdom training ground by the magician who followed the little princess, and Kuria pointed to the endless green grassland and introduced it. "Then it's agreed that after I restore the self-destruction scene of the mobile fortress destroyer, the kingdom will give us a bounty of 200 million Eris." Kuria raised her eyebrows and wanted to scold the boy, but Princess Alice spoke first. "That's no problem. It is an indisputable fact that the mobile fortress destroyer was conquered, and it is reasonable to offer a bounty to the conqueror. Then, I'll start." Broly carefully recalled the self-destruction of the mobile fortress destroyer at that time, and condensed an energy bomb in his hand. Alice looked at the green light ball on the boy's fingertips with some curiosity, and saw the other party throw the green light ball, which was almost the size of her fist, far away. Boom! Without any magical fluctuations, the ground shook a little after the green light ball sank into the ground in the distance. A scene of a replica of the self-destruction of the mobile fortress appeared on the grass field of the kingdom training ground. "That's about it." Broly commented on the mushroom cloud rising over there, and felt that it should not be much different from the self-destruction scene at that time. "Can I go back and get the money?" After the explosion, he asked the little princess next to him. "Yet." The little princess was a little dazed, looking at the smoking basin, and responded subconsciously. "If you have a high bounty mission, you can come to Axel to find us." After receiving the 200 million Eris bounty, Broly did not forget to mention it to the little princess before leaving. "Okay." The little princess nodded and actually agreed. Teleport. After Broly used the teleportation magic to teleport away with people, the little princess looked at Kuria and instructed the female guard, "Go and inform father and brother, tell them that the new brave man from another world may have come to this world." "Yes, princess." Kuria replied, and then retreated with a serious look. "The brave man from another world?" In the side hall where only one person was left, the little princess whispered to herself. There is a tradition in the royal family of the ancient kingdom of Belzer, that is, to combine with heroes from another world to optimize the royal bloodline. If nothing unexpected happens, if the new hero who appears in this world is a man, then as the most powerful female ancestral bloodline of this era, I will be the member responsible for optimizing the royal bloodline. Is his name Broly? His trick is so strange. I didn't feel the magic fluctuation. By the way, he is an adventurer. If I want to go on an adventure with him, my father and brother should agree, right? But will he agree? The little princess sat on the chair and swung her feet, thinking about some strange things in her mind. Chapter 229 Red Demon Clan Negotiation Disorder. Father, you called me back. What happened? At the frontline fortress of the ancient kingdom of Belzer against the Demon King's army, the eldest Prince Jedis walked into the conference room and asked his father when he saw him. This is sent by your sister. Take a look. King Belzigu handed over the letter in his hand. Well, a new reincarnated hero from another world has appeared. After reading the letter, Jedis was a little surprised. It's not certain yet, you have to go back and investigate. King Belzigu shook his head. But if I leave, what should I do here? Jedis hesitated. Spring is here, and the Demon King's army also needs spring plowing. They won't attack in a big way at the moment. Even if they really attack, we can stop them with the help of the fortress. Now, the important thing is to find out the information about the new hero. The Demon King's army brought great pressure to the Belzer ancient kingdom. Under such circumstances, the emergence of new reincarnated heroes from another world is a good thing for the Belzer ancient kingdom. The first prince, Jedis, quickly returned to the royal city through the teleportation magic circle. After meeting his lovely sister Alice, he did not even change his armor full of traces of battle, and hurried to the training pasture. Your Highness Jedis, the boy who was suspected to be a hero from another world at that time just caused this situation casually. Seeing the pasture that had become a crystal basin, listening to his sister's personal guard Kuria telling what happened at that time, Jedis' eyes gradually glowed. The Belzer ancient royal family has a tradition of absorbing the blood of heroes from another world, but it does not mean that every hero from another world will be favored. Only those individuals who have powerful power and confirm that their power can be inherited through blood will be targeted. There is no doubt that the person who can cause the destruction of the field in front of him, even if he is not a hero from another world, definitely has outstanding and powerful bloodline. This is exactly the spouse that the royal family needs when they grow up and may need to fight against the Demon King's army on the front line. Of course, the heroes from another world who were reincarnated by the goddess are the best choice, because they often have no interest in this world. Once they become members of the royal family, they will really integrate into the royal family and become the power to protect the ancient kingdom of Belzer. Go and investigate the boy's situation and see if he suddenly appeared in this world. There is a characteristic of the reincarnated heroes from another world, that is, their appearance is always unfounded, and they have characteristics beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The ancestors of the ancient Belzer royal family were like this, and so were the other heroes from another world who had joined the ancient Belzer kingdom. When Jedis returned to the royal city, the little princess ran to him and said, "Brother, can I be an adventurer in the future?" Members of the Belz ancient royal family are born with the responsibility of protecting the kingdom. Children born at a young age will take aptitude tests. All children who are tested to have inherited the power of their ancestors and have fighting talents will be trained in combat. This training may not last until adulthood. When the war on the front line is tight, members of the royal family with extraordinary power must take weapons to the front line to fight for the kingdom. For example, Jedis himself, at the age of 11, carried a sword and went to the battlefield with his father to start killing the Demon King's army. And his sister Alice, although she is praised as the best ancestral bloodline heir in the history of the royal family, is still a little girl after all. Even though she defeated the dragon the year before last and became the youngest dragon slayer, she still yearns for a different free life. Unfortunately, such a wish is doomed to be impossible to achieve. Born in the royal family of Belzigu, and with such a rare fighting talent, it is destined that the sister's life will not have too much freedom. Jedis reached out his hand, rubbed Alice's little head with some pity, and said softly, "If it is confirmed that the boy is a reincarnated hero, I think father will agree to let you be an adventurer for a while." Really? That's great. Looking at the joy on his sister's face, Jedis sighed in his heart. This is the only possible freedom, but it is still full of utilitarianism. It is for the royal family to get to know the powerful heroes, so as to develop feelings and combine with each other. The world is cruel, and the sister is naive, but Jadis sincerely hopes that this investigation of the boy will have a good result. After all, even if it is a utilitarian freedom, it is still freedom. Compared with going directly to the front line to fight the Demon King's army, it can let the sister experience a different life and have a happy time as an ordinary adventurer, which is enough. Broly didn't know that the day after he received the bounty, members of the Belzegu royal family were investigating him because of the extraordinary power he displayed. After picking up Yuguhuai and others from the Crimson Demon village, Broly took sufficient funds and, together with Yu and Huai, hosted these Crimson Demon girls who came from afar. And the Crimson Demon girls of Yuguhuai, who were able to display their Crimson Demon style in the village, seemed to be stuck after coming to Axel. Yanran looked like a stay-at-home person who had just gone out and arrived in a foreign place, and then became uncomfortable, especially when she introduced herself to strangers in the Crimson Demon style and was stared at by strangers with strange eyes. Just get used to it. The outside world is not the same as the village. People outside are a little abnormal. Huai, who was beside her, explained to Klingy and the others like an old senior. Hey, who is the abnormal person? Beside her, Yu wanted to complain, but she was afraid of hurting the friends who came to celebrate her birthday, so she could only hold it in. You just need to treat the people here as the enhanced version of Yu, and communicate with them in a way that doesn't make the enhanced version of Yu feel shy. Huai said again. Yu. How did she become a template for communicating with abnormal outsiders? I see. And the communication method taught by Huai was actually quite effective. Boss, please give me this wrapped in pitch black temptation, a chocolate crepe. The girls of the Crimson Demon clan quickly learned how to communicate with ordinary people outside. I think it is necessary to compile a textbook on how the Crimson Demon clan should communicate abnormally with outsiders after leaving the village. Huai touched his chin, looking thoughtful. However, after adulthood, the Crimson Demon clan generally does not choose to live outside the village. The reason why they didn't leave the village was mainly because of the unique way of thinking of the Crimson Demons. They always use their own thinking logic to make simple things very complicated. As a result, ordinary people think they are a little crazy. As for making the Crimson Demons think and act normally, to be honest, this may be more difficult than killing them. After all, they are all self-important and powerful individuals with deep second-year syndrome. And the reason why these Crimson Demon girls can quickly adapt to the outside world is thanks to the abnormal Crimson Demon girls like Yu in this generation, which made them more or less adapt to the way of getting along and communicating with normal people in the outside world when they were in the academy. Of course, in the eyes of these Crimson Demon girls, such normality is absolute lie. It's just the abnormality of the Red Demons, but they are a little used to it. By the way, Huai, how are you doing here now? Suddenly, someone asked about this. Chapter 230 Royal Commission, Military Supervisor Princess. Yes, Huai, you are not going to rely on your parents to become a NEET. Now looking at your clothes, you should be doing well here by yourself, right? This. Huai's pupils were trembling. When she left the village, she said too much. At this moment, being asked about something that was not related to the topic, it made her a little difficult to respond. Why don't you talk? Aren't you doing well? Dong Dong was a little curious. No. Huai immediately refuted. Seeing her reaction, he just pushed the blindfold, looking like he had seen through the matter. Then share your situation with us. Maybe after we graduate from the academy, we can come to visit you, or even settle down outside. The girl who was eating chocolate crepes said to Huai because she began to like the outside world because of a crepe. In fact, life in the outside world is extremely scary. If you want to live in the outside world, you have to be prepared to be attacked by various terrifying humanoid monsters and have most of your money taken away from your wallet, and you can't use magic to attack those guys. Is that so? Don't listen to Huai's nonsense, it's just that the consumption level in Axel is indeed higher than that in our village. If you don't have a house, you still need to rent one. Yu explained helplessly. However, as long as everyone looks for a job seriously, they can basically live in the outside world. She added. Where does Huai live now? Don't say. Our home. Huai knelt on the ground, and the other Red Demon girls looked at her speechlessly. I told you that you were full of ambition when you came out, but now you are hiding and telling us strange things. It turns out that you haven't achieved independent living outside. Sticky Scroll complained directly. Broly rubbed his eyes, as if he was dazzled just now, and felt that a feather arrow was stuck in Huai's back. However, even if you are a need who lives on your parents, it's not a shameful thing. Another Crimson Demon girl said that there are too many needs who live on their parents in the village, so they think it is normal for Huai to live on her parents outside. Broly, you don't mind if I come here to live on your parents in the future? Yuko would get close to the boy and asked as if jokingly. I don't mind, but I may not be here by then. Broly is still very generous to his friends. Where are you going? Yuko would ask curiously. Home. Broly answered. Isn't this home your home? I have another home, and I will go back when the time comes. While the girls were making a fuss over there, Yuko Hui heard the material for the novel from Broly's mouth. However, after the quarrel, when everyone knew about Hui's situation and continued to play in Axel, Yuko Hui didn't say anything. In the evening, a big cake was brought back by Broly from outside. Everyone sang a birthday song for Yu, and after Yu was moved to tears, the birthday party ended perfectly. Oh, I almost forgot to mention the gifts. Others brought a lot of gifts, and the most special one was the necklace given by Broly. It was also a magic consumption reduction equipment made of Corona Stone, but it was regarded as a birthday gift for Yu, who is also a magician. Other people also have this kind of equipment, but Broly temporarily deposited it with Uncle Piao Saburo. Broly asked him to take it out and give it to others after the time is up. Of course, Huai is an exception. After all, her birthday has passed, and she has a full set of Corona Stone equipment that reduces magic consumption, although it is still being made. We had a lot of fun, we are going back, and we will come here to play again if we have the chance. The next day, the red demon girl who slept in the annex for a night waved goodbye to Huai and Yu. After sending them back with teleportation magic, life in the annex became peaceful again. But not long after, a special commission from the Bell's ancient royal family was sent here, and the little princess came here with guards and magicians to deliver it personally. Is the reward for defeating the Demon King's army very generous? Broly looked at the commission from the Bell's ancient royal family in his hand, and was somewhat surprised. As the countdown to his return time began, he was actually ready to defeat the Demon King, but he didn't expect that someone would suddenly come to deliver the commission before he started. As long as you can accept this mission, the ancient kingdom of Belzer will not treat any meritorious official unfairly. Kuria replaced the little princess as a mouthpiece and gave the royal family's promise seriously. Little Princess Alice responded beside her, her face was a little red. She already knew that as long as the boy opposite accepted this commission, then no matter whether this commission can be successfully completed, as long as the other party shows strong enough combat potential, then they will represent the royal family and combine with the other party. This is also the reward for accepting the commission to defeat the Demon King's army. At the same time, it is also the obligation and responsibility of the Bell's ancient royal family to protect the country given to the heroes who have been reincarnated from another world. We accept this commission. Anyway, Broly will do the work of defeating the Demon King's army. Taking more commissions will make more money. Just prepare the so-called generous rewards and wait for the news that the Demon King's army has been defeated. As Broly said, he sent Princess Alice and her entourage out of the house together. Bang! Looking at the closed door in front of her, the little princess looked at her guards in confusion. I was turned away. Kuria was speechless. The boy did things in a hurry. He invited them out without waiting for them to finish their words. Dong dong dong. The door was knocked again. Anything else? Broly opened the door again and poked his head out in confusion. He was cleaning his house and it was not convenient to keep guests inside. Ahem, Princess Alice will stay in Axel during this period, but she has no place to stay yet. I wonder if it is convenient for you? Claire asked tactfully. The hotel in Axel costs more than 2,000 Eris a night, excluding food expenses. If you want to stay here, just give me 6,000 Eris a night, and I can clean up 3 rooms for you. This annex that was purchased was very large. Some time ago, the Crimson Demon Girls group came to stay. After hearing what Claire said, Broly directly quoted a sincere price. Hey, do you still need to charge for this? The weak female magician asked. If I don't charge you, will I let you stay for free? Broly stood at the door with his hands on his hips and asked back. His movements and posture were exactly the same as Aqua's when she was a mercenary. Okay, then we'll pay and move in. Kuria had no choice but to take out her wallet and start taking out heiress. What, the little princess wants to stay at our house temporarily. The girls who came back from shopping were a little bit surprised when they heard the news. Master Aqua, didn't you always say you wanted to rent out the empty rooms to make money? Just as they wanted to stay overnight, I agreed. How much did you charge? 6,000 heiress a night. What a loss, such a fool, ahem, distinguished guests should stay in a room that costs 60,000 heiress a night. Hurry up and prepare a high-end room for them. Kuria. You guys just wanted to say that you were a fool, rude guy, apologized to Princess Alice. After a while of noise in the annex, Princess Alice still paid 6,000 heiress a day to stay in the annex with her entourage. After hearing Broly say that he had received a royal commission to defeat the Demon King's army, Aqua and others unanimously speculated on the real purpose of the little princess who was staying at home. The temporary residence is fake, but the military supervision is real. The commission only says that there is a generous reward, but it does not say how much the specific reward is. It is probably the type of payment based on performance. Chapter 231 Letter of Persuasion and Body Swapping Artifact. If it is really a military supervision, and the payment is based on our performance, we have to please the other party. Aqua said, touching her chin. Hey, why? Yu was a little puzzled. If the commission was completed, it would be fine. Naive, too naive, Yu, this world is cruel. There are some things that you can't get the due reward for doing. Huai looked like a person who had experienced it, and stood on the same point of view as Aqua, and preached to Yu. Yes, social skills are very important. As long as we please the little princess over there, maybe she will give us a high score, so that the kingdom will pay us more. Aqua said with a professional attitude, and waved to the girl sitting on the chair over there, who was curious about them. Princess Alice was stunned for a moment, but also smiled and waved over. Within a few words, Aqua decided to please the little princess and get more rewards. After finishing this topic, the next topic was to defeat the Demon King. I plan to defeat the Demon King. Do you want to go with me? Broly asked bluntly. For him, defeating the Demon King has never been a problem, but he doesn't know if others want to experience the process of defeating the Demon King together. It makes people feel involved and can well improve the happiness value of wives. This is the conclusion he got after accepting many defeat missions. So soon. Aqua had lived too well in this world. When she suddenly heard that Broly was going to defeat the Demon King, her first reaction was not joy, but more like a student who had a great time during the holiday and felt that time had passed so quickly when she heard that the holiday was almost over. Is such a day coming? My staff is thirsty for it. My Huai, who had received new equipment and had increased the level of explosion magic a lot, made the above statement as if she had been waiting for this moment. Hey, Broly, are you going to defeat the Demon King? Wiz was a little surprised. What's wrong, Miss Wiz? Yunyu didn't understand why she was surprised. Wiz, the 8 generals of the Demon King's army, darkness. Explained beside him. Yunyu and Huai both exclaimed. Damn it, the enemy is right next to me, I should have known it long ago. Huai stared at Wiz's plumpness and made a gesture. I feel like you are just a grudge, right? Aqua complained. After some explanation, Yunyu and Huai realized that Wiz was just a nominal cadre of the Demon King's army. But to be honest, Mr. Yasaka is indeed a good person. Talking about the current Demon King, Wiz gave a relatively positive evaluation. How can you speak to the enemy? Hearing this, Aqua was a little angry. Lord Aqua, I'm just telling the truth. Apart from the position of a human demon, the old Demon King is a fair and good leader. After Wiz joined the Demon King's army, the other side did not treat Wiz badly. Even the initial capital of Wiz's magic tool shop was partly provided by the Demon King. Of course, I'm not saying this to stop Broly from defeating the Demon King. Humans and demons cannot coexist, and Miss Lich knows this. Master Aqua, must the Demon King be defeated? Seeing that Wiz was a little depressed, Broly asked Aqua this question. Of course, as long as the Demon King is not eliminated, the crisis in this world will always exist, and I will not be able to return to heaven. Aqua nodded. Although she didn't want to return to heaven so early, she didn't forget her duty to eliminate the Demon King. Broly scratched his head and said, let's have a fight. Hey! The Demon King must be eliminated, but he has taken care of Wiz, so we have to repay his favor. Wiz, go tell the Demon King that I want to defeat him. Have him prepare for the battle. It is not complicated to deal with the Demon King. It should be easy to deal with it by raiding the Demon King's castle now. But in order not to embarrass Wiz, Broly gave up the idea of raiding the Demon King's castle directly. Of course, if the other party is willing to surrender, it would be even better. For Wiz's sake, Broly can accept the Demon King's surrender. Master Aqua, if the Demon King is willing to surrender, do we still need to deal with him? However, even if the Demon King is willing to surrender, whether he can let him go depends on Aqua's opinion. I have never thought about this situation, but if the Demon King is really willing to surrender, the crisis he brought to the world should also be resolved. I think I can forgive his sins on behalf of the heaven. Aqua thought for a while and replied that the Demon King was not important to the heaven. The purpose of the heaven was just to save the world. As long as the goal of saving the world is achieved, then whether to defeat the Demon King is only a secondary matter. This is the top understanding of Aqua as the elite goddess of the heaven. That's it. If the Demon King is willing to surrender, I will not defeat him. If he is unwilling, Teacher Wiz, you tell him the news in advance, which is also a return of the favor that was taken care of before. If the Demon King is still defeated by me at that time, he can only blame his own lack of strength. The commission to defeat the Demon King's army was regarded as a commission to defeat the Demon King directly. The way to defeat the Demon King has changed from a direct raid to a situation where notification is made first and then the action is decided based on the response. However, Wiz needed to look after the shop, so she gave the task of delivering the message to the hired clerk. When Vanir received the letter of surrender from the Saiyan boy, the whole demon fell silent. Wiz, do you really think that old man Yasaka Kyoiki will surrender? I don't know, but if possible, I hope he can surrender, at least he won't be defeated. The Demon King's army is also flesh and blood, and Wiz also respects the old Demon King. If possible, she doesn't want to see the other party's death. Okay, I'll deliver the letter for you. As for what decision Yasaka Kyoiki will make, it's not up to me. Holding the letter, Vanir snapped his fingers, his body melted into mud, and he left with the letter. Before receiving the reply from the Demon King, the news that Princess Alice came to Axel leaked, and Broly's family welcomed visits from various dignitaries, all of whom came to establish a relationship with the little princess. Among them, Lord Axel's Alderp was the most active. He brought many gifts to the little princess, and even to the little princess's family, that is, the prince and the king. Beautiful princess, only the most beautiful gems in the world can match you. Please let Alderp present these jewels to you. Princess Alice was not used to Alderp's flattery, but she still accepted the jewels sent by him. Aqua was very angry about this, thinking that Alderp, the bastard noble, was interfering with their actions to please the princess. Princess, I know the achievements of Prince Jedis, but I have no chance to meet him. Now I have brought some gifts to Prince Jedis. Can you please pass them on to the prince to show my loyalty to the prince and the kingdom? Alderp smiled as he spoke, although it was very flattering, it was indeed a display of loyalty, but his eyes occasionally glanced at a special ornament in the gift. As long as the prince gets this special gift, he will get this country. Hey, isn't this a divine tool for permanent body exchange? At this moment, Aqua also saw the ornament, and immediately recognized the special divine tool, and directly said its function. After the words fell, the dignitaries who were originally enthusiastic about flattering the little princess immediately quieted down, and their eyes turned to Alderp. Being watched by everyone, Alderp's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but he still asked calmly, "What nonsense are you talking about, woman? Why are you so nervous? This is the gift you want to give to the prince of this country. Giving this kind of thing to the prince, don't you want to exchange bodies with the prince and replace his identity?" Aqua said maliciously. Because the words were too straightforward, the people around who didn't notice it at the first time looked at Alderp with some suspicion. How is this possible? Alderp took a step back and pretended that he knew nothing. Sir Alderp, I think I have to represent the royal family to understand the situation here. Kuria stood up. Don't you believe me, but a commoner. Kuria didn't say anything. Princess Alice, Alderp, am innocent. Alderp looked at the little princess again and said. Don't you have a divine tool that can identify lies in Miss Senna's hand? Alderp. The Lord of Axel was quickly taken by the royal guards for investigation. During the investigation, a strange demonic force raided the annex. But before he even entered the door, he was discovered by Aqua and purified with divine power. Damn it, you useless guy, can't you even do such a small thing as changing other people's memories? That day, Alderp, who was restrained at home and could not leave, kicked the demon summoned by the family props in the basement. The strong light covering the annex is too strong, and my twisted power can't penetrate it at all. Damn it, if you can't complete the task, don't expect me to pay you the price. Price. Max said this in confusion, and Alderp just glanced at him and left quickly. He must do something. Before the royal family discovers his crime of usurping the throne, he must deal with those who know the situation. That night, Broly's family was attacked by a group of masked men. Unfortunately, the attack was suppressed within less than a minute. When the masks on the faces of the defeated attackers were removed, they were found to be Alderp's private soldiers. Moreover, these people were also under some powerful hypnotic magic. After being dehypnotized by Aqua with purification, they realized what they had done and bowed down to the little princess. Alderp originally wanted to send someone to kill the other people in the annex, take the little princess Alice to his manor, and let the demons in the basement help modify her memory. As a result, the kidnapping failed, and he himself was identified as a criminal who had committed a crime against the royal family and was taken away directly by the royal guards. However, when he was temporarily imprisoned in Axel prison, this man mysteriously disappeared and was suspected of absconding for fear of crime. Chapter 232 The Demon King's Army in War Preparation. Hey, isn't this Max? Vanir, who had just delivered the letter, met a pale young man on his way back to Axel. The aura of the same great demon made quickly realize the other party's true identity and greeted him directly. Who are you? However, the pale young man didn't seem to know. It's really troublesome that you always forget me. Vanir exuded his demon aura and pointed at the iconic mask and said, I am Vanir of the clairvoyant demon. Ah, it turns out to be Vanir, my best friend. The young man looked at the black and white mask carefully for a while before he remembered it. He also showed the joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land on his face. Save me! Before the two great demons greeted each other, a faint cry for help came from the bag carried by Max. When he opened it, it was not Alderp, but who else could it be? The only difference was that the body of this obese noble was twisted into a ball, and the flesh seemed to have been compressed. Hey, you are really brave to summon the despair demon. In your short life ahead, you will suffer the most desperate and painful things. Vanir saw through Alderp's situation and said to him with a smile. Vanir, do you want to eat? Seeing that seemed to be interested in the human in the package, Max asked enthusiastically. No, I don't like the feeling of despair. You can just take your time. The two demons parted quickly, and Vanir returned to Axel smoothly, bringing Broly the reply from the Demon King. This reply did not bring the message that the Demon King was willing to surrender, but brought the situation that the Demon King would fight any challenger. I have told the Demon King that I was defeated by you, but the other party did not mean to retreat, but decided to gather the entire Demon King's army to face you. Really? That can't be helped. Broly took the reply, putting it aside. He looked at Huai and Aqua, who had just returned from taking Princess Alice out to play in the morning. I'm going to make dinner. Mr. Vanir, do you want to eat with us? If food is your anger. Broly, listen to me. Alice is so miserable. She rarely leaves the royal city. From the time she was born until recently, it was her first time to go out to play. Yu looked at Alice with some pity and said. Really, as a royal family, you should eat, drink and have fun. How can you treat such a young child so cruelly? Huai also said indignantly. The Bell's ancient royal family is more responsible. On the contrary, Darkness, who always believed that nobles must be bullies, didn't have to speculate the Bell's ancient royal family with the greatest malice this time. I'm not that miserable, I just don't have much time to play. My father and brother have great responsibilities, and as the princess of the ancient kingdom of Belzer, I have to work hard. Princess Alice, who was said to be miserable, didn't feel that she was so miserable, but she occasionally envied other children of the same age. After a few days of getting along, Aqua and others became closer to Alice. Among them, Huai and Yu had the best relationship with Princess Alice because they were close in age to the little princess. They were already good friends. After learning the reply letter from the Demon King refusing to surrender, Huai said directly, Broly, you must get rid of the Demon King. In this way, Alice will no longer have to live the hard life of preparing for the war. When the time comes, I will take her to adventure with us. Huai. Princess Alice widened her eyes, but was a little moved. Of course, the premise is that you have to recognize me as the boss. Huai turned her head and added to the little princess. Okay, boss. Princess Alice was a bit naive and actually agreed. This way, I'm not the youngest in the team. Huai crossed her arms and thought. We are so familiar with each other, Princess Alice, don't you consider giving us more rewards? Aqua approached and asked. What do you want? Good wine, the royal family should have a lot of good wine bars, can you give us 1 or 2 bottles in advance? Aqua, you are very rude. Darkness hurriedly stopped her. Okay. Princess Alice thought it was okay. Today, Huai and others invited her to eat some civilian food on the street that she had never eaten before. So, it was right to give some good wine to Aqua, the elder of the family. While Aqua tricked Princess Alice into getting the royal family's treasured wine, the Demon King's army was also busy mobilizing troops. Since the messenger was Vanir, and he said that he was defeated in a serious manner, Demon King Yasaka Kyoiki did not take the letter of persuasion as a joke. Even Vanir failed. Who is that guy who wants to defeat us? Headless Knight Beldia held his head and frowned. The letter didn't say that, but told me that if I refused to surrender, the other party would come to the Demon King's castle in a week and defeat me, the Demon King. Yasaka Kyoiki replied. Damn it, even if it was the guy who defeated Vanir, he shouldn't despise us so much, and actually said such words as if he could easily defeat us if he wanted to. Toxic Slime Hans was very unhappy. Although he knew how powerful Vanir was, he didn't think that the entire Demon King's army should be afraid of a person who just defeated Vanir. Where's Wiz, why didn't she come? A fallen angel, the most senior cadre of the Demon King's army, asked. It's normal that she didn't come, because she asked Vanir to pass on the letter of persuasion and the news that someone was going to attack us. Selena rubbed her brows. She was the only human cadre in the Demon King's army. She served as a counselor and was responsible for intelligence work. And I also found out where the enemy was. It was in Axel. Half a year ago, a huge sacred aura appeared in the direction of Axel. The guy who wrote the letter this time might be the new reincarnated hero from another world. When Selena said this, she glared at Beldia. Half a year ago, she asked this guy to investigate the sacred aura, but this bastard took it as a vacation and had no information until he was called back. The Dul Ahan quickly turned his head to the other side. As we all know, the hero may not be strong when he first comes, but once he develops, he may become a great enemy of the Demon King's army. Now is not the time to blame anyone. I believe in your strength. The old Demon King made a round. I, Beldia, swear that I will destroy all enemies that invade the Demon King's castle. The Dul Ahan immediately replied. The red demons. Except the red demons, after all, they can teleport and I can't catch up. Beldia quickly patched it up. The other cadres looked at him, somewhat speechless. Don't worry, father, no matter what happens this time. No matter who challenges us, I will kill them with my sword. The demon girl with horns on her head and a heroic appearance said so. This is really reassuring, but it is better to be cautious. During this period, I will also use my own power to increase the soldiers of each subordinate to the level of cadres. We must make sure that our demon army is in full force to fight against the enemies who are coming and intend to attack us. The old Demon King said. Chapter 233, The Demon King Defeat, 1. Regarding appearances, the Crimson Demons have a unique view, believing that wearing the right clothes where needed can increase one's handsomeness. Time soon came to a week later. Broly put on the Bio-Beast suit, and with Aqua and the others who were also fully armed, they relied on Wiz's teleportation magic to arrive at the outskirts of the Demon King's castle. Also accompanying them were Princess Alice and others. Kuria looked uneasy, but the little princess remained calm. She wore light armor and held a two-handed sword that was somewhat inconsistent with her body shape. Broly, send an energy bomb to the city over there first, let those guys in the Demon King's army know how powerful you are. Standing at the bottom of the slope, looking at the Demon King's castle on the high slope, Aqua said. Master Aqua, you should say hello first, in case the Demon King here has changed his mind? Broly looked at Wiz, and Miss Lich nodded, willing to ask the other party. Wiz teleported several times over short distances, and arrived at the gate of the Demon King's castle in a few seconds. After saying hello to the Demon King's army on the top of the city, he entered smoothly. But not long after entering, some commotion occurred in the Demon King's castle. With a loud bang, a huge ice cone pierced out of the Demon King's castle. Miss Lich's figure slid down the smooth ice surface. Following closely was a huge purple slime. The places where the other party climbed were all corroded by the poison. Whiz, you traitor, how dare you come in to persuade surrender? Mr. Hans, calm down, I'm just here to pass on a message, and I won't intervene in today's battle. Whiz explained as she slid back, but Hans, the poisonous death slime behind her, didn't intend to listen to her explanation. In desperation, Miss Lich could only mobilize the power of the Demon King City barrier to wrap up the chasing poisonous death slime with a magic barrier and drop it directly to the ground. Damn it, you actually used the magic barrier of the Demon King City to deal with me. Hans was a little furious, and the whole giant slime struggled, but it was useless. Whiz's strength was originally above it, and now after borrowing the magic barrier of the Demon King City, the gap in strength became more obvious. Why don't you do it quickly? Our Demon King City's defensive magic barrier is about to become Whiz's personal property. The struggling Hans couldn't help but call out the fallen angel who was in charge of the magic barrier of the Demon King City before Whiz. Cursed blade! As the fallen angel appeared, a large number of black light blades shot towards Miss Lich. But the next moment, the same number of energy rays shot from a distance. After piercing through the magic barrier, the rays accurately shattered the black light blades. It hit the city wall, leaving holes. Boom! The gate of the Demon King's castle opened, and the Demon King's army, which had been arranged in formation, poured out from inside. The poisonous death slime did not pursue again. The fallen angel was somewhat wary of the energy ray just now, and fell in front of the army composed of various monsters. The two parties were separated by a slope, looking at each other from up and down. Is that the Demon King? The leading demon girl carried a giant sword in her hand, riding on the body of Nightmare, but she was extraordinary. No, that's the Demon King's daughter, Yasaka him. Whiz, who was teleported back, introduced. Did the persuasion to surrender fail? Broly asked curiously. To be precise, I was beaten out by the hot-tempered Mr. Hans before I even met the Demon King himself. Whiz was a little distressed, and the giant slime over there began to shrink into the appearance of a middle-aged street man. Whiz in Lich state is stronger than she was when she was a human, and my poison mist ability is completely ineffective against her. After all, Whiz is dead now, said the synthetic beast Sylvia. It's not Whiz that should be paid attention to, but the boy over there who shoots strange rays, and the woman with blue hair. I feel the danger from them. The fallen angel interrupted. Hey, Demon King's army over there, do you want to fight directly, or talk to us first? Broly put his hand in front of his mouth and shouted in the direction of the Demon King's army, and Yuya helped to release the amplification magic. What else is there to talk about? Just when the demon girl was about to lead the troops to attack, the old Demon King stopped her in time. We can talk, but I don't know what you want to talk to us about. The same amplification magic transmitted the old Demon King's voice. Of course, we want to talk about making your demon army surrender unconditionally. Broly said as a matter of course. I think I should have rejected this matter. The old Demon King was not angry and said. Reject, that's because you don't know the gap between us. I am willing to talk to you before the fight because you used to take care of Whiz. You are really a little kid, even if you are from another world, you are a brave warrior who has been reincarnated from the previous world. You are very powerful. Do you really think you can defeat my demon army? Yes, that's right. My lovely disciples can defeat you. Before Broly could speak, Aqua interrupted and said rudely. Are you also a brave warrior? The old Demon King asked out of curiosity. Hero? No, I am not a brave warrior. Aqua denied her identity as a brave warrior. She coughed twice before shouting, the demon army on the opposite side, listen carefully. The one standing here is the great goddess of water, Aqua-sama. That's right. I am the goddess of water. If you don't want to die, drop your weapons and kneel down to surrender. Otherwise, you will face the wrath of this goddess. After the words fell, the scene was quiet for a while, but soon the Demon King's army started to discuss. That guy claims to be the goddess. I have been in the Demon King's army for so long, but this is the first time I have seen someone pretending to be a goddess. However, no soldier of the Demon King's army was willing to believe that Aqua was the goddess. I am really a goddess. Aqua argued, but it was useless, and she was regarded as a person with a brain problem. Damn Demon King's army, take my holy purification spell. After finding that it was useless to argue with words, Aqua became a little angry. The first move was a powerful holy magic against the undead and demons. In just a moment, the undead and demons in the Demon King's army on the slope were hit hard by the purification magic. Ah, aren't we still communicating in front of the battle? Why are you not talking about martial ethics? Damn it, those people down there don't have any chivalry at all, and actually resorted to a surprise attack? No one expected that Aqua could cast holy purification magic instantly. After the Demon King's army erected the magic barrier, they began to blame Broly and others below. I am not a knight, so why should I talk about chivalry? On the other hand, those who talk about chivalry in battle are the ones with a problem in their brains. They are a bunch of fools and idiots. They don't believe that I am the goddess. Lolyalu. After a successful attack, Aqua said confidently. When the soldiers of the Demon King's army looked over, Aqua stuck out her tongue and made a face, and slapped her butt towards the direction of the Demon King's army. These stupid actions, like a child's provocation, directly made everyone around, except Broly, subconsciously stay away from her. Darkness and Wiz, who knew Aqua's background clearly, thought that it was a ghost that such an Aqua could be believed to be the goddess of water. So that's it. I understand. This is a preemptive tactic. Princess Alice and others who didn't know Aqua's true background, showed an expression of sudden enlightenment after being reminded by the genius girl of the Red Demon clan who also didn't believe Aqua was a goddess. So, Miss Aqua is using this tactic. The little princess immediately looked at the goddess of wisdom, Aqua, with some admiration. Ah, is that the case? Yu was not sure, but if you put aside the motive, Aqua did make a beautiful, despicable, first-hand attack. And this first-hand purification attack and childish provocation with words and body movements really angered the Demon King's army over there. Or, most of the grassroots soldiers of the Demon King's army are uneducated guys. They can't understand the more advanced provocations of humans, but childish provocations like Aqua are just right. That bastard high priestess, I want to kill her. All the undead knights, get on the horse, charge. The ground was shaking, and the Demon King's army was charging towards this side. Broly, I leave it to you. Aqua was born in the year of the dog, a dog who relies on the power of others. After seeing the army charging, she immediately shrank behind the boy. She asked her powerful disciple for help. Leave it to me here. Mai Hui smiled and stepped forward, her staff was thirsty. Blacker than black, woo woo woo. However, before she started chanting, her mouth was covered by Broly. In this situation, I'll handle it now. Do you want to show off yourself? Mai Hui took a step back and got rid of the situation where her mouth was covered, but she was a little dissatisfied. She also wanted to make a big splash on this important battlefield. If it was a situation where we had agreed to fight, I wouldn't stop you, but now it is obviously the result of Master Aqua's sudden provocation. So what? Mai Hui was puzzled. I want to subdue the demon army without causing casualties, let them calm down, and then talk about surrender. Mai Hui was speechless when she learned the boy's idea, but this was indeed not something her explosion magic could do. Broly, you are really kind. Yu's eyes sparkled and she praised him directly. Hearing this, Princess Alice's eyes sparkled and she looked over. Kuria couldn't understand. Broly scratched his head. He didn't know what kindness was. He just thought that in this situation, he should directly destroy the group of demons rushing over. The Demon King's army is not very good, and it seems that he is a little wrong. Broly is a blank sheet of paper with few colors, and the people around him always easily influence his character. In the long time of getting along in this world, Aqua taught him some despicable but useful things. Similarly, other people also taught him some upright and possibly useful things. And now, Broly has a certain sense of morality. Broly flew into the sky so that all the Demon King's army could see him. Welcoming some long-range attacks from the Demon King's army, he used the absorption touch skill combined with the chi version on the Demon King's army below. The absorption aura unfolded and enveloped the charging Demon King's army. Soon, some of the Demon King's army charging towards him suddenly felt weak. Pa! As the weakest goblin in the charging Demon King's army fell, a domino-like fall began, but it was from weak to strong. Chapter 234, The Demon King Suppression Incident, 2. How is this possible? Beldia had already fallen off the headless immortal warhorse. He could clearly feel that his magic power and physical strength were being plundered by an invisible but terrifying force. The closer he was to the boy hanging in the sky, the faster his magic power and physical strength would be lost. Now, except for him and Yasaka, all the other members of the charging team had fallen on the way to the charge, and the remaining two of them were just struggling to hold on. Putting their long swords on the ground and looking up at the guy floating in the sky was the limit of what they could do now. As for attacking, how could they attack the guy floating in the air when they couldn't even lift their swords? Broly manipulated his absorption aura and carefully removed the fallen soldiers of the Demon King's army from the effect of the absorption aura. Just as he was about to speak, two figures shot over from the hillside and fired some attack magic at him from a long distance. Don't get close to that guy, defeat him with long-range attacks. The fallen angel who didn't follow the charge observed the situation and shouted to the winged synthetic beast Sylvia. But the next moment, the fallen angel saw that the advanced magic cursed lightning he had cast had just approached the boy hanging in the sky, and it quickly dissipated in front of the other party. The same was true for Sylvia's magic attack. Can the magic power that has already constituted magic be forcibly annihilated? The fallen angel's pupil shrank. Without saying much, he and Sylvia quickly moved and flipped in the air, but they wanted to avoid the invisible attack. How did he do it? When Broly raised his hand to aim at the fallen angel and Sylvia, Miss Kuria, the guard of Princess Alice, also asked. She couldn't understand how the boy could do such a thing, making all the Demon King's army fall down in the charge. Is my disciple powerful? Aqua put her hands on her hips and was a little proud, as if she was the one who did this. This is absorption magic. Broly can absorb other people's magic and physical strength with this unique absorption magic. Wiz couldn't explain the lich skills very well, so he could only vaguely use absorption magic to explain the situation in front of him. However, this ability to release absorption touch in a wide range mainly relies on Broly's own powerful aura to drive it. Different from the conventional absorption touch, Broly's absorption aura does not rely on skills to absorb other people's energy. Instead, he relies on his stronger internal energy than others to forcibly plunder other people's energy. To describe it in a metaphor, the touch of absorption is a thief stealing money technically, while Broly's aura absorption is like a gangster holding an AK-47, robbing multiple individuals of energy, chi. To avoid being robbed, one must either stay away from the gangster or be stronger than the gangster, but as far as Broly's personal strength is concerned, there is probably no biological individual that is immune to his aura absorption in this world alone. No, we can't hide from his strange trick that makes our magic and physical strength drain away. We have to get rid of him before our magic and physical strength run out. Two figures that were flying and dodging quickly wanted to rush over and fight Broly to the death after finding that they could not get rid of the invisible attack that drained their own magic and physical strength. But like Beldia and the Demon King's daughter below, they fell directly when they approached Broly because of the increased drain of magic and physical strength. Now, you have calmed down, right? Demon King's army. Most of the individuals have fallen into a state of severe coma. Those who were not in a coma, however, did not have the energy to complain. You call this calm? Fortunately, there were still the old Demon King and other members of the Demon King's army who did not join the charge and did not make any radical moves. These people took on the role of complaining. Since you have calmed down, then listen to me. Ahem. All of you in the Demon King's army, now you should also realize your own weakness, right? Recognize your own weakness, understand your own weakness, and accept your own weakness. This is by no means a shameful thing for you weaklings. Hearing the boy's words, the conscious Demon King and members of the Demon King's army. This is the first time that someone has used the term a weak to describe them. However, seeing their own people falling all the way, they really couldn't refute the words of the Saiyan boy. Here. Broly forgot the words for the rest of the sentence, and could only take out the small note of persuasion written by the Red Demon girl who wanted to become a great writer when she went to the Red Demon village to ask for help before coming. After reading the small note, Broly continued smoothly, Here, I sincerely hope that the members of the Demon King's army can surrender and accept my mercy, and don't continue to resist stubbornly, and succumb to the strongest man on the Vampa Star, succumb to the will of the truly strong, and live. Broly turned the small note over and added, I hope that the members of the Demon King's army who have heard this speech can tell this speech to their unaware compatriots. Yasaka Kyoiki. As a Demon King, he felt very complicated. Having lived for so many years, he had seen reincarnated heroes with outrageous strength. But this was the first time he had seen such an outrageous one. Master Demon King. The confidant beside him called him and knelt on one knee. I am willing to die for you. One person knelt, everyone knelt, and the guards and confidants around him all had the same meaning, willing to fight the old Demon King with their lives, a terrifying enemy that had no hope of victory. Come on, you want to die, but I still want to live. Having said that, Yasaka Kyoiki still asked Broly a question. Before surrendering, I want to know if that blue-haired, tasteless woman is really a goddess. Broly. It was a bit difficult to respond. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, Master Aqua, she is indeed a goddess. Okay, then on behalf of the Demon King's army, I surrender to you, Master Broly. The old Demon King nodded, but then he said again. But I won't surrender for now. Broly looked at the old Demon King with some doubts. Master Demon King. The confidants and guards didn't understand what was going on. 300 years ago, a lone brave man came here and defeated the Demon King who was entrenched here at that time. According to the original trajectory, the brave man who defeated the Demon King would be summoned and rewarded by the goddess, and the lone brave man's wish was just to go home. However, after defeating the Demon King with great difficulty, he did not receive the summons of the goddess, let alone any reward. He was left in this foreign world, and the lone brave man with nowhere to go could only settle in the Demon King's castle. The old Demon King told a story to himself, and at the end of the story, it was the human adventurers who came to defeat the Demon King. After discovering that the Demon King was defeated, they were unwilling to attack the brave man who defeated the Demon King. The story of the hero who wanted to defeat the Demon King as a hero, which eventually led to the mentality of the hero, whose fate was already a bit bad, bursting and turning into a new generation of Demon King. This is the story of our clan. After a long time, we hate humans and the so-called gods. So, I want to ask a question for the miserable ancestor, why was he abandoned in this world? When Broly brought the old Demon King's question to Aqua, the goddess of water looked confused. Why don't I know the hero who once defeated the Demon King? It's the hero with the ability to upgrade quickly. The Demon King reminded. It's useless for you to say this. I have reincarnated so many heroes, how can I remember them one by one? Aqua couldn't remember it at all. Wait, so the truth is, Aqua, you have forgotten the hero yourself. Darkness and others who also listened to the story of the lonely hero soon realized that the so-called lonely hero was probably forgotten by Aqua. Let me ask you, after you goddesses reincarnate as heroes, don't you need to be responsible for them? In theory, you have to be responsible, but so many heroes who challenged the Demon King have died, who knows which one will succeed? Aqua's voice became weaker and weaker, and she also realized the reason why more terrifying Demon Kings would appear in this world. Will it be useful for me to say sorry now? Aqua asked carefully. The old Demon King smiled. The next moment, blacker than black, darker than darkness, condensed the resentment of our ancestors for 300 years, die for me, Goddess Aqua, multiple explosion magic. Broly, save me. Nobita Aqua cried. Go, energy bomb. Broly decisively threw his energy bomb towards the explosion magic that had been formed. The old Demon King was not a combatant, but his skill level had long been very high in his long life, especially the ability to cast spells quickly. The collision of multiple explosion magic and energy bombs formed a terrifying explosive energy ball at the foot of the hillside of the Demon King's castle. Broly propped up an energy barrier to block the aftermath of the explosion. Aqua hugged his waist and trembled like a child who had made a mistake. When everything was settled, the old Demon the King has fallen to the ground. The 300 years of resentment of this clan obviously cannot increase the power of his explosion magic much, and it is even more impossible to defeat Broly, the Saiyan. It was a close call, a close call. After catching her breath, Aqua patted her chest and wanted to stand up as if nothing had happened, but was stared at by others with strange eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Darkness didn't say anything, but just spit on the ground in front of her. Chapter 235 Resurrection of the Demon King. Damn Kuya, you dare not take responsibility. After Darkness, Huai also stepped forward and spit on the ground. Master Aqua, if you are really the goddess, and the story of the lonely hero is true, then it is really your fault. Yu also stepped forward and said something. Ms. Aqua. It was Wiz's turn. Aqua's eyes were already filled with tears. She glared at her, even a lich like you wants to blame me. Ah. Wiz sighed and shook her head. She said nothing, but her eyes no longer showed the respect she had for Aqua's status as a goddess. Broly. Aqua pursed her lips and looked at the boy. Broly comforted her, it's no big deal. Even if Master Aqua is wrong, it's not Master Aqua's fault, but the world's fault. Broly's attitude of helping his relatives and not helping others made Aqua feel much better. Now that everyone looked down on her, her own lovely disciple was still willing to stand by her side. Okay, Master Aqua, I'll go collect the body of the old Demon King. After comforting Aqua, Broly walked towards the body of the old Demon King. Although it was the old Demon King who attacked Aqua without authorization, Broly could understand his behavior and was not particularly angry. Of course, the reason why he was not angry was that Aqua was fine, and it was the other party who fell to the ground and died. May your resentment be calmed. Broly made a hole and used the funeral ceremony taught by Axis to perform a pre-burial ceremony for the old Demon King. The demon girl looked painful, looking at her dead father, and her eyes looking up at Broly were full of hatred. The other members of the Demon King's army who were still awake were the same. The old Demon King was not only a majestic leader to them, but also an elder who cared for them. The death of the old Demon King made these members of the Demon King's army grow hatred in their hearts. And Broly also felt these hateful eyes. Looking at the hateful eyes of the Demon King's daughter, and the angry eyes of the members of the Demon King's army, Broly frowned, thought for a while, and slowly raised his hand. If he were alone, he might not care about the hatred of these individuals, but he would leave this world later. In order not to bring additional risks to his wife, it would be a very simple choice to eliminate these hostile people. The little moral concepts that have been generated will not affect the choice Broly will make after simple thinking. Even if the root cause of this matter may be Aqua's fault, so what? Broly will not only not blame Aqua as his wife and master, but will even help Aqua clean up this mess. However, as the party who is somewhat at fault, Broly will not let the death of this group of Demon King's army be too painful. Just as Broly was about to send the energy bomb to end the lives of the Demon King's army, Aqua was already looked down upon and criticized by Darkness and Huai. Look, Broly is more sensible than you. Can you still be considered a good master? From now on, I think you should stay away from Broly to prevent him from being led astray by you. Darkness's words were very sharp, but the wives around her nodded one after another. Ah, you all said that to me. At most, I will revive that guy. Resurrection technique. A dazzling light was thrown directly by Aqua at the dead old Demon King. The power of the goddess appeared before the power of destruction, and the old Demon King in the scorched corpse state recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye in front of everyone. Yasaka Kyoiki opened his eyes in confusion, looked at the sky above his head, and subconsciously asked, "Is there a blue sky in the world after death?" Broly put his hand down, and the demon girl's eyes changed from hatred to joy. After some explanation, the old Demon King finally understood who resurrected him. In this way, the grudge between me and your clan is even. Aqua said with her hands on her waist. She was ready to use the grace of resurrection to offset the resentment of the demon clan. Old Demon King. To be honest, he didn't hate the goddess Aqua that much. After all, he was not the brave ancestor of the year. The reason why he attacked Aqua was that he was old and didn't have much time to live. Instead of dying in a corner of the world one day in the future, it is better to challenge the guy who is suspected to be a god, launch a retaliatory attack on behalf of the ancestor, and then die in a bang. His death was indeed as he expected, a spectacular one, but after being resurrected, looking at his daughter crying with joy on his body, the old Demon King regretted his impulse. Fortunately, all this was saved by a resurrection spell. Okay, Lady Aqua, our grudge is over. The old Demon King agreed Aqua's proposal. Then again, is the story of the so-called lone hero really true? No one can verify this kind of thing, right? After getting the agreement to reconcile, Aqua started to mutter and question the authenticity of the story of the lone hero. Obviously, she did not want to admit that it was her own negligence as a goddess that caused such a result. It would be great if Mr. Vanir was here. He should know the brave Demon King from 300 years ago. Was said. And as the saying goes, the devil is here. Some clay rose from the ground, and Vanir, wearing a black and white mask, made a brilliant appearance. Yes, I know that lonely boy. Although he married the beautiful daughter of the Demon King in the end and his life was not too miserable, he was forgotten in this world by an irresponsible goddess. Vanir said, and pointed at Aqua, yes, an irresponsible goddess, I mean you. Damn demon, what evidence do you have to say that? Even if you know the other party, the demon's words are not credible at all. Aqua denied it immediately. Hehe, I knew that you, an unscrupulous goddess, would say that. So after predicting the fate of the Demon King's army's failure, I went back to hell and used the photo stone to bring back some memories of the lonely boy from my body. Vanir took out the photo stone and used magic power to start it directly, playing the recorded memory screen, and these memories were the lonely brave who had successfully defeated the Demon King in the past. Faced with the scene where he could not go back to question the goddess, no one responded to him at all. And even at the moment of dying, the other party wanted to know the answer. Ah! Aqua yelled and went to grab the evidence of the dark history, while Vanir didn't care at all and just laughed. We can have as many things as we want, and later, we must take this truth buried in history, the dark history of the goddess of water, Aqua, to the headquarters of the Axis Church, Akanrisha, and broadcast it to your believers to shatter their faith in you. Vanir dodged Aqua's attack, but said something very devilish. Broly, please, help me kill that demon, I don't want to be abandoned by my believers. Aqua cried again and asked Broly for help. Mr. Vanir, let's make a deal. I want the things of my master in your hand. Broly looked at Vanir and said to the big devil. What price do you offer? Things like the goddess dark history are very expensive. Vanir asked with a smile while playing with the photo stone in his hand. 1 for my anger. At least 10. Deal. Just like that, Broly and Vanir reached a deal. The Demon King's army and Princess Alice were all a little dumbfounded. Where am I? As time passed, the unconscious soldiers of the Demon King's army gradually woke up. When they woke up, they learned that the Demon King's army was going to disband. The Demon King's army is disbanding, how can this be possible? Some soldiers were unwilling to accept this result, but after learning that the old Demon King had also died in battle once, they had nothing to say when facing the Saiyan boy who easily defeated them. If you don't want to disband, you have to die, there is no third choice. Master Demon King, I still want to follow you, even if it's just as a servant. Some soldiers of the Demon King's army felt confused, but they expressed their opinions on this. I am no longer a Demon King. You should pursue your own life. The old Demon King waved his hand and directly rejected these followers. He spent most of his life managing the Demon King's army and ruling the demons. Now that he has died and come back to life, the old Demon King only wants to take his daughter to experience a life different from that of a Demon King. The world is big, and Yasaka Kyoiki has long wanted to see it, but he was bound to the Demon King's castle by his identity as a Demon King. But now, the Demon King's army has been defeated, and he no longer has the identity of a Demon King. He can finally do what he wants. However, before giving up the identity of the Demon King, there are some things that must be explained to his subordinates. After the Demon King's army is disbanded, humans will definitely kill us all. In the days to come, you should try to hide in places where humans can't find you. This is the last thing he has to do. The cadres of the Demon King's army are fine. Even without the existence of the Demon King's army, the cadres themselves are strong enough and are not afraid of being hunted down by humans, but other demons are different. They must hide before humans react. The synthetic beast Sylvia took the goblin core away and prepared to hide in the dangerous ruins area. The headless knight Beldia took his undead core and planned to return to the dark dungeon full of undead. The fallen angel lamented that his former home was gone, but when he was about to leave, he was stopped by Aqua, who asked about the reason for his fall. The answer he got was that the fallen angel of the Demon King's army cadre couldn't stand the 007 working environment in the heaven without vacations all year round, so he took the task to go down to the world after the appearance of the Demon King in this world, not to solve the problem of the Demon King instead, he planned to escape the life of a social animal in the heavens. Aqua actually empathized with the fallen angel when she thought about returning to the heavens to work year-round after solving the problem of the Demon King in this world. Come on, as a goddess, you can still dump your work on us angels, and we angels are the ones who really don't have a holiday. But the fallen angel sneered at Aqua's empathy, thinking that as a goddess, Aqua could not understand the situation of us angels. The two had a dispute, and soon Aqua was a little angry and threw a holy purification spell directly at the fallen angel's head. No, I don't want to go back to heaven, I don't want to work year-round. After the fallen angel's wings were purified, the rules of heaven also felt the existence of the lower world, and directly opened the gate of heaven to suck the lower world back. Before leaving, the angel's struggle and despair were so real that people thought he was going to hell instead of returning to heaven. Is heaven really that scary? Wiz asked. Hearing this, Aqua didn't know how to answer. For her, heaven was okay. Although it was not as exciting as the world on earth, as a goddess, staying in heaven would allow her to continue to increase her divine power. Wait, why haven't I received the call of heaven yet? Aqua suddenly reacted and was a little confused. Could it be that the guy who sent me here wanted to replace me? Aqua understood conspiracy theories and quickly thought of a possibility. Isn't this good? Heaven doesn't sound like a good place either. In this way, you can stay in this world. Darkness said. Not good at all. Once an angel usurps my throne, my power will gradually disappear. Once it disappears, I will completely become immortal, and I may not even have the current strength. Without the current strength, I will be a useless person. Woohoo, I don't want to be a useless person. Aqua cried. She had a very clear understanding of herself losing her power. It's okay, Aqua, I will take care of you. Mai Hui patted Aqua's shoulder and said something that surprised Aqua. Mai Hui, I didn't expect you to be such a good person. When Aqua was a little moved, Mai Hui showed a malicious smile. Of course, but when the time comes, I will definitely call you Jishaoya. She said that the mind of this genius girl of the Crimson Demon clan was not big at all. Aqua looked at Broly. Broly, you won't let this happen, right? Aqua found that now she seemed to have only Broly to rely on. Master Aqua, I will return to my own world in 2 days. Broly scratched his head, but said something that made Aqua feel desperate. Hey, Broly, where are you going? Yu asked curiously. Home. Broly replied. But isn't our home in Axel? I'm talking about the home of planet Vampa. Yu was silent, and then widened her eyes. So, what you said in the village before, about the things from planet Vampa, are all true. Chapter 236 Broly Swish and Return. Broly suddenly broke the news that he was going to return to planet Vampa, which immediately made Aqua's situation of not being able to return to the heavens not so important. Yu and others surrounded him and asked about the specific situation. Broly scratched his head. They had a good relationship. In daily life, he occasionally mentioned to Yu and others that he would leave this world, but no one believed him at all. Only now that Aqua has resurrected the Demon King and sent the fallen angels back to heaven, proving her identity as a goddess, did she take his words seriously. So, Broly, you want to abandon us? Darkness asked. Ms. Darkness, why do you look so expectant? Yu questioned. No, I'm just sad, not expecting to be abandoned. The words of a masochist are not trustworthy. Then Broly, will you come back? Wiz asked. Of course, but I won't be back in a short time. Broly nodded, but said again. Wanting to return to the world he had been to, the Crystal Palace prompted that the current level was not enough. It's good to be able to come back. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I said, don't make a fuss. However, Hui remained calm and completely forgot that she was a little anxious just now. So, are you willing to be my wife? Broly asked directly. Why are you saying this suddenly? The girls blushed, but they all received invitations from the Crystal Palace. Yes, but before I leave, you have to agree to be my wife. Broly nodded. There are still 2 days left, and everyone's happiness value can be raised. Mai Hui joins the Crystal Palace, Yu joins the Crystal Palace. But at this time, 4 voices joining the Crystal Palace sounded one after another. Broly. On the surface, it was a rhetorical question, but in the end, all agreed? Oh no, Master Aqua didn't agree yet. Wait, Broly, how come the number of your Crystal Palace official members is 14? Without waiting for Broly to ask Aqua, Hui noticed the information on the panel of the Crystal Palace in front of him and questioned. Because I have other wives in other worlds. Broly answered as a matter of course, not realizing that this was a serious problem. However, except for the first wife who I have never met, the other wives are all my very important friends and partners like Hui and you. Hui. Broly, can I ask why you are looking for so many wives? Yu raised her hand and asked. At first it was for food, although it is still for food now, but I am very happy to find you and make you my wives. For food, is there any necessary connection between finding a wife and eating? Under Hui's questioning, Broly told the reason for finding a wife. The few people who knew the reason fell silent. Broly's motive was too pure, so pure that it was hard to regard him as a scum who deceived his feelings. Hui looked at her Crystal Palace panel. After agreeing to join the Crystal Palace as a formal member, the happiness points she obtained were almost 8,000 points. Then she opened the redemption mall on the panel and looked at the food prices inside. Suddenly, she couldn't even say to Broly not to find more wives in the future. Too miserable, with Broly's appetite, these happiness points are enough to eat how many meals? Huai had such an idea, and the others had similar thoughts, and did not realize the true meaning of the message on the Crystal Palace panel that happiness is mutual. As Broly who gives more in the relationship, his happiness value generated by his wife's behavior is relatively low, but the happiness values generated by his wives like darkness are very high, and this is a separate calculation. This time, it is the real food freedom, right? Looking at the happiness points converted from the happiness values of the 4 wives, up to more than 600,000, Broly thought so. Broly. Forget it, you should continue to work hard to find a wife in the future. Huai could understand the feeling of not eating, and actually cheered him up. Okay. Broly nodded. Eat a few more good meals before going back. Darkness said. To this, Broly also nodded. So, Broly, will you leave this world too? Aqua looked at him with tears in her eyes. Broly. After returning to Axel's annex, Princess Alice said she would go back to tell her brother and father about the defeat of the Demon King. In addition to the types of food to bring back, Broly needed to think seriously about how to help Aqua return to heaven. I know water generation magic, so I don't need to bring water. Just bring food. Space props are useless. My personal space does not recognize compressed space props. The volume of food in it counts as the volume of food. When Wiz and others were helping Broly and trying to use various methods to put the most food into his personal space, Aqua couldn't help it. Hey, don't you think of a way for me? What can I do? You can't purify yourself back to heaven like you purified the fallen angel. Damn it, even though what you said is true, I'll be finished if Broly goes home. I don't want to be called parasite by you. How about Aqua, go to Lady Eris's church and pray, and ask her to help you. Darkness words made Aqua suddenly realize that there was such a solution, but then she thought of herself in the past, leaving all kinds of tiring goddess work to her junior, and she immediately became a little uneasy. Fuck, if Lady Eris is unwilling to help you because of this, then you deserve it. Under Wiz's reminder, Broly invested the happiness points he had just obtained in the portable space, expanding the 20 cubic meters of space to 80 cubic meters, and filled the space with a lot of delicious, filling, and ready-made food. Eris, please help me, it was all my fault before, please help me. The next day, Aqua came to the Eris church and confessed to the statue inside. In the goddess space, Eris was idle and happened to see the scene through the statue. However, she did not take Aqua's words seriously, thinking that the mortals in the lower world were joking. Until Aqua, who was a little angry that her confession to the statue was useless, said that she would tell the dark history of the human BL comics that she had asked her to buy secretly. The gate to the heavenly world leading to the upper space where the goddess of luck Eris was located was instantly opened. So, you are really Aqua Senior. The white-haired goddess on the throne held her forehead, and she never thought that the 2 people who had blessed them at the beginning were really the partners of the hero and the goddess. Match. Hey, it's as if you saw me in the underworld. Aqua was a little surprised by Eris's reaction. The goddess of luck turned her head away, not wanting to say that she was the thief she used to be. So, Senior Aqua, what do you want to talk to me about? My disciples and I have already defeated the Demon King of your world, but the door that was supposed to welcome me back to heaven has not been opened. I have no choice but to ask you to open the door. How is this possible? How is this impossible? It must be the angel who sent me down. She wants to take my throne. Aqua said confidently. Hearing this, Eris became a little serious, but in order not to make a mistake, she decided to confirm it and said to Aqua. In that case, why don't I send Senior back to his own goddess space? If it is really the angel's problem, I will help. Okay. Aqua nodded, took Broly with her, and came to her own goddess space under the teleportation of Eris's divine power. Mr. Sato Kazuma, although you didn't save anyone, there is no doubt that your desire to save others is real. Judging from this, you are a person who can go to heaven. When Broly and the 2 goddesses came here, Miss Angel was receiving a boy in sportswear. Miss Angel, woo-woo, you didn't laugh at me. Sato Kazuma was extremely moved. He didn't expect that his family would laugh at him in the world after his death because of his shameful death. But the Miss Angel he met in the afterlife confirmed his good deeds so gently and comforted him. So, Mr. Sato Kazuma, do you want to go to heaven? Miss Angel asked. I want to go to heaven. The world is no longer suitable for me. Sato Kazuma said decisively. He would not reincarnate into the world. Then, the door of heaven is open for you. I wish you a happy life in heaven. The light of heaven shone behind Miss Angel. Thank you, gentle Miss Angel. The figure of the boy turned into a small soul light ball and was led away by the light of heaven. Before the light of heaven faded, Aqua rushed over and grabbed Miss Angel by the collar. Tell me, do you want to replace me, so you didn't open the gate to heaven to bring me back after I defeated the devil? Lady Aqua, please calm down, there is no such thing. Miss Angel was directly grabbed by Aqua and shaken left and right. Senior Aqua, please give Miss Angel a chance to explain. After much persuasion, Aqua let go of the gentle angel. Humph, I'll give you a chance to quibble. After confirming your crime, I will definitely go to the heavenly office and report you as the lowest level angel. It's like this, Aqua-sama, when you and Broly-sama defeated the Demon King, I was receiving some deceased people, so I didn't open the gate to the heaven to take you in immediately. After I received the deceased, you resurrected the dead Demon King in the lower world, making it impossible for me to determine whether you defeated the Demon King. So, I can't open the gate to the heaven to take you in. The angel lady explained that Aqua was unable to defeat the Demon King and return to the heaven because she had a bug in resurrecting the Demon King in the human world. So, Aqua-sama, did you and Broly-sama defeat the Demon King? Of course I did. Aqua's face looked a little unnatural. But the Demon King is still alive. The angel lady reminded. After we defeated the Demon King, he was inspired by me and has changed his ways in the lower world. Aqua could not mention her mistakes in the past, but she could only say this. Ah, is this okay? Miss Angel was a little stunned. Of course, if you don't believe me, just react. Miss Angel did as she was told and reported Aqua's reply, and soon received a reply from the heavens that agreed. You are worthy of being the goddess elite Aqua. The way you remove the Demon King's threat to the world is really admirable. Miss Angel praised sincerely. So, can I return to the heavens now? Aqua asked. Of course. Miss Angel nodded and immediately removed the restrictions on Aqua's divine power. Power, ah, my power, they are back. Aqua's body was surging with unparalleled divine power, but it was stronger than before, and this was the reward from the heavens for her to deal with the Demon King. Then, Broly-sama, as a hero who assisted Aqua-sama in solving the problem of the Demon King, according to the agreement before reincarnation, you will also be rewarded by the heavens, but I don't know what wishes you need to fulfill. Miss Angel looked at the boy and said. Broly, don't be polite, just make your conditions. Aqua reminded beside her, looking like she was encouraging her family to make the most of her company when she saw someone close to her had the opportunity to fleece her. In order to prove the scale of the conditions, she even pointed to Eris next to her and said, even if you want this white-haired girl to be your wife, the heavens will agree. Eris. Broly looked at the goddess of luck and found that her happiness value had increased by hundreds of points. This was after she knew that the Demon King of the world she managed was defeated. Then, Broly looked at Miss Angel and said, I hope that Master Aqua and other angels in heaven will have enough vacation time in the future. To rest. Hey! The two goddesses and Miss Angel were a little stunned. Lord Broly, are you sure this is your wish? Master Aqua is a person who is afraid of being tired. I mentioned angel by the way, and this is indeed my wish. Broly replied. Compared with the income of more than 10,000 happiness points, he hoped that Aqua could live more comfortably after returning to heaven. Lord Broly, you are a gentle person. On behalf of all angels, I thank you for this wish. Miss Angel bowed slightly, and the light of heaven fell from her head. It turned out that the great Lord of Heaven had agreed to this wish. From now on, the goddesses and angels in heaven have a vacation. Broly, you child. Aqua was very moved. Knowing that this was a wish made for herself, she hugged Broly directly and rubbed her face against the boy's face. Master Aqua, are you willing to be my wife? Broly asked even though his face was being rubbed. Hey, you want to invite me to be your wife too? Aqua was a little surprised. Master Aqua, don't you want to? Broly looked at her nervously. No, I'm happy to. Aqua joins the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace has 15 formal members, the Crystal Palace is upgraded, the Crystal Palace level is LV3, and the permission to create an alien communication device is opened. While there is still time, let's go back and have a big meal with Darkness and the others. Aqua said, holding the boy's hand, and wanted to teleport him back to the human world. But the next moment, Broly disappeared. After arriving in the heaven, Broly's last stay was over. He returned to the planet Vampa. I'll take a day off tomorrow. The next world will be either the Karen no Kyokai or the No Game No Life movie. Chapter 237. After the construction of the alien communication device. The sudden return made Broly a little stunned, and what made him even more stunned was his old father Paragus, who was now in the Byakugan pit, combing the hair of the huge Byakugan. Woohoo! Seeing Broly, a huge beast head immediately emerged from a pool of green liquid in the pit. Byakugan, whose huge mouth could probably eat a giant frog, put its head close to Broly and rubbed the Saiyan boy intimately. Hey, don't turn over suddenly. Paragus, the old father, didn't have time to react, and was pushed down to the bottom of the huge pit by the overturned Byakugan. He pushed the big green blanket covering his body and struggled for a while before flying out from the bottom of the pit. Hey, Broly, you're back. Paragus, holding a stone-made Byakugan hair comber, was very excited when he saw his son, but the excitement was not due to family affection, but more because they could have a big meal every time their son came back. Yeah, I'm back. Stroking Byakugan's huge head, Broly nodded to his father, and when he asked him what he was doing just now, he got the old father Paragus's simple answer like an old farmer. When Byakugan's hair is combed, some softer hair will fall off, and those fallen hairs can be used to make better clothes. Let's not talk about this. Broly, you came back very quickly this time. How was your reward from going to the other world to find a wife this time? I gained a lot. This time I found 5 wives who are all very good people. They gave me a lot of happiness points. How many? More than 1.8 million. Broly answered. The happiness value of Master Aqua alone is more than twice the happiness value of the 4 darknesses combined. She can be called a super happy monster. So much. Paragus widened his eyes, wondering how much pork chop rice he could buy with this. By the way, did you bring water from other worlds? Suddenly, Paragus thought of his son's portable space and asked again. According to the exchange price of his son's Crystal Palace Mall, he only needs to transport water from other worlds 3 times, and the happiness points for opening up the portable space can make up for the cost. I learned the magic of making water in that world, so I didn't bring water back, but exchanged it all for food. Hey, the magic of making water. That's it, water generation. Broly raised his hand and shouted. So, where's the water? Paragus looked left and right, but didn't see any shadow of water, so he asked. Strange, why is there no water? There is no magic factor on the planet Wampa in this world, and magic driven by magic factors cannot be used. After the boy became confused, the Crystal Palace immediately gave a prompt message. Broly? Why didn't you say it earlier? This Crystal Palace does not have intelligence. This Crystal Palace will not actively answer questions that the host does not ask. Broly. Looking at his old father, he was a little embarrassed to explain why the water did not appear. It doesn't matter. With so many happiness points, it's enough to change the water. Paragus saw that his son was a little disappointed, so he comforted his son. He didn't want to be beaten up by a son who is in a bad mood as soon as he comes back. Wait, I think I have another way to make water. Broly thought of something, and cast the magic he learned in the Seeking world, which is the only magic that does not require magic power to release. After discovering that the absorption touch can still be used normally, he immediately had an idea. He converted his own chi into magic power, and then used the magic power as a power source to insert it into the operation process of the water generation magic. With the power source, the water generation magic quickly started to operate normally, gathering the thin water vapor in the atmosphere and smashing a puddle on the ground in front of Broly. Water came out, but the water seemed to be a little less. Why? Broly asked the Crystal Palace in his consciousness again. The atmospheric humidity of Wampa is low. The Crystal Palace gave another strict prompt. Water, it is clean water. Paragus lay on the ground to drink water, and was very excited when he found that the water was very clear and had no odor. However, Broly was a little disappointed. In the Seeking world, with his water-generating magic level, it was enough to summon a pool of clear water, but on the Wampa planet, because the environment has no magic factor and the atmospheric humidity is relatively low, the release effect of water-generating magic is directly reduced by countless times. However, it is enough. In the following time, Broly did not beat his old father, but took out the food he brought back from the Crystal Palace space, sat on the ground with his father, and talked about this experience in the other world. During the period, Paragus sweated on his forehead after hearing that Broly almost saw the full moon in the other world. When Broly asked whether the Saiyans would turn into monsters after seeing the full moon, Paragus directly admitted it. When sunlight is reflected by the moon, it will produce a light wave called Bruce. When the moon is full, this light wave can reach more than 18 million Hz. We Saiyans can use our eyes to receive the power of this light wave and react with our tails, thus transforming into giant apes. After transforming into giant apes, our combat power will increase tenfold, but the price is that we will lose our rationality. Of course, the royal family and Saiyans who have undergone rigorous training can maintain their rationality after transformation, but such Saiyans are few and far between. At this point, Paragus paused. Broly, I believe you can master this power. I want to say that I want to change my power, but you are too strong. I can't stop you when you lose your rationality, so I asked you not to watch the full moon. Broly nodded, not caring about this, but asked, if I just cut off my tail, I won't transform. Yes, but almost no Saiyan fighters will do this. That is a tenfold increase in power. As long as you master it, the lower level fighters can challenge King Vegeta, although it is King Vegeta in a normal state. Broly has no concept of power. Since he was 3 years old, he has not encountered an enemy stronger than himself. However, Broly can understand his father's desire for power. After all, being chased by the Wampa spider, it is estimated that his father must have had a hard time without him on this planet. Hunting alone is a hassle. He skipped this topic and continued to talk about what happened later. At my wife's suggestion, I invested the happiness points I gained into the expansion of the internal space of the Crystal Palace. This time, I brought back 80 cubic meters of food. A long-term choice, but why 80 cubic meters? Shouldn't it be 200 cubic meters? Paragus was a little puzzled. According to his son's gains this time, the portable space should be expanded to 200 cubic meters. Because after Master Aqua agreed to become my wife, I came back directly, and the happiness points converted from her were not used in time. Broly explained. It's a pity, but it's better to add them to the mobile charging. In this way, you can travel to another world faster. The mobile charging was upgraded to another level. Now you only need to move 1/64th of a light year to add a little energy to the energy slot for traveling through the world. If it is still like the previous circumplanetary flight on Wampa, it will only take about half a year for Broly to go to a new alien world to find a wife. By the way, my Crystal Palace has been upgraded to another level, prompting me to build an alien communication device in the internal space of the Crystal Palace. It says that timely communication can ensure the happiness of the members of the Crystal Palace. And only 100,000 happiness points and 10 cubic meters of internal space of the Crystal Palace can build a communication device that connects the worlds I have been to. Broly talked about the new permissions of the Crystal Palace again, and asked his old father for advice on construction. My opinion is to build it. After becoming your wife, those people will continue to provide you with happiness points, but this requires them to be in a state of feeling happy. Since timely communication can guarantee their happiness, a mere 100,000 happiness points and 10 cubic meters of space are nothing at all. It will pay back in a few years. Paragus said with foresight. He believed that if he could get back the cost, he would build it early and enjoy it early. I thought so too. Broly nodded seriously. No, then why did you ask me for my opinion? Paragus was puzzled. I thought that if you disagreed, I would beat you until you agreed. Broly's words made Paragus silent. One-on-one communication with Crystal Palace members in the same world for 1 minute/10 happiness points, one-on-one communication with Crystal Palace members across worlds for 1 minute/1000 happiness points. Joining the Crystal Palace group chat room will be charged according to the number of words, 1 happiness point for 1 word. Crystal Palace provides translation in various languages, and there is no charge if you do not send messages. Do you want to join the Crystal Palace group chat room now? Ilya, who was just finishing an operation, read the information on the panel and decisively chose to join. In the cold castle of Einsburn, only this Crystal Palace panel that had a little relationship with her parents was the partner who accompanied her through the painful days over the years. Not only Fujimura Taiga and Ilya chose to join, but when the alien communication device was completed, a total of 15 wives from the 3 worlds joined almost at the same time. Broly, why did you leave suddenly? The great goddess of water Aqua spoke. Yes, we didn't have time to use the food we prepared. Darkness, a loyal believer of Eris, spoke. When will you come back? Yo-Yo, who has already had many friends, spoke. In the Crystal Palace chat room, Aqua and the others were the first to speak. For them, Broly had only been gone for a few days. However, for others, Broly had been gone for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the Crystal Palace panel could change things and occasionally popped up information about the addition of members, he might have lost his sense of existence. Of course, those who really care about Broly will still check the boy's happiness every day to confirm whether the boy is doing well. Excuse me, is Broly brother here? Sakura, who was saved by Broly brother, spoke. Here. Broly sent a concise word. Ah. Sakura stood up directly. What's wrong, Tenkan? The teacher who was teaching was a little confused. It's okay, teacher, I just suddenly thought of something happy. Sakura explained and sat down quickly. Math teacher. If this girl hadn't been so good at grades, she would have made her stand outside as punishment. She actually dared to think about random things while she was in class. Sakura calmed down, and the next moment, a long string of missing texts was sent out. Of course, in addition to her, the nickname Wampa Star Broly also made many people in the group chat room with normal or abnormal nicknames send a bunch of greeting text messages. Damn, why can't I speak? In the world of /aka, As death was a little crazy. Who told you to change all your happiness points? Main was a little speechless. When it was easy to obtain supplies, each of them had a different number of happiness points, but As death spent them all. If it wasn't for the fact that happiness points couldn't be transferred, As death might have borrowed points from others. Broly, are you doing well? Akagami spoke. See the status. Broly said concisely. But you are not happy? Tosaka family genius magician Rin Tosaka spoke. You need happiness points to speak. You ask too many questions. I can't answer all of them. Broly said word by word. So thrifty. Crimson Demon Clan genius girl Megaman spoke. I am doing well, don't worry. I want to ask if everyone is doing well. As soon as the question was asked, there was a string of speeches about people doing well. People with abundant happiness points said more, while those who didn't have enough happiness points, such as As death, could only ask people around them to send messages on their behalf. Ilya lurked for a while and found that everyone was very enthusiastic about the person called Wampa Star Broly. After thinking about it, she also asked. Excuse me, do you know my parents? My father is Emi Yakuritsugu and my mother is Iris Veal von Einsborn. They haven't been home for a long time. Ilya, who was imprisoned, spoke. Hey, are you Uncle Emiya's daughter? College students, beautiful girl. The beautiful girl at the back saw someone in the group after many people spoke. Fujimura Taiga, who was embarrassed to reveal his nickname and took the initiative to change it by spending 100 happiness points, spoke up and asked. Ah, do you know my father? Of course I know him, he lives next door to my hometown, and the house was bought with our family. Excuse me, why doesn't he come back? Ilya asked quickly, but looking at her few happiness points, she decisively initiated a one-on-one communication with the nickname Fujimura Taiga, a college student. Fujimura Taiga was about to respond when he found the other party's one-on-one communication invitation. After choosing to accept, an anxious lowly voice sounded in his ears. Hello, I am Ilya, I want to ask about my father. I don't know much about your father, but I can call him for you, but can't you just call him directly? Fujimura Taiga said quickly. I can't contact him. After hearing this, Fujimura Taiga realized that Ilya's nickname was imprisoned. Okay, I'll call your father now. Fujimura Taiga said immediately. Your goods have arrived, please sign for them. Ding! Emi Yakuritsugu, who was working as a courier, suddenly received a call. Emi Yakuritsugu remembered that it was the girl from his neighbor Fujimura's house. Hello, this is Emiya, what's the matter? Uncle Emiya, I'll make it short. Your daughter Ilya contacted me and wanted me to ask you why you didn't go home. Pa. The phone fell to the ground, and the expression on Emi Yakuritsugu's face was a bit unreliable. Hey, why don't you talk? Did you abandon your daughter? Fujimura Taiga said with some dissatisfaction. The next moment, all kinds of inquiries came from Emi Yakuritsugu. Fortunately, his phone was of high quality and didn't break because of a fall. In the Type Moon world, Ilya indirectly contacted her father through Fujimura Taiga through the communication function of the Crystal Palace. After learning that her father was also restricted by the Einsborn family, the girl's mentality exploded. The group chat room was lively, from the various greetings to Broly at the beginning to chatting with other wives. "No, goddess of water Aqua, what's the matter with the nickname you changed to Broly's favorite master and wife? It means literally, Broly likes me the most." Of course, after the stage of speaking with curiosity and asking each other, Aqua's change of nickname directly made the harmonious chat content in the group chat room begin to have a gunpowder smell. However, this is no longer Broly's business. He has no extra happiness points to spend on speaking in the group chat room. After completing the construction of the alien communication device, he continued to fly around the planet Vampa. Happiness points were tight again. The food freedom on Vampa was just a mirage. Chapter 238, As soon as I crossed over, I saw my wife beating her. After the alien communication device was built, Broly's life on Vampa was no longer boring. Although he couldn't eat as much food as he wanted, he had enough water to drink. Broly spent his days flying around the planet every day. When he was tired, he would come back to the cave to rest. When he was resting, he would open the Crystal Palace group chat room page and watch the chats between different wives. Occasionally, he would say a few words, but he didn't dare to say more, because every word on the group chat room had to be sent out at the cost of happiness points. "Broly, do you want to eat a Vampa spider today?" Paragus walked in and asked, carrying a Vampa spider with broken legs in his hands. "Okay, I'll eat it." Broly nodded. The space-time energy tank was almost full, and the 80 cubic meters of food had been eaten up long ago. Now, the happiness points have reached more than 10,000, and we have to consider leaving some normal food for our old father, so we need Wampa spiders to fill the food gap. Of course, the taste of Wampa spiders is still bad, but now Broly's so-called eating Wampa spiders is no longer the kind of thing that means eating the other party's body juice. Broly walked forward, put his hand on the hideous-looking Wampa spider, and used the absorption touch directly. After a while, the Wampa spider on the ground lost its life, and all the energy in its body was absorbed by Broly and turned into energy in the boy's body. This way of eating cannot enjoy the taste of food, and the food itself must not die before being eaten. But the advantage is that Broly can fill his stomach with the life of the Wampa spider without tasting its taste. However, it is not correct to say that it is the stomach. It should be said that it fills the energy needed by his body every day, directly bypassing the link of digesting food and feeding it to the cells of the body in one step. Unfortunately, Broly tried to teach this move to his old father, but Paragus couldn't learn it after a long time. It was unknown whether he was too weak or the Dragon Ball world didn't allow it. "Broly, are you full? If you are, let's do daily combat training." Saiyans are strictly speaking also combat maniacs, but Paragus has many creatures on this planet that he can't beat. Until Broly used the trick of manipulating dreams and brought him into the dream to experience the false values blessed by his son, and fought with his son uprightly. After fighting once, Paragus became somewhat addicted to this kind of game, crossed out, battle training. It is true that he is weaker than his son in reality. Only in dreams can Paragus barely regain the dignity of an old father by relying on the false blessing power, and this is also the training, game, project he is most looking forward to now. Still fighting, with the same level of physical fitness, your skills are not as good as mine. Broly didn't want to fight. At the beginning, this kind of thing was indeed very interesting, but after fighting more, Broly found that his old father's fighting skills were just so-so. The moves are too stereotyped. There is no novelty after experiencing too much. Every time in the dream, we are Ada each other. It is more interesting to fight with him than to fight with the copy of myself in the dream. At least I have enough fighting skills. Although it feels like fighting with my left and right hands, at least I don't have to listen to the old father talking about past glory, conquering planets by force, and defeating various enemies. How about this, you give me more points in the dream, and I promise to come up with some new tricks. Under Paragus's desperate pleading, Broly still opened the battle dream, but after discovering that his old father's new trick was just relying on words, saying that there was delicious food over there to deceive him, and then unexpectedly attacking him first. The dream woke up directly. Broly dragged his old father out for a solo practice, and dragged him back again in a few minutes, but at this time Paragus already had a bruised face. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you." The old father said vaguely, "He should know that if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. If you are too proud in the dream, you will inevitably get a beating in reality. Time quickly came to the end of 742 AE, Broly was almost 11 years old, but he was still the same as before, with almost no changes in his body. After leaving enough food, under the moving eyes of his old father, he activated the Crystal Palace's crossing function. On the day when he traveled through time again, Kiritsugu Emiya of the Type Moon world rushed into the Einsborn family's residence with guns and cannons. But he did not take Ilya with him. As the child of an artificial man and a natural man, Ilya had many physical defects. Without the help of Einsborn's human body transformation technology, it would be difficult for her to survive to adulthood. The Holy Grail manufacturing technology has leaked out, and ambitious people around the world will soon restart the false Holy Grail war. Kiritsugu Emiya, if you want to get your daughter's custody back, go and win at least one false Holy Grail war for the Einsborn family. Only in this way can your daughter be free. Kiritsugu Emiya, who changed his job as a courier, became a magician killer again after he was over 40. And this time he participated in the Holy Grail war, not for justice or righteousness. He fought only for his daughter, but he took the script of the hero Emiya. In a false Holy Grail war that was about to start in Africa, Kiritsugu Emiya summoned himself. I didn't expect that as the agent of the restraining force, I would also expect a different life. The male heroic spirit, who was cold and emotionless and could be described as a precise fighting machine, looked at the master with the same face as himself. After learning the reason for the battle of this life, Emiya Kiritsugu, he said something like a raving. Lend me the power, I must win this victory to let Ilya escape the fate of becoming the little Holy Grail. The human Emiya Kiritsugu stretched out his hand, and the heroic spirit Emiya Kiritsugu looked at him indifferently, but finally stretched out his hand, and the hands of the two old fathers held together. When did this war start? No one can remember clearly. They only know that the blue sky and warm sunshine only exist in the distant stories passed down by human mouth. In today's world, the remains of the elves after their death are like snowflakes, falling from the gloomy sky, corroding the earth, killing all the weak lives that come into contact with them, just like a curse. All codes are open, construction, and the battle algorithm is activated against the unknown. This feeling is the heart. As a machine, I have gained life. I will bet everything I have in these 251 seconds. On a desolate land that was destroyed again, a huge mechanical structure wrapped the girl's body and slowly rose to the sky. Such big wings, are you mocking me? Looking up at the huge mechanical structure above her head, Jibril felt dissatisfied, and she quickly rose to the same position as it. Just a tin doll, but you are quite courageous. Hoopy. What? I haven't told you my name yet. This is me, not a doll. Rick gave me a precious self. Hoopy, whose skin began to melt due to the high-loaded elf power, refuted the words of the girl in front of him. I see, my name is Jibril, I'm glad to meet you, and now it's time to say goodbye. Jibril didn't care about this, but the ex machina in front of her was indeed a little different. Boom! The artillery roared, and the ex machina girl wrapped in a huge mechanical body took the lead in attacking the angel-like girl. The difference between the two seemed to be that the ex machina girl wrapped in a huge mechanical body had the upper hand, but only Hubie knew that once she gave the opponents a chance to breathe, she would most likely be defeated in an instant. She could only rely on the powerful firepower of her own race to keep the opponent busy dodging her attacks in order to buy more time. Of course, her own defeat was already doomed. The time she had to fight for was just to transmit the data of her love for Riku back to the command body. I must not die before the data transmission is completed. A large number of energy groups were bombed out of the ground, but a black energy beam suddenly shot from the side. The combat algorithm quickly calculated that as long as she abandoned about 12% of her left half of the body, she could continue to fight, but... Access control. There was the precious ring that Riku gave her. Access control deflected the attack to protect the ring, but the deflected attack hit the important core of her right half of the body. Shubi broke away from the huge mechanical body condensed by Chuandiankai and fell directly from the sky. Finally, you made a typical mistake, and it took me so much effort to deal with you. Jibril fell in the distance. She was not sure whether the ex machina had other means of counterattack. Mistake, what are you talking about? The core of the body was damaged, and Shubi, who could no longer continue to fight, looked at the ring on her finger and did not think it was a mistake. I apologize for calling you scrap metal before. I hereby admit that you are a threat that must be eliminated, an enemy worthy of my all-out battle and killing. The pitch-black sky strike energy began to gather above Jibril's head as she spread her wings. Just before the Sky Strike energy was launched, Broly appeared next to Shubi. The Saiyan looked at the mechanical girl lying on the ground with a broken body, and the prompt message from the Crystal Palace made him quickly understand the situation. Who hurt you? His wife had a natural effect on improving his favorability. Broly immediately looked serious and looked at the enemy who dared to treat his wife, whom he didn't know, like this. Then, another Crystal Palace prompt message appeared, found the capture target Jibril, current happiness value 0. Broly. Chapter 239 Capture of the Young. Have you got your support? But there is only one machine. Such power is not enough for me to retreat. Jibril did not see clearly how Broly appeared, but this was not important. After vigilantly sensing the surrounding environment and finding that no other ex-machinas had arrived, she felt relieved. The terrifying thing about ex-machinas is that when they appear in groups, just one or two machines are nothing. Broly was a little confused. He had just crossed over to the new world and saw an unfamiliar wife beating another unfamiliar wife. And the wife in the distance seemed to be preparing some powerful tricks. It seemed that she had already gained a huge advantage and was ready to kill the wife at his feet. In a situation like this where both parties are recognized as capture targets by the Crystal Palace, what should he do? Broly thought about it and decided to stop the distant target from trying to kill the target here. Miss Jibril over there, can you please stop first? Broly asked politely. What are you talking about, you new guy? Oh, I understand. You are stalling for your time. You guys are really surprising. You have learned to stall for time with words. Jibril was not surprised that Broly called her name directly. The synchronous thinking of the ex-machina is not a secret. She mistook the Saiyan boy for the ex-machina and lamented that the other party used the trick of stalling for time with words. I don't know who you are, but the target of the opposite is me. Please run away as soon as possible. Hubie was originally ready to protect only the ring on her hand, but the boy's sudden appearance broke her idea. According to the covenant made by Riku, no new victims are allowed to appear. If there are more victims, it means the failure of this game to end the war. She struggled to support her broken mechanical body, and the thrusters on her broken legs lit up, and she was ready to move her body to another place. She wanted to buy some time for this strange boy who suddenly appeared to escape. But after taking off for a while, she fell from the sky because of the damage to the energy circuit in her body. Broly. He could only run over to catch the falling mechanical girl, so he had no time to care about Jibril over there. Sky Strike. Jibril also gathered enough energy at this time, and the terrifying Sky Strike energy hit the position where Broly caught Shubi in the next moment. Jibril, who was exhausted, shrank rapidly. She looked at the two figures who did not dodge her attack until the end, and her face became a little sad. Ah, that iron lump really has no power. If I had known, I would have gone over and cut off her head. Jibril looked nervously at the energy ball that had not yet dissipated from her air strike. She now only hoped that the bodies of the two ex-machinas that were hit were strong enough, and it would be best if they could leave a complete head so that she could take it back as a trophy. Please, that ex-machina named Shubi, leave a head. Jibril's prayer worked, but Shubi not only left the head, and the broken body just now. The energy barrier held up by Broly easily blocked the Sky Strike trick launched by they, which condensed all the spirit power of its own spirit corridor. Walking out of the explosion, the boy holding Shubi quickly jumped in front of Jibril. Jibril, who was in the juvenile state, was a little bit unbelievable. You are not an ex-machina? She asked. What is an ex-machina? Broly asked puzzledly. The guy in your hand is an ex-machina. Oh. Broly looked like he had learned something new, and the tip of his tail wrapped around his waist shook instinctively. What are you, war beast? Jibril saw his tail and was a little skeptical. But this is unreasonable. How can a weak creature with the last sequence level block my Sky Strike? In this world, races have levels. Those above sequence level 6 are called life. Those below sequence level 6 are creatures. However, there is a huge gap between individuals of life and creatures. Generally speaking, individuals of the Skywing species with a sequence level of 6 can challenge a legion of creatures below the sequence level of 6. Moreover, in terms of the outcome of the battle, it is highly likely that a single individual life with a high sequence level will win. Could it be that you are a mutant of the Beastman race? However, there are also unexpected situations, such as mutants that may be produced within some races, which may also become creatures with a stronger sequence level than their own race. I don't know what you are talking about, but I am a Saiyan, a Scion from the planet Vampa. My name is Broly. I just came to this world, you should have seen it. Broly introduced himself. Scion. Jibril had never heard of this race name, but now seemed not to be the time to explore it. She had exhausted all her strength, and the enemy still looked at ease after resisting her own sky attack. It seems that my life has come to an end. I didn't expect that I would end my life here because of a casual hunting. In this chaotic world full of killing, the S enjoy killing other races at will, but it is not uncommon for them to be killed by other races. Jibril calmly accepted her fate of death, but she would not give up fighting until the last moment of death. The young Jibril got up from the ground, clenched her fist and hit the side of the Scion boy in front of her. Her fist hit, but it didn't hurt. Jibril looked unyielding, and Broly, who changed his hugging posture and hugged Shibi, grabbed the collar on his neck with one hand and lifted him up and carried him on his shoulder. You won't die, because I won't hurt you, but I won't allow you to hurt her either. The young Jibril was carried on Broly's shoulders, but she was very restless and kicked her hands and feet, trying to struggle off the boy's shoulders. However, this was useless. Not to mention that her strength was exhausted. Even if it wasn't exhausted, she probably couldn't break free from Broly's strength. So, what should I do now? The situation encountered after crossing over this time was very special. As soon as I came in, I saw my wife beating her. Although I stopped it now, there was a wasteland around. The sky was grey, and the perception of Qi was seriously disturbed. There were traces of Qi everywhere in the atmosphere, causing his Qi to perceive everything grey. It was like a person with normal vision was suddenly placed in a fog where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, which made Broly a little confused. That. A soft voice came from his arms. Broly lowered his head. He met a disguised human eye and a mechanical eye with melted skin. Can you put me down? Huppy asked. How things turned out made her still a little confused, but it seemed that she had survived. Do you need treatment? Broly asked the mechanical girl after putting Hugh down. Do you know how to repair the body? Huppy asked back. Can I transfer life energy to you? Broly said so and did so. But it didn't work. As a mechanical life form, Huey's life energy couldn't heal her defective body. Chapter 240 Zyji really stewed mushrooms. You won't die like this, will you? Finding that life energy was useless to the mechanical girl, Broly couldn't help but ask worriedly. Don't worry. As long as the body doesn't continue to be damaged, I can still function for 15 working days in my current state. Huppy lay on the ground and recovered calmly, as if the defect on her body didn't have much impact on her. You mean, you will die in 15 days? Broly's eyes widened. Isn't this a terrible thing? The ex-machinas have no concept of death. The data of each individual is shared with the linked body. The individual is the whole. As long as the race is not destroyed, the damage of a single body can be easily remade. After struggling for a while and finding it useless, Jibril in the form of a juvenile gave up the useless struggle. After hearing that the boy who captured her was worried about the iron lump on the ground, she lay on the boy's shoulder and complained in a lowly voice. Make. Broly full of doubts, the little head couldn't quite understand the existence of the ex-machina, how to make it. Go back to the self-proliferation factory, there are designers making various parts for the assembled machines, which can repair my broken body at the moment, but Shibi already has his own self, and is a unique ex-machina, which cannot be replaced by other machines. The mechanical girl answered Broly's question, and also refuted Jibril's words that she was regarded as one of the extended machines of the ex-machina. Jibril was refuted, but she didn't feel angry. On the contrary, she drooled at the mechanical girl on the ground again. A special machine with self-awareness, damn it, if I were stronger, I could cut off your head and take it back for collection, ah. Little Jibril's face was full of unwillingness, but the next moment, she let out a cry of pain from her little mouth. And the first sound was her little butt, with a crisp sound, Broly slapped her. Broly didn't know why he did this, but he suddenly felt that the guy on his shoulder had the same feeling as his old father, so he just hit him. Woo! The young Jibril bit her lips, her face flushed red, angry that she made such a shameful sound. Where is the factory? I'll take you there. After Broly hit Jibril, he asked the mechanical girl on the ground. No need, the other machines have already come here. After he finished speaking, cracks appeared in the sky above his head, and more than 1,000 combat machine Makis were transferred out of the subspace. Unfortunately, even though they rushed here after receiving the support order, the time when these combat machines arrived here was still 2 minutes and 33 seconds later than the time when Shubi was supposed to be destroyed by Jibril. The next thing is up to us. We will send you C207, no, it's Shubi, to the self-proliferation factory for repair. Here, the Ex Machina thank you for your help to Shubi. We Ex Machina will regard you as our ally. If you need anything in the future, the Ex Machina will definitely repay you. After receiving the heart data transmitted by Shubi, these originally cold mechanical bodies now speak with human touch. After the falling Ex Machina picked up the incomplete Shubi on the ground, these mechanical life forms were ready to take Shubi away. I need it now. Broly stopped him in time. The male-looking Ex Machina tilted his head. In fact, I'm new to this world and don't know anything about this world. Now I need normal food and a place to live. Broly put down the little girl Jibril on his shoulders, changed from carrying to lifting, and said so to the Ex Machina floating in the sky. Understood, we will provide you with normal food and a safe place to live. That's what the Ex Machina said, but Broly was worried about the mechanical girl, so he followed the machines back to their self-proliferation factory. It's called a factory, but it's actually a huge mobile steel fortress, where a large number of Ex Machinas are designed and manufactured. Huppy was placed on the conveyor belt, and the mechanical arms all over the steel fortress quickly disassembled the girl's broken body. New parts were replaced on Huey's body one by one. In less than 30 minutes after entering the steel fortress, Huey walked out of the factory again with a brand new look. If it weren't for the wedding ring on her hand, it would be hard to believe that the other party was still a broken look with most of his body missing half an hour ago. Thank you again for your help. Huppy walked out of the factory and came to Broly as a single machine, but expressed his gratitude again. You're welcome. Broly waved his hand, but was busy with his own things. Excuse me, what are you doing? After thanking him, Huey raised his head and asked with some doubt. As you can see, I'm cooking. Broly answered without turning his head. So, are you going to eat this? Huey's eyes widened, and the light in his pupils flashed, and he asked. In front of him, the captive brought by the boy, Jibril in her juvenile state, had been stripped of her clothes and thrown into the cauldron provided by the Ex Machina. In the cauldron was clear water generated by magic, and underneath were 2 thruster flames provided by the Ex Machina burning. The boy stood next to the cauldron that began to steam, holding some strange-looking mushrooms and pouring them into the cauldron. Eat her. Broly thought about it and nodded. Yes, I should be eating her. When he wanted to make something to eat, a dish called Zaiji stewed with mushrooms suddenly popped up in his mind. After learning his needs, the Ex Machina went to get a big pot that could hold a young girl, and collected some edible mushrooms. Huppy. In this case, is it considered a sacrifice? The originally repaired head was thinking about this question. After that, it began to smoke. You can't eat her. Before the machine crashed, Huey stopped thinking about this question in time, and she stopped the boy directly. Why? Broly looked at the mechanical girl in confusion. Because she is not delicious, the meat of thee is smelly. Huey came up with a reasonable reason and said. Who do you say is smelly? We are not smelly, you are the scrap metal that is smelly. Hearing Huey's words, Jibril in the pot came to the edge of the pot at once, and her little hand pulled the edge and poked her little head out to refute, without any awareness that she was now being used by others to stew mushroom soup. You, an ungrateful stupid, don't you realize that I am speaking for you? Do you really want to be eaten by others? Huey felt that this was crazy, and actually came to refute her at this time. Jibril realized it later, but she didn't want to admit that she was stupid, so she said stubbornly, just boil me in a pot, I'm not afraid. She got into the pot and spit bubbles in the water. What she said was true. Even if she exhausted her power to turn into a little girl, the temperature of boiling water would not hurt her. Well, if you want to cook her, you have to be at least hotter than the magma. You don't really want to eat me, do you? Jibril looked at the boy who was using the salt sprinkling gesture to sprinkle salt on the mushroom soup in the pot, and asked with some trepidation in her heart. I'll let you out after the mushroom soup is cooked. Broly didn't notice any pain in Jibril throughout the whole process. After saying this, he exchanged chopped green onions from the Crystal Palace Mall and threw them on Jibril's face. Under the high-powered heating of the Ex Machina thrusters, the pot of Jibril's mushroom soup was cooked soon. Broly tasted it and thought it was good, after all, it was mushroom soup. Would you like some? After taking Jibril out of the pot, Broly asked Jibril. You want me to drink my own bath water? Jibril said so, but she still took the bowl of mushroom soup handed to her by Broly. This was not because she tasted the soup while it was in the pot and thought it tasted good and wanted to drink another bowl, but just to quietly restore her strength by taking food in a difficult situation. Avontheim, a giant fantasy life, the apostle of the god of war, and the floating base of the. At this moment, in the highest hall, the corners of the mouth of the god of war Artosh twitched unconsciously, as if he could ignore all kinds of obstacles through a long distance and observe the situation of Jibril, who was drinking his own soup. Chapter 241. Are you married? Do you want to drink soup together? Broly poured a few more bowls of soup and asked the ex-machinas next to him. Ex-machinas? It was still Shubi who stood up to explain. Ex-machinas don't have the same food needs as normal creatures. If they have to say what they can eat, engine oil would be more suitable than the mushroom soup stewed by they. Is engine oil delicious? Broly was a little curious. It's not suitable for normal life or normal creatures. Shubi felt a little speechless, but still explained. Is that so? Broly felt a little regretful and drank his stewed mushroom soup silently. There's a little less meat. Do you know where there are prey with more delicious meat around here? Broly asked. Under the cover of the dead spirits, it's difficult for ordinary creatures to survive, but there should be some cave creatures underground. Do you need us to capture some? Ex-machinas asked. Then bring some back. With the absorption touch, Broly didn't starve on Vampa, but he was really greedy. One of the two ex-machinas left and went to dig the soil to find meat. You will repay me and meet my needs, right? Broly looked at Hubie and asked suddenly. Yes. Hubie nodded seriously. From a human perspective, if you receive help from others, you should remember to return it if the other party needs it. Then, with the promise of becoming my wife as the ending, make friends with me for 5 days. Broly did not hesitate and directly put forward his biggest demand. He just checked the time he could stay in this world. The countdown of several days really made the boy feel depressed. This world seemed to be extremely repulsive to his arrival. Hey! Hubie widened his eyes. Is there any problem in fulfilling the demand I put forward? Broly saw Hubie's abnormality and asked directly. There is a problem, and it's a big problem. Hubie nodded, confirming his statement. What's the problem? Time was not enough, and Broly was quite straightforward, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. I'm married. Hubie raised his left hand, and the ring on his ring finger was shining. Can I get rid of the person you married and snatch you from someone else? Broly asked seriously. Do you want to hurt Riku? Hubie's happiness value instantly dropped to 0, and his hostility was also directed at the boy. I'm just asking if it's okay. Of course it's not okay. Yeah, I can see that. Broly's disappointment was evident. He lost his wife before they even started making friends. Will you hurt Riku? Hubie asked. No, although you can't be my wife, I won't hurt you, nor will I deliberately do anything to make you sad. Really? Really? Then I'm relieved, Hubie. The mechanical girl believed the boy's words, and the steel fortress, which had been in alert mode, resumed normal operation. Hubie's happiness value increased. Broly just took a look and ignored it. The increase or decrease in the happiness value of someone who could not become his wife was meaningless to him. Broly quickly turned his attention to Jibril, who was drinking soup. Perhaps it was because she drank this kind of mushroom soup for the first time, Jibril in the form of a young girl seemed a little happy, and the continuous increase in her happiness value also proved this point. She soon noticed the boy's gaze, so she asked, What are you looking at? I'm looking at you. Broly answered honestly. What are you looking at me for? Jibril frowned. You look good. Broly answered subconsciously. Thank you for the compliment. Jibril thanked him, picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of mushroom soup, then tilted her head, feeling something was wrong. What conspiracy do you have? Jibril, in the form of a young girl, immediately questioned. I just want to ask, you are not married too, are you? Broly looked at her nervously. Marriage, what is that? Jibril looked puzzled. They were semi-immortal beings, and all of them were female, so they had no concept of marriage. Marriage means. Seeing that the boy was thinking hard and didn't seem to know how to explain the meaning of marriage, she, as a person who had come here, helped to explain. Marriage is a contract formed by humans for reproduction, but it also means wanting to keep the person you love by your side forever and become a lifelong partner. Human? Why is it another race name I haven't heard of? Reproduction? I remember that is the behavior of creatures. Stay by your side forever, isn't that what collectibles mean? Jibril understood the meaning of marriage with her own values, and looked at the boy with some unkindness. I have never been defeated by other guys, how could I get married? Hubby. Is there something wrong with the meaning of marriage she just explained? Why do you have to be defeated before you get married? Understand, but no. If I defeat you, can you marry me in 5 days? Broly understood from Jibril's words that she was not married, and his eyes lit up and asked. Ah, this. Hearing this question, Jibril's little face wrinkled up. According to the principles of the, after defeating the prey, they can get the prey's head as a collection. Then, when it's her turn to be defeated, others should not cut off her head but collect her as a trophy. It seems that there is nothing wrong with the logic. Jibril wanted to refute many times, but she couldn't. It was a fact that she was defeated and captured, and as a loser, there was nothing to say. After all, now it was only because the enemy didn't kill her that she could speak, and if the enemy chose to kill her, she would not be able to refute it now. Ah, if I become your collection, I will definitely be laughed at by Azrael and the others when I meet them in the future, right? Whoever dares to laugh at you, I will beat him. Hey, really? Really? That's fine, I can agree to marry you. Jibril in the form of a young girl readily agreed, thinking in her heart. As long as they fight with each other, Azrael and the others will definitely know what kind of strong enemy they are facing before they lose. If they fail, they will not be qualified to laugh at me, and if they succeed, I can be rescued smoothly. Jibril, the plan is through. JPG. Do you want more mushroom soup? Broly was very happy to get a definite answer. This short 5-day trip to the other world has guaranteed that there will be no empty air force, and he directly showed his courtesy to Jibril. Hey, then another bowl. Jibril raised the bowl, not knowing what politeness was. Ahem. In the Supreme Temple, the God of War suddenly coughed. What's wrong, Master Artosh? Azrael flew in and asked after hearing the noise. Nothing, I just found something interesting. Something interesting. Azrael was full of questions, but Master Artosh on the throne didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask. Where did Jibril go? After leaving the temple, Azrael realized that Jibril seemed to be missing, and couldn't help asking other. Who knows, maybe he went to play on the ground. The answer was given casually. Really? The alliance of the dwarfs and the elves is coming, and they are still going out to play. As a number one individual, Azrael complained, but she was just a little worried about Jibril's safety. Although she did not take the two major alliances of the dwarfs and the elves that were pressing near Avantheim seriously, this was based on the fact that Master Artosh was behind her. And if Master Artosh was not there, it would be a bit dangerous for the to go out alone, because in the two major alliances, there are allied individuals of high sequence races such as the giants and the dragons. After all, Jibril is only over 600 years old now, and she is still a child. Azrael, if you are worried about Jibril, you can go down to find her. The girls said one by one. It's not appropriate to leave now. Azrael sighed. What's wrong with that? You are responsible for the pre-war commander. You can give it to Raphael. Yes, yes, yes. And compared to you now, Raphael is more suitable to be our commander now. Azrael used to be decisive and could sacrifice any without hesitation for the victory of a war. She was full of majesty among the and was undoubtedly the big sister of the. But since the birth of Jibril, this big sister of the has changed. She has changed from a decisive commander to a funny sister who is worried about her youngest sister and wants to please her. Nowadays, most believe that the mature and calm fourth individual Raphael is more suitable for the position of commander than the first individual Azrael. Although Azrael is still the one with the strongest individual value among the commander needs not only pure strength, but also a mind that is always calm, can make various accurate judgments, and will not be emotional. Apparently, Azrael was not suitable for the present. Just when Azrael thought it was okay and was about to hand over the command to Raphael and go to the ground to look for Jibril, the god of war who came out of the temple stopped her. No need to look for Jibril. She is not in danger now. She is just experiencing an interesting thing. And the place where she is just right for me to observe the anomalies that suddenly appeared in this world. Yes, Master Artosh. They knelt on one knee and responded to the words of their creator. Zhonglong, the future you once predicted, in the case of anomalies in this world, can you still give me the answer to my doubts? Let me wait and see. The tall figure walked to the edge of Avantheim and looked down at the ground with a deep look of expectation. In the distance, the dwarves built a series of defensive turrets with the help of the giants, and the forests of the elves had spread from the other side. A group of contracted dragon elves hovered above the forest, seemingly patrolling the surroundings of the forest to prevent possible surprise attacks from the enemy. Chapter 242 Plan Revision, Strongmen's Duel, Picking Up Discarded Parts. Shuvi survived Jibral's hands because of Broly's sudden arrival, but the battle situation changed too quickly, and the two major alliances of the dwarfs and the elves arrived at the confrontation area earlier than expected. Of the 32 access control devices, only 24 can operate normally now. It is impossible to install new access control devices in the center of the battlefield. That area is now being watched by the dwarfs and the elves, and both sides will not allow the ex machinas to set up something like a trap there. Therefore, Riku wanted to trigger a three-way war, and deflect the energy of the three-way powerful attacks Void Zero Technique, Marrow Bomb, and Air Strike to the ground through the access control device, so as to penetrate the stars and realize the plan of making the Star Grail appear, but now it has failed. After calculation, the all-connected command body of the ex machinas came to this conclusion. UC 207 PR4F 5079, request the command body to make corrections to the plan. While Broly was eating soup and meat with little Jibral, Hubie made his own request to the all-connected command body of the ex machinas, Einzig, in the connected thought network of the ex machinas. After sharing the information of the heart, this request was easily approved by Einzig now that the entire ex machinas had fallen in love with Riku, a human. Plan correction, inducing energy to the ground to penetrate the stars is no longer possible due to physical reasons, but it can still induce energy to the southwest of the battlefield. You only need to deploy a sufficient number of analyzers in the southwest of the battlefield and let the analyzers take over the deflected attacks, and you can design a weapon equivalent to the energy of the collision of the three attacks of Void Zero, Marrow Bomb, and Air Strike, with a power of 77% 88%. The power data of Void Zeroth Technique, Marrow Bomb, and Air Strike were simulated and calculated. It was confirmed that the combined attack power of the three, even if it could only simulate the effect of the minimum 77%, was enough to penetrate the star. The success rate of the weapon design of True Code Star Killer was as high as 79%. The plan was revised and the information was sent back. Please UC 207. No, Hubie, go back to Rick and inform him about the plan revision. After Hubie received the information sent back by the fully connected command body, he was silent for a while. She asked in the connection network, can the analyzed body withstand such a powerful attack? 99.9% will be destroyed, but don't worry, we ex machina are just machines and props, and we will not violate the rule set by Riku himself that there will be no sacrifices. Thank you, Einzishi. Go, Shibi, our ex machina as a whole is the individual is the whole, and the happiness of the individual is the happiness of the whole. The connection network was disconnected, and Shibi stood up and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Broly saw the action of the mechanical girl and asked. Go back to the important people. Go back to your spouse. Yes. Shibi did not deny. Be safe. Broly did not want to follow. Since Shibi had already determined that she would not become his wife, he would not pester her. The Saiyans chose to stay at the ex machina base, but asked Jibral, who was full and satisfied, what could make her happy. Happy things? Fighting against strong people, chopping off their heads and taking them back for collection, does that count? In this cruel world, the under the command of the god of war are happy, because they are a group of militants just like their creators. I can't give you my head, but I can still fight you. Broly couldn't meet the latter request, but he could meet the former request. A fist hit Jibral's right eye directly. It hurts, what are you doing? Jibral covered her right eye that had turned into a panda eye, unable to understand why she, as a captive, was suddenly beaten. I want to fight with you to make you happy. Well, are you happy now? As Broly asked, he punched Jibral's left eye again, and the panda eye became symmetrical. Jibral with a pair of panda eyes. What's the reason? I'll fight you. After Broly punched her nose, Jibral got angry and rushed over with her fist raised. But perhaps because she rarely experienced such a battle without any spirit power, Jibral's fist was dodged at once. On the contrary, she was hit by 3 jabs on her cheeks by the Saiyan boy. The force was not strong, but the insult was very strong. Woo! Jibril wiped the blood from her nose after being knocked down, got up unwillingly, and rushed over again with her fist raised. Unlike other species when they were created, they were perfect individuals. Jibril was an imperfect individual, but because of her imperfection, she had the learning ability that other species did not have. After fighting for a while, Jibril got used to the way of fighting without using spirit power. She changed from randomly punching to imitating Broly's fighting posture and launched her own free fighting attack on Broly. However, Jibril's little fist always kept a subtle distance from Broly. No matter how she attacked, she could only hit Broly with a slight difference. And Broly's every punch could hit her accurately. From time to time, he would hook her and Jibril would be tripped and fall to the ground. After a while, Jibril, who had just been washed before being put into the pot, became dirty. You can't hit me once. You must be torturing me on purpose. Anyway, I lost. Now it's your collection. You can do whatever you want. Finally, after being knocked down again, Jibril gave up the fight. Didn't you say that we should fight against the strong? Isn't my control of the battle rhythm and my superior combat skills exactly what a strong person should do? Looking at Jibril's happiness value that was decreasing instead of increasing, Broly felt that it was unreasonable. In order to make Jibril happy, he used all his micromanipulation skills. In the battle just now, he let Jibril experience the situation of being dominated by a strong man like him. But the battle with the strong that I expect should not be like this. Jibril felt a little wronged. The seemingly impossible battles she had experienced, no matter how tragic, did not make her feel helpless like this. Broly thought about it and felt that Jibril might be different from darkness. She could not enjoy this kind of battle where she was abused. She should be like us death, who like to punch each other, so he pulled her up from the ground. Let's fight again. I promise to make you happy this time. Jibril. It turns out that no one can stand a battle without any fighting experience, except for a real masochist like darkness. And things like fighting with others are to make the participants feel involved. As Broly showed that he was hurt by Jibril's fist, the happiness value of this girl increased. Now it can be confirmed that they like to fight, but they like to fight back and forth, not to be crushed by absolute strength or skills and see no hope of victory. Of course, the current back and forth is just Broly's deliberate performance. In fact, Broly is just playing the game of strong fighting with Jibril. Jibril also knows this, but she is happy because she can finally hit the boy, even if the price is to be hit a few more times by the opponent. Excuse me, what is the meaning of your behavior? The ex machina, who had been observing for a long time, finally came over to ask Broly this question after both of them lay down. Meaning? Making her happy is the meaning. Broly replied. So, this is actually a game that makes the happy? Asked the ex machina. I'm not happy. What's the point of playing house? Jibril immediately retorted. No, you are happy. You can't fool me about that. Just when Broly and Jibril were arguing, Shubi also returned to a hidden cave. Rick, who was lying on the stone bed, was still unconscious. His left sleeve was empty and his left eye was wrapped in a bandage. In order to realize the ghost project, this man's body was severely corroded by the spirit corpse, his left hand was cut off, and his left eye was dug out. He didn't have many days left to live. When Hubie came in, she saw him with his right eye closed and his brows furrowed, as if he was in some pain. She reached out to touch the young man on the stone bed, and the next moment the young man was awakened, with fine beads of sweat on his pale face. Rick, are you okay? Hubie asked, and the young man smiled reluctantly after seeing her beside him. It's okay, I just seemed to have a nightmare of you leaving me. Hubie. She was indeed almost destroyed and left Rick's side. I'm connected to the link, and according to the calculation of the link, our plan will fail. Hubie did not say that she went to install the access control device alone, but simply told Rick's plan in a concise manner. But don't worry. At my request, the all-link command has revised our plan. Now I will tell you the revised plan. Hey! Are you still Hubie? Of course I am Hubie. Look, this is the wedding ring you gave me, and my number is still UC207. Before Hubie finished speaking, he was hugged by Rick. You are okay, that's great. Rick is very smart and observant. He realized that Hubie might have gone out alone during his coma. I'm sorry, I'm a burden to you. As a human being, he is very weak. Now he only feels that he is useless and can't bear the fatigue of his body and fainted, which led Hubie to act alone and do some risky things. Rick, you didn't drag me down. I shouldn't have acted without authorization. The two hugged for a while. After calming down, Hubie told Rick what happened to him after he fainted. After hearing that Hubie had met the and was almost killed, the worry and nervousness on the young man's face were very obvious. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the girl was rescued, but when he heard that the person who rescued Hubie liked Hubie and wanted Hubie to be his wife, Rick became nervous again. So, Hubie, did you agree? Is Rick jealous? I just don't want to be abandoned, but if you think it would be better, I will choose to accept it and divorce you. How could it be better? Hubie has already rejected the other party. Hearing this, Rick hugged the mechanical girl and cried for a while. While crying, the man fainted again. When he woke up, it was 12 hours later. After listening to the revised plan, Rico was silent for a while, then said to Hubie, Hubie, can you bring the person who saved you and the he captured here? Yes, but why? First, I want to express my gratitude to the person who saved you, and second, I want to test whether they know our plan. Rick answered Hubie's question. Hubie quickly contacted the link command body, but through the link command body, he saw the Saiyan boy who seemed to be looking for something in the abandoned parts room in the Ex Machina self-proliferation factory. Excuse me, what are you doing? A lowly voice came from the mechanical equipment above his head. Broly recognized it as Hubie's voice and answered her question, Jibril wants to keep your head. Other Ex Machinas said that your head was seriously damaged and replaced, so I am here with her to find the head you don't want. Hubie. Found it. A voice was heard, and then Jibril crawled out of the pile of discarded parts ready for remelting, holding the mechanical head she replaced yesterday. So, at that time, I only needed to give you my head, and you would let me go, right? She asked Jibril, who was looking happy, from a long distance. Is the stinky iron still looking here? My name is Hubie, I've already told you. You can call me anything. If you were willing to give me your head without resistance, I would not be interested in destroying your body. Jibril is just a head control, she likes to collect all kinds of heads, as for killing the weak, she is not interested in it. Hubie. The core package of the Ex Machina devices that store information are all in the chest, and the head is an insignificant limb. If I had known that it would be so easy to get rid of Jibril, I should have chopped her off directly. Oh no, that's not right, she was already disconnected from the link at that time. And there is a visual device on the head. Without the head, she would not be able to distinguish between east, west, south, and north. If it is not repaired in time, she may be lost in the wild. Sir Broly, my husband wants to invite you to come and see him. I wonder if you are free now. Hubie asked about the business. Broly. I don't know what's good about meeting the other's husband. We will prepare food for you. Thanks to the information collected by the Ex Machinas who followed the boy, Hubie got the information about the Saiyan boy's preferences, but he said it to please him. I'm free, where are you and your husband? Hearing about food, Broly became alert and asked. Wait, other Ex Machinas will bring you to our side, but please also bring your captive, the named Jibril. Chapter 243 War is a Bad Civilization, Master Bulletin, the Genius Doctor. The Ex Machinas do not know who created their own god, so they are neutral in this world and do not participate in the battle for the Star Grail among the followers of other deists. The Ex Machina's ability to analyze and copy is very terrifying. Even the dragon spirits, Yanlong Dragon King and his subordinate dragons, who are the Fourth Order race, were destroyed by the Ex Machinas because they provoked the Ex Machinas 12 years ago. Therefore, if it is not necessary, no other race is willing to provoke the Ex Machinas. A race that is powerful, gets stronger the more they fight, and even beating one is like stirring up a hornet's nest. Therefore, even the most ordinary Ex Machina heads are rare treasures for Jibril. So, this is why you picked up a bunch of head parts that we were going to recycle in the abandoned room of the self-proliferation factory. These are all the heads of the Ex Machinas that I carefully selected, especially your head. Look, I even applied a layer of anti-rust oil on it. Jibril held the head parts that Hubie had replaced, looking very precious to the damaged mechanical head in her hand, which made Hubie a little unsure of what to say. Wait, you are not going to take it from me, are you? Jibril suddenly became alert and looked at Hubie with suspicion. I already have a new head. After confirming that the previous head was severely damaged and Rico should not be able to see it, Hubie called the two and said, "Come in with me, my husband is waiting for you inside." Hubie turned and walked into the somewhat dark cave, and Broly and Jibril, who was carrying a pile of scrap metal, followed her inside. The dark environment did not cause any impact on the people present, and after turning a curved bend, Broly saw some light in front. The source of the light was some mosses attached to the rock wall, which were emitting some faint light. Of course, the point was not this, but that Broly saw the mushrooms picked by the ex machina yesterday under the mosses on the rock wall. Cave moss, that's what we humans call it. It is one of the few plants that can grow normally in this cruel world, emitting light by absorbing the spirit power in the soil. The light they emit can provide the environment needed for some crops that can grow rapidly with only faint light. However, cave moss itself cannot be eaten, at least we humans can't. Seeing the boy leaning over to the rock wall to look at the moss, Rick came over and introduced that it was because of the existence of cave moss that humans could rely on some faint light crops to survive in this world. "I'm Rick, Hubie's husband." The young man introduced himself. "Broly." Broly also introduced himself, and then he took the mushroom under the rock wall and stuffed it into his personal space in front of the owner who might have grown the mushrooms. "Nice to meet you, and thank you for helping my wife, Hubie." Rick continued. "You're welcome, but I'm not very happy to meet you. If it weren't for you, your wife might be my wife." Broly didn't have any hostility towards Rick, a stranger he had just met, but he didn't have a good face for him. "You're really a joke." "I'm not kidding. If it wasn't useless to kill you, you would be dead now." Rick's expression was a little stiff. The Saiyan boy's words were too straightforward and rude, making it difficult for a weak human like him to respond. "Then I should be thankful." After thinking about it, Rick teased himself. "You should be thankful." Broly nodded seriously, agreeing with Rick's words, as long as Hubie and him were not in true love. "Broly, are you hungry? Let's eat first." Hubie interrupted the awkward conversation. "Okay." Broly's attention was diverted immediately, and the look of expectation on his face faded a little after he saw the food the couple offered him. Roasted mushrooms, unknown dried fruits, roots of some plants. There was no meat on the stone table, not even soup. "Sorry, we are short of supplies here, and we can't take out to entertain our savior. Things, only these things." Rick expressed his apology. "It tastes good." Broly tasted it and found that the taste of these things was okay, but he still preferred meat. "However, when the world is peaceful in the future, we will definitely treat you with better things," Rick said again. "Yet," Broly responded, but he didn't have much expectation, because in 4 days, he would say goodbye to this world. This topic is a bit difficult to choose. Rick sighed and decided to be straightforward. "Mr. Broly, I wonder what your clan thinks of the current situation in this world?" Rick asked directly. From Hubie's mouth, he knew some of the boy's situation. Although he had never heard of Saiyans, he thought that they were a powerful race that could defeat the. "You ask me?" Broly, who was eating dried fruit, looked at the one-armed youth next to him with some doubts. "Eyes." Rick nodded. Broly scratched his head, but was a little confused by the question. He is not from this world, and he has just arrived in this world. What can he think of this world? It is a bit too strange to ask him this question. However, if he really wants to say something, Broly can really say it. There are too few types of food in your world, and the weather doesn't seem to be very good." Broly told the truth. Rick. What he wanted to talk about was the long war between the gods and their followers for the authority of the only god, but he was answered that there were few types of food and the weather was not good. There is no way. The gods fought a long war to fight for the authority of the only god, which led to the complete collapse of the original ecology of this world. Nowadays, just living is a very difficult thing. In the past, many common biological species that could be made into delicacies have long been extinct in endless wars. Rick forced the topic to shift to war, and the delicacies he was talking about were just some wonderful stories passed down by word of mouth among the human race. He himself had never seen them, let alone tasted them. However, Rick looked regretful, as if he had eaten those delicacies before and was sighing for the extinction of those raw material species. War will cause delicious food to disappear. Rick's performance made Broly believe it. War is a bad civilization. Broly's mind flashed with the sentence of King Attila, and he said it directly. Bad civilization? This should mean to express disgust, right? Rick thought about it, nodded and continued, I think so too, war is a bad civilization, so I want to end war. After the words were spoken, the atmosphere became silent again, leaving only the sound of Broly eating. Rico was somewhat helpless and could only continue, it just so happens that I have a plan to end the long war. I wonder if you are willing to help us. End the war and there will be good food to eat. Huppy added a sentence at the end, and this sentence was very effective. I am willing to help you. Broly did not ask what the plan was, and directly stated his position. No, you don't ask what my plan is. Rick couldn't help but complain. How could a normal person have such a reaction as the boy in front of him? Shouldn't he be curious and ask about the matter clearly? Oh, what is the plan? Broly suddenly felt that Rico was a performer, just like Master Aqua who needed someone to cheer him on when performing a talent show, so he went along with it. The world's wars are all caused by the authority of the one God, and if we want to end the war as soon as possible, we just need to let the one God be decided. Rick spread out the map he had prepared long ago and began to tell his plan from beginning to end, but this plan was just a plan that needed to be told now, not a real plan. In order to do this, we create anxiety and suspicion by informing the other races about the strategies of the hostile races. After unremitting efforts, the most powerful races in the world that are most likely to obtain the authority of the one God Star Grail have been gathered by us. And the relationship between the two major alliances in the confrontation area, the forest elves and the goblins as the leaders of the alliances, is extremely bad. I am afraid that just imitating the moves of one side and launching a preemptive attack on the other side will trigger a war between them. Of course, they are high above, and there are gods behind them. Once the war between the elves and dwarves breaks out, these two races will not let they, who are stronger than them, watch the war, and will definitely drag thee into the war. According to the information I have, the dwarves developed the marrow bomb, which is a terrifying weapon that can destroy the continent with one shot, and the elves developed the Void Zeroth art for group army operations. Wow, so powerful! Rick was talking about the strongest trump cards of the dwarves and the elves, and Broly was very cooperative and showed an amazed expression. But in fact, he didn't listen carefully at all, just cooperated with Rico's narration and performance. As a god, the god of war must be the Grand Alliance's most feared enemy, the dwarfs and the elves, will definitely use their trump cards on the god of war. By then, no matter which side wins, the war will be over, ahem. Rick started to cough, and found that he was a little weak, so he stopped talking and asked, How is it, Broly, do you think our plan is good? Good, very good. Broly responded without raising his head while chewing on the stem of an unknown plant. Can you be more perfunctory with your attitude? Rick wanted to complain, but the answer of the man who saved his wife was actually not important. He mainly wanted to know how the captive next to him would react after hearing this fake plan. However, to Riku's disappointment, they, who looked like a little girl, was just eating like Broly. The followers are the extension of the gods, and the reactions of the followers can sometimes represent the reactions of the gods. The captured lady next to you, don't you worry about your own gods? Rick drank some water and took a breath before asking Jibril. What am I worried about? Are you worried that those stupid races you tricked into Avantheim might use their self-righteous means to challenge Artosh-sama and succeed? Jibril had listened to Riku's plan just now, but she treated Riku's plan as a joke. You monkey who hasn't evolved completely and can't even use your spirit power, don't look at Artosh-sama with your narrow-minded eyes of an inferior creature. Broly stopped eating, he looked at his monkey tail, and suddenly felt like he was being criticized by Jibril. Artosh-sama is the strongest god, and the elves and dwarves, no matter what means they have, are just ignorant creatures who don't know their own limits. Confidence is the pinnacle. Artosh's confidence is reflected in the attitude of they, but the dares to treat other gods as prey, and their arrogant attitude is evident. Since your god is so powerful, why hasn't the war in this world ended? Rick is not ignorant of the god of war. On the contrary, he learned about the strength and style of the god behind the Thru-Hubi, and this question is also what puzzled him. They and their god obviously have the power to surpass other races, but they have no intention of taking the initiative to end this war. It's not over, that's because Lord Artosh is not interested in the authority of the one god. If he was interested, this battle for the authority of the one god would have ended long ago. Jibril's answer made Riku feel a little stunned. Then there was anger, and then there was relief. The high and mighty god would not care about the life and death of tiny ants. So that's how it is. Rick smiled on the surface, but his only remaining right hand clenched his fist tightly. In the battle for the authority of the one god, the war god behind the race behaved arrogantly. They clearly had the power to end the war and obtain the authority of the one god, but they disdained it. This explains why the war between the gods and their followers could not end. The war god, who had the power to conquer everything and obtain the authority of the one god, disdained the authority of the one god, while other gods who cared about this authority and wanted to obtain it, probably could not conquer everything because of the existence of the war god. The war god himself is the biggest obstacle to world peace. If we don't cross and defeat, this world will not be peaceful. The war will never end. How difficult it is to defeat the god of war. In the information provided by Hubie, the god of war is a god with the concept of strongest. And this concept of strongest is extremely unreasonable. No matter how strong the existence in the world is, the god of war with this concept will always be stronger than the second strongest. The increase or decrease of the power of the strong in the world has no meaning to the god of war. The god of war with the invincible concept of strongest will not evade the attack of the weak, but will only crush them with stronger power. A fire burned in Riku's heart. Hubie, after this planet is pierced, the spirit corridor in the atmosphere will stop, and then even the gods will temporarily lose their power. Is this true? After sending Broly and Gibril away, Riku asked Hubie this question. To be precise, this can only make the gods temporarily lose the ability to manipulate the huge spirit power in the world, but the spirit power possessed by the gods themselves can still be used, but it has been greatly weakened. After Hubie answered this question, Rick felt relieved. The concept of the god of war is indeed invincible, but the victory condition of this game to determine the only god is not to defeat the god of war, but to get the Star Cup. He is not a god, but a weak human struggling to survive. He will not play this game according to the rules of the gods. As the weakest, Rick wants to win by stealing and end this war. Ahem. Suddenly, Rick coughed violently. Rick! Hubie shouted nervously. I'm fine. He took his hand away from his mouth, which was covered with blood, but Rick comforted Hubie. But he knew that he was about to die, but he had to hurry up and start this final war directly after completing the layout on the side of the Ex Machina. When the time comes, the war will be over. Even if he dies, he can die peacefully. Thinking of death, Rick couldn't help but shed tears. Damn it, he didn't want to die at all. There are still people in this world who care about him, and he cares too. Many separations and deaths in the past made Riku realize how much harm his own death would bring to those who care about him. He wants to live, but is there a way? Perhaps he can live after obtaining the Star Cup. But can he really obtain the Star Cup? Or, can he really survive after obtaining the Star Cup? The one and only God, he said, so powerful, but who knows the details? Even as a weak human, is he qualified to touch the things of God? Countless thoughts came to the weak Riku. Even Riku wanted to stop his wild thoughts, but he couldn't do it. Rick, don't worry, I know someone who can help you. Hubie, who was anxiously looking at Riku, suddenly thought of Broly's attempt to treat himself yesterday. Although it didn't work on herself, it was because she was a mecha. And the useless treatment for herself might help Riku. Hubie was desperate to try all kinds of treatments, but she didn't go to the wrong doctor. Broly, who had eaten and drunk enough and left, was invited back. Looking at the extremely weak Rick on the stone bed, Broly suddenly had a bold idea and asked Hubie, if he died like this, would you consider being my wife? No, I will only die with Rick. Without even a second of hesitation, Hubie answered. Broly was a little disappointed. His bold idea was shattered, so he could only face reality. Rick invited him to dinner. Although it was not very rich, he remembered it. Broly used his chi to condense a ball of life energy and injected it into Rick's body. Rick, who was in a semi-coma on the bed, began to tremble. There is no spirit corridor in the human body of this world. If it is corroded too much by the dead body, it is equivalent to chronic death. But now, the corroded and necrotic parts of Rick's body are like a long drought meeting a sweet rain, and they are directly revived. The dead body's corrosive power, full of death, can't resist the expulsion of the huge life energy poured in by Broly. Riku sat up all of a sudden, looking like a dying man sitting up in shock, and after he sat up, his illness was cured. It's fine, but I can't do anything about the severed hands and eyes. After feeling Riku's breath and confirming that he had changed from a candle in the wind to a raging fire, Dr. Bulletin spread his hands to Hubie to show that he could do nothing about the incomplete injuries. When Broly was studying under Master Aqua in the last world, he didn't learn healing skills. I think he should have learned a thing or two at that time. Hubie. Rico's hands and eyes, she chopped and dug them out. Rico. I asked Hubie to chop and dig out my own hands and eyes. Fuck. I'm not lazy, I just want to write more. Chapter 244. If you can't be a love rival, then be a brother-in-law. Who can predict what will happen in the future? If we had known that there was a miracle doctor like Broly who could even cure the black ash erosion, who would have cut off their own hands and dug out their own eyes? Rick comforted the somewhat self-blaming Hubie, and thanked Broly again sincerely, and then knelt down. Please, I have other companions who are also suffering from the black ash erosion, please help heal them too. At the moment when the ghost plan was implemented, Riku and others had already put life and death aside, relying on the self-mutilation method of using the elf corpse black ash to erode themselves, so that other races could not easily detect their human identity, thus achieving the effect of hiding their identity. For those who are eroded by black ash, even if they have the dye remover provided by Hubie, their lives will enter a countdown. This process is accompanied by pain, and various body organs will gradually become exhausted. Those who participated in the ghost plan, when the Covenant did not allow sacrifices, only excluded themselves. They were such a group of idiots. Now that they saw hope, Riku did not want such a group of idiots to die. Will those people give me delicious food? Broly asked. Yes, I will. Rick was stunned for a moment before answering quickly. Okay, I can help treat them. Where are they? Jibril was left behind. Although the character of the god behind him would not attack weak humans, it is better to be safe than sorry. Uncertain about the attitude of the god of war and whether he could use Jibril to investigate them, Riku took Broly to the latest human base alone. Those who had carried out the ghost plan were moved here. Everyone was wrapped in thick bandages and had more or less broken parts of their bodies. We cut off the parts of their bodies that were most severely eroded by black ash and had already died, but the erosion of black ash had already entered the body. This can only make them live a little longer, but it is very painful to live like this. Some people chose to leave this world. Rick introduced the situation of the wounded, but his mood became more and more depressed. Why are we still talking about this now? We are all idiots who want to survive to the end. But you, Rick, why did you suddenly come back? What about the plan? Don't worry, the ghost plan is still being implemented. That's good. No, however, Riku, if the plan doesn't work, you and Hubie must evacuate in time. Yes, one failure is nothing, we are used to it, but if you die, how can Krenai support the village alone? The wounded man with a broken body said to Riku with a smile. It was obviously a gamble on the lives of many survivors. Oh no, now it should be called the Covenant will, but this group of people did not put too much pressure on Riku. Everyone will die one day, even if this time it is still a failure, but it is the closest time for them to win. Peace. No one will blame you, Riku, everything you do is for the survival of the settlement. The words of the Covenant will made Riku not know what expression to show. Are you still going to treat it? Broly urged from the side. This day was too short, and he had no patience. Treat, of course. Rick nodded quickly and introduced Broly's identity to his companions. This is a doctor who can treat black ash erosion. Before he finished speaking, Broly threw life energy at everyone, and the people who were hit began to twitch. When Krenai Dora rushed over here, she saw a group of epileptic patients having seizures. Rick, what is going on? Sister, this is to treat the black ash erosion disease in their bodies. Rick explained to the red-haired girl who came over here. Hey, I'm fine. Soon, Krenai Dora witnessed a medical miracle, and the epileptic patients stood up one by one, exclaiming. When Krenai learned that Rick was also cured in this way, she came to Broly with some excitement, took the boy's hand and thanked him. Thank you so much, Mr. Broly, thank you for saving Rick and saving so many people here. Then how can you repay me? Broly asked bluntly. As long as it's something I can do, no matter what you want in return, I will agree to it. Kronii answered without hesitation. Then, pledge yourself to me in 4 days. Okay, et. The burgundy-haired woman agreed, and was stunned when she realized what she had heard. She was a little worried that she had heard it wrong, so she asked, Your Excellency, you want me to pledge myself to you? Yes, is there any problem? Broly was more nervous than Krone, worried that this third wife recognized by the Crystal Palace would have some kind of rubbish marriage partner. Crone Dora, current happiness value 27. No, this. Crone was a little confused. She was thanking others for saving her family and brother, why did she suddenly want to marry the benefactor who saved her family and brother? Rick was also a little confused. Did he fail to marry Huey, and the other party was ready to be his brother-in-law? However, it seemed that this was not impossible. Even if his ghost plan failed, letting his sister marry this Saiyan and having a combat force that could defeat the to assist his sister would definitely make their tribe better. Do you have a marriage partner? Broly asked. No. Crone waved her hand quickly. Then do you have someone you like? Crone looked at Rick. Rather than saying someone you like, it's more like worrying about your brother's safety. Crony said that she and Rick were not siblings, but they were better than siblings. Then, are you lying to me about the reward you mentioned? Broly asked again. Absolutely not. Then, can you agree to become my wife in 4 days? Broly asked the last question. The Covenanters were a little stunned, and some human little girls who followed in were also a little stunned. But soon, someone said, agree to the other party, Miss Crony. Yes, as long as you agree to him, our settlement will not lack doctors, and doctors who can treat black ash erosion disease. Sister Crony is getting married, but who is this person? Is he the survivor you brought back from outside, Rick? All kinds of words came one after another, basically without any malice, they were just concerned about what answer Crony, the leader of the settlement, would make. Brony, what will you do if my sister doesn't agree to you? Realizing that the situation was not good, Rick interrupted everyone and asked the boy. If she doesn't agree, she is lying to me, and I hate people lying to me, so you have to at least give her double the original reward as compensation. Ah, just double the food. If it's not double the food, would you rather I say that I will destroy the settlement here? Rick's mouth twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. No, I just think double the food is not enough, it should be more than double the food. Rick took a step back, brought Cloney to him, and whispered to the elder sister who had taken care of him since childhood, Sister Dora, if you don't have someone you like, I think you can agree to it. Lord Broly is very powerful, even they are no match for him. Rick didn't say too much, but as the current leader of the human settlement, Cloney understood it and thought it might be a backup plan that Rick prepared for the settlement in case his plan failed, although it was a misunderstanding. Cloney looked like a human, but the boy who was definitely not a human nodded, in order to repay your kindness, I am willing to be your wife. Crony Dora, are you willing to join the Crystal Palace? Broly chose no and raised his hand, not to be my wife now, but to be my wife in 4 days. As for these 4 days, I will try to do something to make you happy. Ah, this. Hearing this, Crony Dora blushed. Although there are some things she has not done, not having done them does not mean that she does not understand. Then I will wash my body and wait for you in the room to make me happy. Crony said. Okay. Broly nodded, but before that, he wanted to bring Jibril here. Happy things should be done together. Rick opposed this, but it was not easy to refuse directly. After thinking about it, he suggested that his sister Dora leave with the boy. As for the settlement, he let the most prestigious one among the Covenant wills take charge temporarily. At this time, there were only 10 hours left before the Ex Machinas finished their deployment and directly detonated the frontline battlefield. Huppy held Riku, and Broly held Chronicle, and returned to the frontline cave. Then, we will go out first, and this place will be left to you for the time being. Watching the Saiyan boy put his sister down and call Jibril over, as if he was ready to do something happy, Riku took Huey and planned to leave the cave. Hey, don't you stay and do it together? Broly asked curiously. No, can this be done together? Rick couldn't hold his expression, and waved his hand quickly, saying, happy things should be done with the people you love. As outsiders, Huey and I will not join. Rick took Huey's hand and ran away. Only Broly, Jibril, and the somewhat uneasy Chronicle Dora were left in the cave. Why did you bring a weak guy here? Jibril asked curiously. She will be my wife in 4 days. I brought her here to do something with you that will make you happy. Broly answered honestly. To do happy things, isn't it a bad idea to bring her? The child is still so young. Crony was prepared, but she couldn't help asking when she saw the girl who looked younger than Nana. Crony's words made Jibril and Broly look over at the same time. Facing the gazes of the two, Crony stopped talking at once, and suddenly thought of the fact that the two people in front of her were not human. Perhaps they only looked young on the surface, but in fact they were old monsters of other races that were many times bigger than themselves. Your gaze is similar to Azrael's. You must be a pervert. Jibril frowned and said. She looked harmless in her young girl state. Krenai had secretly glanced at her many times, which reminded Jibril of the leader who always liked to pester her in Avantheim. Do you still need to consider the size of the things you do to make yourself happy? Broly was puzzled. Don't you care about the size? Krenai asked back. I don't care anyway. Broly answered. Krenai. By the way, what is the thing you said that can make us happy? Jibril asked. Of course it's a dream. Are you ready? I'm going to let you dream with me. Broly put his hands on the two of them, and without waiting for them to answer, he pulled Jibril and Krenai's consciousness into his dream world. The breeze blew across the grassland, and white clouds floated in the blue sky. Krenai, who appeared here, stared at the scene with wide eyes. Jibril was also full of curiosity. Where is this? She asked. My dream world. Broly replied. In this world, you can basically achieve your wishes. I will give you some authority to manipulate dreams. You can imagine what you want. Broly continued. Then, I want your head. Jibril said immediately. No problem. Broly agreed, and without hesitation took his head off his neck and handed it to Jibril. Ah! Krenai screamed. Don't worry, it's just a dream. Even if the head is taken off, you won't die. The head in Jibril's arms was still saying this, and a new head had emerged from the neck of the boy who took off the head. In the Sucking world, Broly's dream manipulation skill level learned from the succubus is second only to the level of the absorption touch skill learned from Wiz. In dreams, there is everything. Just as Jibril figured out the situation in the dream world and fought fiercely with Broly's copy consciousness in the dream with an energy sickle, another part of Broly's consciousness brought Chronicle to the grassland isolated from the battle. He didn't know what Chronicle wanted, so he condensed some delicious food he had eaten and shared it with her. Of course, because it was a dream, no matter how much you eat here, you can't fill your stomach. You can only taste the fake taste in Broly's memory. How is it, are the cakes and ice cream delicious? Broly asked, but he didn't eat it himself, because as the master of the dream, he couldn't be deceived by the taste of memory. The more he ate the food here, the more greedy he would feel. When he couldn't eat it in the outside world, it was a very uncomfortable feeling. Yet, Kronii ate like a cat. When she heard Broly's question, she nodded repeatedly. The delicious food she had never eaten before moved her to tears. It's delicious, then eat more. Broly stuffed another piece of roasted dragon meat into Kronii's mouth. Looking at the other party's rising happiness value, he also looked forward to the delicious food that could be exchanged for happiness points. It's a pity that Rick and the others didn't come in together, otherwise they could have eaten these delicious foods. Kronii sighed a little. Who could have known that the happy thing the boy said would actually be to take them to have a sweet dream? Then I'll bring him in. Broly asked. Hey, is that okay? Kronai's eyes widened. Of course. Outside, Broly was multitasking, carrying the two people to maintain the dream while looking for Riku outside. When he found Riku, the young man was a little flustered for some reason, and the mechanical girl squatted in front of him. Why are you looking for me? Hey, Sister Dora and this, what's wrong? They are in my dream now, Kronii wants you to come in too. Dream. Similar to the ability of the vampires. After Hubie's explanation, Broly knew that this world also had races with abilities similar to those of the succubus ladies in the previous world. After understanding the situation, Riku nodded and expressed his willingness to dream together, but he soon entered the dream. However, Hubie was a little difficult to deal with. She was a mecha machina, and the mecha machina were naturally immune to mental control, so she could only look at Broly innocently. By the way, what were you doing just now? Broly was a little curious about what happened just now, so he couldn't help asking. Rick and I were just about to do some adult things, but you suddenly came over and interrupted us. Hubie answered. Adult things. Broly tilted his head, thinking that he was only 10 years old and still a child, so he didn't ask much. In the dream, looking at the world of blue sky, white clouds, and green grass, Riku opened his mouth wide. Chapter 245 Jibril's Rebellion. So, a world without war looks like this, the sky is so blue, the grass is so green, the clouds are actually white, and the food is so delicious. Everything in the dream shocked Riku so much that Broly looked at this guy and suddenly felt that he seemed to be living a worse life than himself. But before Broly could say a few words of comfort, Riku cheered himself up, holding the food in the dream with one hand and gobbling it up, while shouting that he must make the world peaceful. This beautiful dream made Riku even more excited about the peaceful world. Jibril, who was fighting with Broly's dream clone, noticed how people here ate, so she stopped fighting and flew over curiously. After tasting the dream food, she instantly fell in love with the dream food. For them, eating is an unnecessary behavior. Broly also developed Jibril's taste, first by stewing her with mushrooms, and now with dream food. What you said before is true, as long as the world is peaceful, we can eat a lot of delicious food. Jibril suddenly asked Riku. Of course. Rick didn't know, but he was willing to think so, so he gave a positive answer. Then do you still need people for your plan to bring peace to the world? Jibril, who was chewing chicken legs with oil in her mouth, asked again. K, what's wrong? Then I'll join. Hey. Hearing this, Riku looked over with wide eyes, looked the up and down, and reminded him, we are going to challenge the god of war, and the god of war is the god of yore. So what? Master Artosh has been bored to death for years because there is no challenger. Although you guys don't have much strength, you have the courage to challenge, and Master Artosh may be very happy. As for me, it's not that I haven't used Sky Strike on Master Artosh before. Although I was defeated by Master Artosh's finger, Master Artosh was not angry at that time, but was very happy. He praised me for doing a good job and said that he expected me to grow to the point of defeating one day. Jibril said the words of rebellion without caring. Of course, in her understanding, even if she herself was added, it would probably not be enough for Artosh to fight. And through Jibril's words and attitude, Riku also deepened his understanding of the god of war. Your god, aren't you worried that after taking the Star Cup, there will be even fewer challengers and you will feel bored for endless years, so you don't want to take the Star Cup for this reason? Hearing you say that, it seems that this is really possible. Jibril suddenly realized. However, she didn't care why her own god of war didn't want to take the Star Cup. The food in front of her was more important. Rick wanted to be angry and laugh at this, but suddenly he seemed to understand the mood of the god of war. If this world is a board game, then it is natural for the god of war, who has been playing a must-win game, to feel bored. If the war ends like this boredom will definitely accompany the other party for a lifetime, and that is a longer period of time. Perhaps the god of war is waiting for an opponent who can make willingly prove that he is the winner and take the Star Cup on his own initiative. Thinking like this, Rick suddenly felt a little funny. As the weakest human, as a person who often loses to non-human beings in board games, he can suddenly empathize with the strongest god who is high above and has never lost. But perhaps as a senior player who can imagine a certain existence playing a game with himself, Rick suddenly feels very sure of his peculiar idea. You can join us, but I have to ask you a question. If I ask you to return to the base camp of the species and launch the Sky Strike, a representative attack of the species, near the base of the other two tribes' alliance near your base camp, will you agree? Rick asked this. You want me to take the initiative to provoke a war on behalf of the... Jibril raised her eyebrows. Yes, but you have to ensure that no casualties are made in the process. Rick nodded. Originally, this mission was to be left to the three parties on the front line, which was full of uncertainty. When Shubi connected with the Ex Machinas and the Ex Machinas were willing to help him complete the plan, he was ready to let the Ex Machinas imitate the Sky Strike attack to trigger a war. And now, Jibril, suddenly said that she wanted to join them, and there was another change. Plans can never keep up with changes, and a true strategist must adapt to the situation. Riku is undoubtedly a strategist. Compared to the possible failure rate of the Ex Machinas imitating the Sky Strike, it would be a better thing if Jibril, was willing to help him provoke a war. It's easy to start a war. If we hadn't received the order from Artosh-sama before, we would have attacked the low-level creatures of the elves and dwarves when they dared to approach Avantheim. However, what kind of strange request is that you asked me to promise not to let any victims appear? These are just the rules of the game, which I set. There are 6 rules set by Riku. First, you can't kill anyone. Second, you can't let anyone die. Third, you can't be seen through by anyone. Fourth, any means are not considered cheating. Fifth, you don't need to pay attention to the rules of other races. Sixth, if you violate any of the above rules, you lose. Of course, these 6 rules do not include Rico himself and other humans who implement the ghost plan. Using the method of actively contacting the black ash to conceal your identity is a situation in itself that allows people to die. If it weren't for Broly, everyone infected with the black ash would die, unless they got the Star Grail and had a way to remove the erosion caused by the black ash. Game rules. Jibril didn't quite understand. Since you can't prove your determination to become one of us and fight against the god of war, I can't explain the specific situation to you, who may be our enemy, but in any case, not killing anyone is the rule we must abide by if we want to win. Rick explained. What kind of broken rule is this? Jibril complained. But anyway, I just need to hit the sky strike near the base of the elves and dwarfs, causing us to take the initiative to attack them, and that's it, right? Yes. Okay, but there's a problem now. What's the problem? I'm his collection now, and I have to get his permission to act. Jibril raised her hand and pointed at Broly. She still remembered herself in the outside world, in her harmless juvenile form. If she wants to be a traitor and launch the sky strike against the elves and dwarfs, she must recover her strength and return to Avantheim, right? I have no objection, you can do whatever you want. Broly just finished speaking, then he reacted and quickly added. Except that you can't kill other people who are willing to be my wife in 4 days, and you don't want to be my wife in 4 days. Hey! Rico looked at Broly with wide eyes, pointed at Jibril and asked, is this your wife too? Is there a problem? Broly looked at him strangely. Are you Saiyans polygamous? Broly thought about it and found that he had never asked his old father about this matter, so he answered honestly, I don't know. Hearing this, Rico was helpless, so he asked, so, you can let her go free to do what I want her to do to provoke a war on the front line. As long as Jibril is willing to do it, I won't object, but do you need me to do something? Broly asked. No, I don't need you to do anything. You just need to treat my sister well and take care of Chloe Dora and the human settlement she leads. That's enough. Rick didn't care whether the Saiyans had many wives or not. He grabbed Kunai's hand and handed his sister's hand to the boy in a gesture of entrusting an orphan. Oh, I will, as long as I am still in this world. Broly solemnly agreed to this, and Rick showed a relieved expression. Compared to Jibril, who was still untrustworthy, Rick thought Broly, the Saiyan boy who saved Shibi, saved him, and saved many other people, was trustworthy. After leaving the dream, there were still 7 hours before the war was provoked. Bro used life energy to restore Jibril's strength. After Jibril left with a timed task, he was asked by Rick to send Kunai Dora back to the human settlement. Broly did so, and Kunai left the boy in the settlement after returning to the settlement, saying that she needed to cultivate feelings. Broly did not refuse and was taken into Krani's room, but nothing inappropriate happened in the room afterwards. After providing the boy with her lap pillow, Krani told Broly about herself, Riku, and the human settlement. For example, how the settlement changed from a small settlement to a large settlement of 2,000 people. What did she pay, what did Riku pay, and what did others pay? To put it simply, it was to play the victim in front of Broly. Of course, the humans in this world are really miserable. Use the other party's liking you as a bargaining chip, and try to make the other party like other humans. This was the task that Riku pulled her aside and gave her before leaving. I'm using Hubie, and now I need you, Dora, to use Broly. I know this is a very despicable thing, but as weak people, we have no choice. Rule 4 of the game set by Rick is that any means that are not exposed are not considered cheating. After playing the victim, Chloro Ni was ready to please the boy, hoping that the boy would love her and her family. But... Hzzzzz. Broly listened to the hard survival stories of the people in this world, and fell asleep on Chloro Ni's legs without knowing it. Listening to stories is a good way to sleep, and Broly hasn't slept for a long time, so he fell asleep as soon as he relaxed. Chloro Ni was a little helpless, and the other children in the settlement were almost the same. In the same way, she did not disturb the boy's sleep, pulled a quilt over Broly, and patted his chest gently, so that the boy could sleep more peacefully. At the same time, Jibril bypassed the front-line battlefields of the two alliances and returned to Avantheim. After meeting Artosh, she directly sold Riku and told the god of war about provoking the war. After saying this, Jibril talked about the delicious food she ate in the dream. Those foods are so delicious, have you eaten them, Master Artosh? She asked. I am a god born in the war, and I have never seen the world before the war. Artosh shook his head. Is not the initiator of the long war, but the god born from the long war. That's really a pity. Jibril was chattering, as if she really felt sorry that her god had not tasted the pre-war delicacies. By the way, when I come back, let me ask you on his behalf, are you willing to accept the challenge from the weakest man? The challenge from the weakest man? But it seems that the weakest man is really arrogant. He didn't even hide his existence from me. Come on, I don't believe that you didn't realize that the dwarfs and elves came here because someone pushed them behind the scenes. Jibril curled her lips at this. Her Lord God not only has the concept of strongest, but also the concept of God of war. And the concept of God of war comes before the concept of strongest. This means that Artosh is a world-class strategist. On the eve of the battle, the unnatural movements of various races, ready to teach Azrael a lesson, who was sending troops to approach Avant, were interfered by Lord Artosh to stop him from leading the army to sweep the two alliances. I think at that time, Lord God had already seen through the conspiracy behind it, but he was just bored and let the weak humans behind it play their own tricks. I just know that someone is pushing the situation, but I didn't know that the promoter would be a naturally evolved creature, not even a follower of the gods. Artosh did not deny it. So, Lord Artosh, are you happy about it now? Jibril asked curiously. I am surprised by the true identity of the challenger, but it is too early to talk about being happy. I have to see if he can give me a satisfactory answer next. Another prophecy of the End Dragon? He is just a defeated opponent of yours, Master Artosh. Is it necessary to care so much? The strong are defined by the weak, but what should define me as the strongest? I just want to know the answer. The top is cold. Artosh has been at the top since he was born. He thought that fighting with the former strongest End Dragon would give him the answer, but the result disappointed him. After defeating the End Dragon, his heart was still empty. In this case, Master Artosh, you shouldn't mind if I help you get the answer, right? Jibril asked. What do you want to do? Artosh looked at Jibril curiously. I will follow their words and launch a sky strike against the other two alliance bases later. Jibril told the truth. Artosh. Knowing that it was someone else's plan, she helped the creator to step into it. Should we say that Jibril is worthy of being the imperfect final individual created by? When others were respectful to the creator, Jibril, as a child, could jump on and pull feathers to play. Do you need me to let Azrael and the others cooperate with you? However, Artosh is not a normal god. Chapter 246 A Saiyan shows up. As the time for the war is approaching, Riku becomes more and more anxious. He and Hubie are now in an area far away from the battlefield. Rick, are you worried that Jibril won't take action? A little bit. Don't worry, if she doesn't take action, we Mechamakinna will take action when the time comes. Hubie comforted. I know, but in this way, Mechamakinna will inevitably suffer casualties. Mechamakinna are just tools and machines. Hubie replied. This is the command body Einzig, let me tell you something. Rick forced a smile. The existence of Hubie made him realize that the ex-machinas were not machines or tools. But the rules of the game he set did not allow anyone to die, which was an extremely unreliable thing. As a weak person, he could only rely on the ex-machinas to control the direction of the battlefield situation. This was the reality. It doesn't matter. Each machine has a data backup. The damage to the body can be fixed by remaking it. Hubie hugged Rick, which made Rick feel better. The estimated time has arrived, and Jibril has not taken any action. Should we move the combat body to the top of Avantheim and launch a simulated air attack on the area around the alliance of the elves and dwarves? The design body that stayed beside Rick asked. Wait, they are out. Just when Rick was about to give the order, a regiment flew out of Avantheim. I don't know why Master Artosh gave such a strange order. He only asked us to launch an air attack on the area around the two major alliances? Who knows? Maybe they want to let those ignorant creatures below know what's best for them and leave this place. They muttered, and lined up in the sky. The black energy of Sky Strike emerged under their wings, like a meteor shower, bombarding the battlefields of the elves and dwarfs. Lord Sink, they took the lead in attacking us. At the front battlefield of the elves, the observer hurriedly reported the situation to the commander beside him. Damn, what about the situation on the dwarf side? The blonde and plump long-eared elf had a gloomy face, but asked about the situation on the dwarf side first. If they only attacked the elves, they would have to retreat immediately. The battlefield on the dwarf side was also attacked by Sky Strike. The observer said hurriedly. Let all legions prepare to release the Void Zeroth art. Lord Sinker Nilvalen, are we targeting the dwarves? A female elf asked nearby. No, change the target and aim at Avantheim above our heads. Lord Ronnie, are we firing our essence bombs at the elves? No, in a melee, the strongest should be the one to be eliminated first. Change the target and aim at Avantheim. At almost the same time, on the dwarf spaceship, Ronnie Draenir, the commander of the dwarfs, also issued an order to change the target of the essence bombs. Lord Ronnie, are we firing all the essence bombs and not leaving one for the elves? The adjutant asked. Who do you think our enemy is? Is it they? No, the enemy we are facing now is the god of war Artosh, who is known as the strongest god behind they. If you hold back in front of him, do you think we will have a second chance to attack? Then the elves. No one knows Sink Nilvalen better than me. That long-eared bastard is probably ready and waiting for us to make the first move. Now that they have shown their hostility towards both sides, even if the dwarfs and the elves have a feud, they can't risk being annihilated. At this time, to resolve their grievances. Ronnie Draenir and Sink Nilvalen have fought for many years, and they know very well what kind of guy the commander of the opposite elf is. It can be said that the other party is a petty bastard who holds a grudge, but he definitely has the ability to make rational decisions. Since you are waiting for me to make the first move, then I will make the first move. Listen to my command, marrow bombs, all fired. Ronnie looked at the forest land warship of the elves below and directly issued an attack order. All 12 dwarfs' marrow bombs are fired, Master Sink Nilvalen. All warlocks, listen up, activate the Void Zero protection art. Almost 2 seconds after the marrow bombs were fired, the elves also followed up with their own race's strongest attack. Under the pressure of the strongest god, the two sworn enemies launched a joint attack on the battlefield without reservation. Azriel was yawning, but she didn't expect to see the attacks from both the elves and the dwarfs, which made her suddenly refreshed. How dare these inferior creatures fight back? The order given by Master Artosh was to cooperate with Gibril to launch a feint attack on the positions of the two alliances. If the two alliances chose to retreat, they would be allowed to leave. But now, let these inferior creatures see the power of God. In the sky, they quickly formed a formation. The wings spread out, and they were connected to each other with the spirit corridors in their bodies. At this moment, this group of also had the ability to launch a divine attack. Divine attack. As the leader Azriel said this, the huge light wings covered the entire sky. What followed was the terrifying spirit power pouring down, like light, engulfing the marrow bomb and the Void Zero art together. The three attacks merged into a small sun in the sky, and this small sun was heading to the middle of the confrontation area between the dwarfs and the elves. Is this the power of the god of war? Sink Nilvalen widened his eyes, looking at the small sun that seemed to be falling slowly but actually quickly, and felt that his own elves were really useless. The Void Zero protection art developed with the power of was so easily engulfed by the power of the god of war. Commander Ronnie, let's retreat. The red alarm light on the goblin airship kept flashing, and the adjutant said to the commander on the bow. Retreat, where can we retreat to? Ronnie shook his head. When the attack failed, he knew it was over. If nothing unexpected happens, our airship will not be able to escape the explosion range before that thing falls, and the power of condensed 12 marrow bombs, and other stronger forces, do you think we can withstand it? Then Commander, what should we do now? What else can we do? Wait for death. Ronnie Draenir, the commander of the goblin species, spread his hands, not to give up, but really helpless, and said helplessly. Of course, we still have a choice. What choice? We can choose how we die. I'm going to take off my spiritual equipment. Before that thing falls and kills me, I'll use the spell without the spiritual equipment first. I'll experience the situation that our ancestors often exploded because the spirit power in their bodies was overstrengthened by our own spirit power before they made the spiritual equipment. Explosion is art. I've wanted to try it for a long time. The adjutant was a little desperate. Their commander went crazy first. Traffic control. Just when the goblin commander on the airship threw his precious spiritual equipment off the airship and was about to die artistically by self-explosion, the traffic control device that was previously deployed on the battlefield was activated. They changed the flow direction of the spirit power and deflected the small sun falling from the sky to the southwest of the battlefield. An unexpected incident occurred. The means of the mecha appeared on the battlefield, causing Ronnie draw near to stop self-exploding. Everyone began to use their own remote observation methods and saw the ex-machinas in the sky far away, preparing to welcome the attack of the terrifying energy group. So, the ex-machinas are behind this battle. When did those iron lumps join this war from neutrality? Compared to the surprise of the elves and dwarves, the god of war understood a little after seeing the ex-machinas preparing to welcome the terrifying attack. So that's it. They want to gather the powerful attacks of the three parties through ex-machina's analysis, so as to gain the ability to simulate such a powerful attack. And the purpose should not be to defeat me with this attack, but to destroy the planet itself, the spirit corridor of this planet. The god of war standing on the edge of Avantheim suddenly smiled. The planet spirit corridor was broken, and the power of, who was also born from the spirit corridor, would be greatly weakened. If that weak opponent can master the strongest concept information of me, oh no, if the opponent can command the ex machina, then he must have mastered the strongest concept information of me. At that time, it is estimated that a group of ex machina whose combined strength will not exceed my strength will come to besiege me. Even if I am the strongest god, I may be forcibly replaced by a large group of ex machina when my spirit power cannot be replenished. This sense of crisis is something that the final dragon, who also had the title of the strongest in the past, did not give me, but this is exactly what Artosh wants, an opponent who can really kill me. Even though Riku, as the opponent, is an extremely weak human who can't even use his spirit power, at this moment, the god of war faces this weakest challenger and regards Riku as a real opponent. However, the god of war who saw through all this did nothing, just because I knew that nothing he did now would be of any use. With the connection characteristics of the ex machina, it is estimated that the opponent is now hiding in an unknown place, preparing to analyze the powerful attack of the ex machina. After that, the simulated attack penetrated the planet under his feet. Only after the spirit corridor of the planet was destroyed, it could appear in front of him. In this regard, the god of war, who did not have the ability to know everything, did not think that he could stop this from happening. Instead of wasting energy to find the trace of the opponent, it was better to absorb more spirit power in the atmosphere now. At that time, it would see whether the mechas that came here to challenge him would defeat and deprive of his essence, or be completely solved by. The energy ball like a small sun flew very fast. Just when it was about to arrive in front of the mechas, a group of mechas with a heart said together, "We are tools, we are not lives, and our sacrifice will not be regarded as breaking the rules of the game." And when something like this happened, a terrifying green energy beam bombarded from a distance without warning. When it collided with the energy ball like a small sun, it was useless at first, but as the green energy beam shot and suddenly became 3 times thicker, the energy ball like a small sun was forcibly pushed away. As it flew, it was annihilated by more powerful energy until it disappeared behind the dark cloud like a reverse meteor, dragging a green energy tail flame. The battlefield race personnel observing the situation here opened their mouths wide. What is that green beam of light? Just as everyone was looking for the source of the green energy beam, Broly also flew in front of a group of ex machinas and asked the ex machina who had caught underground burrowing animals for him, "Are you okay?" The ex machina being questioned was a little down and silent for a while. After understanding the situation in front of him, he asked, "Sir Broly, why are you here?" "I was sleeping, but I was awakened by a large amount of air that suddenly came out here, so I flew over to check the situation." Broly explained the situation. His air perception was disturbed by the elves everywhere, but the fight here was so terrible that it was like turning on a high-power searchlight in his air perception fog world, which directly woke him up from sleeping on Kunai's legs. After waking up, Broly rushed over to see the situation. Seeing that the ex machina was under attack, he thought of the fact that they had treated him to a meal. A simple friend or foe judgment made the Saiyan boy attack directly. "Don't thank me. Just consider it as a reward for your dinner yesterday." After Broly finished speaking, he said in advance that there was no need to thank him. Ex machina. The commander Ainza wanted to say something, but in the end, he threw the question to Hubie. "Rick, didn't you tell Broly your real plan?" "No, what's wrong?" Rick didn't understand. Broly went to the southwest of the battlefield, where the analyzer was. Hubie said. "Is he dead?" Rick became nervous. "No, he didn't. He just knocked away the combined energy of the 12 marrow bombs of the dwarfs, the Void Zero protection technique released by all the elf warlocks, and the powerful Sky Strike released by the... Rick. How did you knock that energy ball away?" the ex machina asked. Well, it was knocked away like this. As Broly spoke, he raised his right hand and made the same gesture as when he released an energy bullet with one hand just now. However, this was just a random action of him releasing an energy bullet, and there was no special meaning. He knocked it away like this. On the other side, Hubie imitated his actions and showed them to Riku next to him. So, did our plan to make the Star Grail appear directly and seize it fail? After watching, Riku fell silent and asked after a while. The attack was knocked away, and the analyzer didn't analyze anything. Hubie explained, but that meant nothing. No, we still have Broly. If he can knock that energy away, he must be able to penetrate the planet. Rick quickly thought of another idea, but saw Hubie's face suddenly become serious. What's wrong? The god of war, Artosh, has arrived. Ha ha ha, anomaly, I thought you were done, but I didn't expect you to show up here and ruin your own plan. The god of war's appearance is a tall, middle-aged male with a black beard like steel, 18 white wings behind him like a cloak, and the key parts of his body are covered with suspenders and tight underwear worn by the plan. What plan? Broly looked at the guy who suddenly flew over in a daze. By the way, who are you? Unable to figure it out, Broly stopped thinking about it and asked about the identity of the guy in front of him who was also floating in the sky. You don't know me? A middle-aged man with a beard and wings, how can I know you? I almost forgot that you are not a creature of this world. Artosh nodded, exuding a terrifying aura, and introduced himself. I am the strongest god, the god of war Artosh, the creator of the... Behind the god of war, the clouds of dead bodies flashed with thunder and purple lightning kept falling, but the style was full. Broly. Is the other party competing with him? The traditional education from the Crimson Demon clan made Broly competitive. But before the comparison, he first compared with the Mecha Kai next to him. Broly said, stay away from me. I'm going to introduce myself. Mechanic. The fully connected Commander Einzig didn't know what he was going to do, but still ordered the analysis bodies of more than 4,000 machines to stay away from the airspace where Broly was. As the mechanic left, Broly thought about a cooler way to introduce himself. Just as he was thinking hard, the information of sunny and cheerful big boy suddenly popped up in his mind, so he mobilized his own chi and used the trick of changing the color of chi. Soon, the world behind Broly, which originally had no color, was replaced by a warm-toned chi similar to the color of autumn sunshine. After the background board was expanded to compete with the lightning and thunder background board of the opposite guy, the Saiyan boy introduced himself, my name is Broly, I just happened to pass by here and was involved in this turmoil. No, I have to have momentum, I am the strongest person on the planet Vampa who was involved in this turmoil. Looking at the warm-toned world with surging energy in front of him, Artosh fell into deep thought. Is this the way the strong people from other worlds greet each other? Is this the way the gods greet each other? At the same time, the battlefield used various means to observe what happened on the field here, and saw that the two airspace environments where the two powerful beings floated were forcibly distorted by some powerful force, and various special effects appeared. The elves and dwarves thought that this might be the unique way for the gods to appear and greet each other, but they regarded Broly who appeared as a new god. Forget it, no need to say anything else, let's fight. Artosh didn't think about anything else and directly challenged him. Chapter 247 The concept took effect, but it didn't seem to take effect. It worked. But why should I fight you? Does fighting need a reason? Does fighting need a reason? Artosh and Broly fell into deep thought together. Before, he had listened to Riku talking about the god of war, but Broly didn't take it to heart. After all, during his short stay in this world, who was Artosh, and what did it have to do with him as a Saiyan? However, now he was thinking back. Just as Broly was trying to recall the information about the god of war that Riku had said, the god of war in front of him was also thinking about whether fighting needed a reason. After thinking about it carefully, Artosh felt that fighting should need a reason. For example, he wanted to fight just to define himself as the strongest, which was purposeful. And since the alien in front of him had no reason to fight, he should give him a reason to fight. Your companions want peace, don't they? Defeat me and peace will come. Artosh said so. Broly remembered that Riku had said so. But it was Riku who said it, and the other party was a little underpowered in his eyes. Broly was hesitating, was this a reason to fight? Unmoved. Seeing this, Artosh pondered and thought of another good reason. Don't you want to get Jibril and make her your wife? Defeat me, and you can achieve what you want. But if you don't defeat me, I, Artosh, promise that Jibril will never become your wife. Because, as her creator, I will not agree to this. How about this, is this reason enough for fighting? Artosh asked. Broly, hey. In order to prevent the Saiyan Yellow Hair from marrying the youngest daughter of his family, the father of the Olden issued a battle invitation to the Saiyan Yellow Hair. This reason for fighting is more than enough, it is simply too sufficient. Armed to demand wage. Such information emerged in Broly's mind, and the next moment it was understood as armed to demand wife. How do you want to fight? The boy asked. No restrictions on the venue, no restrictions on means, the condition for victory is to end the opponent. Artosh said. Can we start? You can start at any time. After the words fell, there was a bang, and Artosh was hit on the right face before he could react, and flew out in the air. You can't even block such an ordinary punch. The gap between our strength is obvious. With this little strength, you also want to stop me from getting Jibril. Broly was holding back, and the speed of his action was not fast, but Artosh didn't react even so. Do you know my concept of strongest? After flying a distance and stopping, Artosh wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked. Hey! Broly looked at him in confusion. My strongest concept is to become stronger when facing a stronger opponent. You are not a creature from this world and you do not have spirit power, so this concept did not work on you before, but after you hit me with a punch that was obviously stronger than mine, my strongest concept has worked from this moment on. Artosh saw that he did not know, so he explained it, and the energy on his body was obviously improved. Broly did not speak, his figure disappeared in the air, and he punched again, but this punch was blocked by Artosh. You did not use all your strength to defeat me before you became stronger than me at the beginning. This is your biggest mistake. This battle is, in my opinion, it's over. I've surpassed you. Artosh showed a disappointed expression on his face. In his opinion, now that his strongest concept ability was activated, the alien boy in front of him was no longer his opponent. Pa! But the next moment, he was slapped on the other side of his cheek. What nonsense are you talking about? You just blocked my punch with all my strength, and you think you have surpassed me. Broly couldn't understand Artosh's thoughts, but he devoted himself to the guy who made a bold statement in front of him and offered his own skillful combo attack that was specially used to hit Lao Deng. Artosh tried to resist many times, but found that the boy attacking him in front of him had a heavier and stronger punch. He wanted to block it, but he couldn't block it at all. His defense was directly broken by the fist. His strongest concept could not keep up with the speed of the opponent's enhanced strength. God Strike. In order to get rid of the controlled continuous attack, Artosh used divine strikes around him. This is a move that requires all members of the to release, but for the God of War, it is just an ordinary energy skill. Broly retreated and flew back, easily avoiding the covering bombardment. Watching the figure gradually appearing in the energy storm, the God of War, who was beaten, bruised and swollen, kindly gave him his own advice. Admit defeat, compared to me, you are too weak, you are not my opponent at all. Artosh. This line should have been said by. However, after being beaten, Artosh also discovered the limitations of his concept of strongest. Of course, it is not right to say that it is a limitation, because this limitation only applies to the alien boy in front of him. The opponent did not use the spirit power of this world system, which resulted in S strongest concept being effective, but he had to observe the opponent first and show a stronger power. But when S power increased, the opponent also followed up and showed his hidden strength. This part of his strength that was not observed could suppress. At this moment, Artosh finally realized the feeling of the former strong man in this world facing the god with the strongest concept. But is the God of War? Is it really okay to say such a relaxed word? Any attack that can't kill me will make me stronger. If you don't use all your strength to get rid of me quickly, my power will surpass you under the impetus of the strongest concept. Artosh felt humiliated. He wanted the boy on the other side to show his true strength, even if he could kill him in 1 second, he would accept it. Instead of the opponent raising his strength limit little by little like now, as if he was the weak challenger and the opponent was the real strongest god. Full strength? I haven't used full strength since I was 3 years old. It's not that I don't want to use it, but no one can let me use it. Some information suddenly appeared in Broly's mind. After a pause, he said, Since I left the star, I have no rivals. I will spare others when I can. Well, I haven't met any so-called enemies since I left the planet Vampa. In the process of getting along with many people in a friendly way, I have learned to be tolerant to those who are weaker than myself. Although you are arrogant, I won't bother with you. I will make you convinced and admit defeat by yourself and hand over Gibril to me. Artosh. The strongest man in the world didn't say he was invincible, but the other party directly claimed to be invincible. Okay, since that's the case, just don't regret it. Although he felt humiliated, Artosh's heart still had the idea of defeating the enemy in front of him and surpassing the enemy in front of him for the first time. The battle started again, and this time it was Artosh's turn to attack. The god of war gave up most of the unnecessary defense and attacked Broly regardless of anything. After giving up defense, the god of war was able to fight back and forth with Broly. Between the fists and feet, air shocks formed around him. This is not a spell, it is just the effect of physical collision. During the period, there were energy attacks. Broly suppressed the god of war, but the god of war used a more powerful sky attack to save himself from being suppressed. The two men fought again, and the strength of the spirit power around them continued to increase. Rick listened to Hubie's live commentary, and his whole body was numb. If he had known that the boy had such a strong power, he would have just kneeled down and asked the other party to launch an attack to penetrate the planet under his feet. Why would he be so nervous about the battle situation over there, worrying that Broly would not be able to beat the god of war and would be killed by the god of war? If the battles of the gods are all like this, then what is the meaning of the victory or defeat of us followers? The battle between Broly and Artosh has caused an energy storm over there. The purple lightning and the sunlight-colored air are intertwined, creating a picture drawn by AI that is a combination of the end of the world and afternoon leisure style. The mountains are shattered, and the ground is plowed into gullies where the magma layer can be seen. From time to time, divine strikes and energy bombs collide and annihilate each other. Compared to a battle of this scale, the collision of the energy of the marrow bomb, the void zero protection technique, and the species seems to be child's play. No, they seem to be coming towards us. The races on this side of the battlefield sighed because they saw the battle scene beyond their comprehension. Not long after, someone suddenly noticed the strange phenomenon over there, as if it was moving towards this side. Not good, open the airship's protective barrier. Let the Legion cheer up and use the fourth protection technique of the long-lasting. The dwarfs and the elves both responded accordingly. They couldn't run away, so they could only use the strongest protective means and hide in the hope that they would not be killed by the aftermath of a battle of this scale. During the fight, Broly discovered the existence of the elves and dwarfs. And just when his attention was slightly distracted, the god of war seized this opportunity and punched him in the face. Broly raised his hand but was a beat too slow, unable to block it, and was hit, but at the same time, he also took remedial measures. After fighting until now, Artosh finally hit Broly once. But the next moment, Artosh, who wanted to chase, Artosh was blown away by the green light from the Saiyan boy's fingertips. The two separated their fight for the time being. Broly fell into a disadvantage, and crashed into the fourth protective barrier of the long-lasting elves below. Crack! This strong elven power barrier was directly penetrated, and Broly smashed into the command ship of the elf ground ship. However, although Artosh had the upper hand in this fight, he was just not knocked down from the sky. Broly's energy beam blasted Artosh into the other side of the camp, a dwarf airship. Artosh also smashed the protective barrier of the dwarf airship, and his tall body squeezed into the mechanical structure of the airship. It's Artosh! The dwarfs on the airship hid aside, and after seeing Artosh crashing into the airship, they didn't dare to approach the strongest god at all. Lord Artosh! Azrael was the first to recover some of his status. After seeing his god crash into the goblin airship, he flew over with several others who had recovered some of their status first. The goblin wanted to attack, but was stopped by Ronnie Drawnir. The current battle is no longer our business. Attack the followers of the god of war at this time, it was a joke. He didn't want to be easily solved by the god of war at close range. The S arrived at the smoking airship smoothly. Artosh was not seriously injured. After pulling his body out of the damaged part of the airship, he waved his hand to Azrael and others who asked for help in the battle. You are too weak. That is not an enemy you can deal with. Besides, this is the battle I look forward to. I will not allow you to intervene. Artosh rejected his followers' proposal to help him in the battle and walked to the edge of the airship. Below, Broly crashed into the land battleship. No elves dared to approach him. He shook his head and climbed up from the pile of broken branches. In his mind, a prompt message appeared in the Crystal Palace: found the target of the strategy, sink. Nilvalen, current happiness value 0. The blonde, big-breasted, long-eared female elf looked at him seriously. The obvious gap in strength made sink. Nilvalen issue an order prohibiting attack. However, if you crash into this place, if the existence of the godlike species wants to attack them, then they will not sit and wait for death, but will fight hard. It is a happy thing to find a new wife, but now is not the time to ask her if she is willing to be his wife. Broly looked up and looked at the smoking airship in the sky over there. Artosh has come to the edge of the airship, standing on it and looking down at him from a distance. With a sharp gaze and high fighting spirit, Broly frowned, and the appearance of his new wife beside him made him make a judgment. This is my own battle, I will go all out. The deck of the goblin airship was crushed by a foot, and Artosh's figure, like a white meteor, attacked directly below. But the next moment, the green light rising from the elf command ship on the ground pushed the white meteor away. The two figures moved away from the battlefield with a large number of biological units at a very fast speed and headed towards the distant sky. After they left, the various anomalies caused by the battle gradually subsided. The color of the sun faded, the dead clouds no longer struck purple lightning, and the energy storm slowly dissipated, leaving only a mess, but no casualties. Except for a goblin airship that made an emergency landing and a completely smashed elf landship, there was no greater loss. Are you going to attack the elves, Goblin? The commanders of both sides just thought about it and gave up the idea of continuing the battle. Because the outcome of this war has nothing to do with them now. I want to fight in another place, do you have any objection? Do you always do it first and then talk about it? Two figures, one green and one white, quickly moved away from the battlefield, and Artosh was pressed on the face and flew by Broly. It's not that Artosh didn't want to resist, but Broly's crazy burst of energy increased his combat power, leaving him with no ability to resist at all. Thousands of miles away from the battlefield to the east, there was a black sea, and the god of war was thrown into it by the Saiyan boy. Bang! The figure of the god of war crashed into the sea too quickly, causing a large wave. I was just worried that you wouldn't agree, so I did it first. Floating in the air and looking at the surging waves below, Broly answered Artosh's question. What responded to him was the white light that gradually brightened on the calm black sea surface. The divine strike reappeared, and the terrifying spirit power energy flow gushed out, evaporating tens of thousands of seawater and hitting him. After the aftermath hit the reef coastline along the coast, it blasted out a pulverized channel of more than 10 kilometers. Without the seawater, the seabed was exposed. Artosh, with his 18 wings spread out, slowly floated up. His eyes kept scanning the top of his head, but he couldn't find Broly. Chapter 248 Artosh's Gift. Where are the people? Artosh was puzzled, and didn't think his divine strike was useful. Here it is. Broly replied, and somehow he went around behind Artosh. When he spoke, his hand was already on the other's waist, and the green energy light was shining. Boom! The coastline that had been devastated by the divine attack was hit by another powerful energy bomb from the Saiyans. The passage that was originally blasted out was now directly lengthened, thickened, deepened, and doubled. Artosh was blasted away, and when he fell to the ground, the back of the god of war was charred black. The 18 wings were missing, and only 11 broken wings were left hanging behind him, looking very miserable. However, Broly, floating in the sky, did not easily approach the fallen Artosh, just because the other's aura was rapidly getting stronger, and he soon caught up again. If there was a high-level combat power detector in the Dragon Ball world at this moment, it would be found that Broly's combat power had reached 190,000, while the combat power of the fallen Artosh below exceeded him, reaching a little more than 190,000. The concept of the strongest is extremely tricky. Although Broly is not using spirit power, the enhancement effect of this concept cannot be achieved in one step. But even if he needs to become stronger while fighting, as long as the stronger attack that cannot kill Artosh, it will only make the god of war gain more powerful power. Of course, although Artosh's strength is getting stronger, the injuries on his body have not disappeared because of the strength, but are still accumulating. Compared to Artosh's miserable appearance at the moment, Broly was effectively attacked, that is, the punch he accidentally received just now. The damage caused by this punch to him is not even a minor injury, just a little color on the corner of his mouth and a little blood. Still fighting? Broly asked. Just now, if he had just increased the output power of his chi a little bit, the god of war might have been directly wiped out. Why not? Artosh climbed up, and his wings had been destroyed for a small part, and the spirit corridor was in a semi-destroyed state. However, Artosh felt very good. His power became stronger again, which made him feel something different. He raised his hand, and chi surrounded it. A chi energy bomb was condensed. Is this the power you used? Broly's energy bomb seriously injured Artosh, but in the process of seriously injuring, it was received by Artosh's body, allowing Artosh's other concept ability to play a role. This is a bit like the situation of Ex Machina analyzing other people's attacks, but Artosh's ability is brought by the concept of God of War. At this moment, a lot of information about the use of chi appeared in Artosh's mind. It was the combat skills information copied from Broly by the concept of God of War that allowed Artosh to master the use of chi quickly. Tore off the severely damaged wings on his back and pounced on Broly again without hesitation. This time, Artosh's flying method changed from manipulating the spirit power to flying, and changed to flying by relying on the powerful chi in his body, and the speed was close to the speed of Broly flying at S head just now. No one knows how long the battle between the Saiyan and the God of War lasted. The people on the battlefield only knew that about half an hour after the two terrifying beings left, the ground began to shake. This was not an earthquake that only occurred in this area, but the entire planet was forced to tremble as if someone had hit it with a huge fascia gun. And this tremor lasted for more than half an hour before it suddenly disappeared. The God of War was immersed in the joy brought by the fierce battle. S power became stronger and stronger during the battle. And S opponent was like an unfathomable abyss. No matter how much stronger became, the opponent could use more powerful power than himself. Just when Artosh thought that such a battle would continue until the opponent could not help but use all his strength to solve himself. Crack! S left leg suddenly crystallized and broke under a gravity stamp. At the moment when his body fell, Artosh realized that his own battle was over. I didn't expect that the first one to collapse would be my spirit. The spirit is the body of a god, and it is extremely hard when the god is still alive. But everything has a limit, and in the process of accumulating injuries and increasing strength, Artosh's spirit finally collapsed when his combat power reached 530,000 with Broly. You give me the last blow. Broly's fist stopped in front of Artosh, which made Artosh a little confused. You've already lost, haven't you? In Broly's perception, Artosh was like a deflated balloon, and the air in his body was rapidly decreasing. Yes, I've already lost, but I'm a little curious, how much strength do you still have to use? Probably half. Broly was not sure, and it was the first time for him to fight with others like this in reality. Hearing this, Artosh was stunned and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that I could only force out half of your strength with all my strength. I'm really sorry that I didn't let you have fun. It doesn't matter, I don't like fighting anyway. Don't like fighting? The God of War twitched his lips, and it was obvious that he wanted to complain, but Broly asked before he could. Now that the winner has been decided, you, the creator, should not stop Jibril from being my wife, right? You actually care about this? If I don't care about this, who else should I care about? This is the most important reason for me to fight you. Artosh was speechless. Among all the gods who have been defeated since ancient times, Artosh was probably the one who was defeated for the most bizarre reason. Okay, I really won't stop Jibril from becoming your wife. Artosh gave a positive answer. Broly waved his fist, feeling happy that he had cleared the possible obstacles to inviting Jibril to join the Crystal Palace. Can you still get up by yourself? After the excitement, Broly asked Artosh on the ground again. What's wrong? Artosh was puzzled by this question. The sea water is coming over there. If you can't get up by yourself, I will take you away. The battle between Broly and Artosh pushed the east coastline of this continent thousands of kilometers inland. Now the Black Sea water is rushing in from afar, filling the low-lying areas that were hit, which is slower than the speed at which the two of them hit the low-lying areas. I can't get up anymore, but it doesn't matter whether I leave here or not, because I'm dying. The God of War replied. Hey! Broly looked at in confusion. Looking at your expression, you probably don't know the death of the gods. As long as the external essence is destroyed, it means the death of the gods. After fighting with you, my essence has entered a state of collapse. When my body is completely crystallized and shattered, my consciousness will fall into a long sleep. Then how can I save you? Save me, why are you saving me? You gave Jibril life, so you must be Jibril's father. Your death may make Jibril sad, and I don't want her to be sad. Broly said, and he was already releasing his life energy to Artosh, but it was useless. At this moment, Artosh's body was like a funnel, which would only overflow with various energies. The energy he poured in could only slightly delay Artosh's consciousness and the time it took to leave his soul body. Sad. Artosh pondered. To put it bluntly, they were weapons made by to kill gods. Had never thought about the impact of his own death on Jibril and other people. It's useless. The collapse of the soul cannot be reversed, but if possible, please take me back to Avantheim. Feeling Broly's attempt at treatment, Artosh shook his head. Before he died, suddenly wanted to return to Avantheim to see his creation. Broly agreed, but did not stop the act of infusing life energy. He directly carried Artosh on the ground and returned to the battlefield. The god of war has been defeated. The scene of Broly flying back with the god of war on his back caused some commotion among the elves and dwarves who were still on the battlefield, but they did not dare to make any moves. Seeing the miserable state of the god of war, the followers of the god of war, gathered around. A group of who were still in the form of young girls, acted as if they were alert to Broly but wanted to get closer. The victory and defeat have been decided. I have been defeated. He brought me back, not your enemy. Artosh's words temporarily made the put away their hostility. How could it be, Master Artosh, how could you be defeated? A group of girls came over, some of them couldn't believe the news that their Lord God had been defeated. Why can't he be defeated? Artosh asked back. You are the strongest god with the strongest concept. Azrael said. That's true, but unfortunately my spirit couldn't support my concept to the point where it completely surpassed the opponent's strength. My defeat was just because Broly was stronger than me, that's all. Wait, Lord Artosh, what happened to your spirit? Nothing, it's just about to collapse. Artosh said very calmly, as if to say that a mere fatal injury was nothing. The heaven sword that heard words was shocked. They were stunned at first, and then they realized Artosh's situation and became a little anxious. Master Artosh, are you going to leave us? I can't stop the collapse of the essence, there is nothing I can do about it. Then please let us go with you. Why? We are your wings, we are your blades, the meaning of our existence is to serve you, but now you are about to leave this world, then they, have no meaning to exist anymore. Artosh is the creator of the old father of and the meaning of the existence. Now that he is about to die, all seem to have the will to die with him to serve the gods. After Azrael expressed his opinion, Broly almost had a question mark on his face. He quickly looked in the direction of Jibril and found that the other party's face was also full of sadness, and the happiness value on his body was also not unexpectedly falling. Lord God of War, cheer up, you can't just die like this. After discovering that Jibril might have died suddenly, Broly immediately knelt down and increased the output of life energy to Artosh lying on the ground. Just a moment, Artosh, who was about to die, sat up and seemed to have recovered. However, this was just a flash of life, and the energy in the opponent's body was still rapidly fading. Artosh looked at the group of sad around him, thinking about the long years they had spent with him, and those bits and pieces of memories made him feel reluctant. Artosh moved his mouth, and just when he was about to give the last order as the creator and order his followers to live, he suddenly saw Broly next to him, sweating on his forehead, more nervous than when fighting with him, and increasing the output of life energy, and suddenly had a better idea. Ahem, listen to me, you still have a meaning to exist. Hearing this, they looked at him. You serve the strongest god. Now I am defeated, but the strongest god has not. Artosh said so, and under the gaze of many he took the initiative to remove the strongest concept from his body. From today on, the strongest god is him, and he will become the new god you serve. Artosh slapped the strongest concept he had extracted on Broly, and brought the boy in front of the introducing him loudly. Broly. Obtain the world-class rule strongest concept, which is given free of charge by the god of war Artosh in the M12 low-dimensional world. After obtaining this rule, the host will automatically obtain the identity of the strongest god in the M12 world and obtain the power of the strongest god. This rule will be weakened after leaving the M12 world, but the characteristic of becoming stronger when encountering stronger enemies will be retained. World-class rule strongest concept, when encountering a stronger enemy, the power of the individual holding this rule will be automatically amplified. The power amplified in the M12 world is permanently retained, and the power amplified after leaving the M12 world exists temporarily. The amplification effect increases as the battle continues, until it surpasses the powerful enemy. This is the first time that the Crystal Palace has proactively given information prompts when facing a being that is neither the host nor the wife. Broly suddenly got a passive concept skill that may be useless to him, and he stared at the group of S who looked like little girls in front of him. Master Artosh, this is the person who killed you, how can you let us serve our enemy? Azrael immediately expressed her objection. If she had not clearly recognized that she could not beat the guy who defeated Master Artosh, she would probably choose to attack Broly directly. Enemy? I don't think so. The long years I have spent since my birth are precisely to wait for such an opponent to appear. It is because of his appearance that my long life as a god has meaning. I feel a little sorry for my own slumber. But I am grateful to him. Azrael, can you understand my feelings? Azrael and other S who were somewhat resistant to serving the orders of the new gods were unable to answer the questions of their own gods. If you can't understand, try to understand. This is my last order to you. With a wail from the Phantasmagoria Avantheim, the consciousness of the god of war left his essence and disappeared with the wind. Chapter 249 If a sister-in-law comes from another world, she will definitely give her a good beating. The god of war Artosh, this god of God was born and died in battle. He waved his sleeves and left Broly, the Saiyan boy who defeated the enemy, with a pile of his own legacy. Avantheim, the apostle of the god of war, is a fantasy creature that looks like a huge sky city, a bit like the sky curtain behemoth, and there are still 164 individuals alive today who can control Koro. They are all individuals created by the god of war before Jibril. If the sisters are ranked in the order of birth, there are 164 sisters-in-law. According to the order of Master Artosh, the 165 remaining individuals will serve you, Master Broly. A bunch of girls knelt on one knee in front of Broly, and Azrael, the leader, said this in a somewhat cold tone. She could not oppose the final order issued by her creator, so her bad attitude was her fault. The last stubbornness. If you don't want to do this, you don't have to. Broly could feel the other party's indifference, so he said. This is the order of Master Artosh. Even if I don't want to do it, I will do it. Azrael rejected this kindness. Broly thought that he would leave after that, so he didn't say much. He looked at Jibril, walked over and asked, "Are you okay? What can I do?" Little Jibril asked back. "But you are very unhappy, I'm sorry." Broly apologized. "What are you apologizing for?" Jibril asked. "I shouldn't have fought with your creator, so that I wouldn't die." Broly said that other things might be deceiving, but the rise and fall of happiness values displayed in the Crystal Palace would not be deceiving. When the god of war died, Jibril's happiness value line continued to be sluggish. It didn't drop sharply, but it continued to decline. "Ha, do you think I'm sad about the death of Artosh-sama? No, Artosh-sama left this world happily, his life was fully satisfied, and I have no reason to feel sad for such a person." "Then why are you unhappy?" Artosh-sama said that he expected me to grow up to the point where I could defeat him in the future, but now that he is dead, I can never defeat him again, woo. As she spoke, little Jibril started to shed tears and beat the Saiyan boy in front of her with her hands. But it was unclear whether she was sad about not being able to challenge the god of war or about the death of her old father, Artosh. "You can't defeat him, but you can defeat me. I defeated him, and as long as you defeat me, it proves that you can defeat him." Broly's words were a bit awkward, but he was comforting Jibril. Jibril was comforted by him, and she put her arms around Broly's neck, blinking her big eyes and asked, "After I defeat you, can I chop off your real head and keep it?" "Broly. From the first time I saw you yesterday until now, this girl still loves heads so much. If you can defeat me." However, Broly agreed. Jibril's happiness value rises. After the happiness value continued to decline, it was finally reversed because of his promise. Lord Broly. And just after he agreed to Jibril, other S also came over. "What for?" Broly looked at them with some confusion. "We also want to defeat you and chop off your head. Can you allow us to challenge you in the future?" These little girl-like S shook their furry ears, looking forward to the new god they served. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Azrael may be the who hates Broly the most, but she still stood up to stop other from saying such disrespectful words to the new gods. "It doesn't matter. If they want to do this, I can allow them to do it, including you. I also allow you to do it. However, Broly gave a positive answer to these, just because these are not his wives, but they are all considered Gibril's sisters. According to the increase in Gibril's happiness value, agreeing to them should make them happy, so Broly doesn't mind being treated as prey. Of course, the premise is that these can travel through the world and go to Wanpa to find him when they want to take action later. If there are really who can travel through the world, then Broly doesn't mind beating up the who came to Wanpa to find him. Isn't there a saying that goes, friends from afar, even if they are far away, must be killed? The strange intracranial knowledge has increased. Broly shook his head to get rid of the strange knowledge that emerged in his mind. He cheered up a group of depressed S by promising to allow the S to challenge him in the future. Even Azrael softened her cold attitude. Lord Broly, do we need to clean up the battlefield now? Azrael asked. Clean up? Broly was puzzled. Whether to deal with the group of inferior creatures below. Raphael, who only had a single wing, pointed at the dwarf and elves army below and said. However, before dealing with those ignorant creatures, we need to recover our strength first. There is a recovery spell on Avontheim that can help the S recover their strength quickly. Of course, if the new god they serve decides to take action himself, then the power of the S should not be needed. After fighting Artosh, Broly seamlessly became the master of the. Now the final direction of the three-way battlefield will be decided by him. However, Broly has not figured out what the current situation is, but one thing is certain, destroying the army with his wife under him is not an option. Broly flew down directly from Avontheim and landed directly in the army of the elves. Under the vigilant gaze of a group of elves, he came to Sink-Nilvalen, the military commander of the elves. What are you going to do? Sink-Nilvalen asked cautiously. I want to ask you, can you have friendly behavior with me under the condition that you become my wife as the ending? Broly asked bluntly. The elves next to him opened their mouths wide. Are you kidding me? Even Sink-Nilvalen thought that the guy in front of him was playing a trick on him. The personalities of the deists are diverse, and it is not surprising that there is a guy who likes to play tricks on others. Joke? No, this is not a joke, I am saying this seriously, I want you to agree to become my wife later. Broly said seriously, with a serious expression and no intention of joking at all. Sink-Nilvalen. The elves also have the concept of marriage, but she doesn't understand why the existence who defeated the god of war in front of her said such a thing to her. If I don't agree, will you kill me? Sink-Nilvalen asked with narrowed eyes. No, I will only respect your decision and will not kill you. Broly shook his head and denied the other party's persecution paranoia. The scene fell into a strange silence, and the two men, one tall and one short, looked at each other. The elves next to them held their breath, waiting for their commander's answer, and at the same time they were a little worried that if their commander refused the other party, it might anger the terrifying existence in front of them. Strange request, but I don't seem to have the right to refuse. Whether what you said is true or false, for the safety of myself and my family, I can hardly refuse your request. Then, the head of the famous family of the elves, I, Sink-Nilvalen, agree to be your wife. Sink-Nilvalen showed a fake smile on her face. After thinking clearly about the situation she was facing, she stretched out her hand without hesitation. Broly, a scion from planet Vampa. Broly introduced himself and took the hand of the blonde, big-breasted, long-eared elf woman, and then took the next step. Since you have agreed to become my wife in the future, let's talk about how to make you happy. Hey, is the progress so fast? Although he has been serving as the commander-in-chief of the elf military and has no free time to do normal dating and spouse matters, it does not mean that Sink-Nilvalen does not understand the behavior of reproduction. Of course, my time, well, it seems to be a little more now, but in comparison, it is still quite tight. Do you have any wishes you want to realize? After Broly's stay time, after he obtained the concept of strongest given by the god of war and obtained the identity of strongest god, the world's rejection of him has been reduced a lot, which is manifested in his current stay time, which has reached 29 days, 11 hours and 23 minutes, but this time is still tight, so he asked the elf in front of him directly. Wish. Sink-Nilvalen was stunned for a moment, then realized that the other party didn't want to enjoy her body. The commander-in-chief of the elf military had a thoughtful look in his eyes, and he chuckled and asked, does it mean that if I say a wish, you will fulfill it for me? It depends on what the wish is. If it is something I can do and it can make you happy, I can help you fulfill it. Broly didn't take on too much responsibility. After all, he couldn't help Jibril fulfill her wish for his head in reality. Besides, if the other party asked him to kill his other wife, or do something that would make his other wife sad, would he do it or not? Well, what if I want you to bring the commander-in-chief of the dwarfs to me? Sinker Nilvalen tried to say. Who is the dwarf? That guy on the airship over there. Then wait. Broly left this sentence and headed towards the airship in the distance. Who is the commander-in-chief of the dwarfs? Broly asked. After some effort, he found Ronnie Drawnir. What do you want? Ronnie Drawnir also showed respect to the unknown existence that defeated the god of war, and bowed to ask. Sinker Nilvalen wants me to take you to her. Broly told him the purpose of looking for him. Hearing this, the dwarfs around Ronnie immediately pointed their weapons at the Saiyan boy in front of them. Everyone knows that the dwarfs and the elves are mortal enemies, not to mention the commander-in-chief of the two races who have fought each other for many years. Being taken there is definitely not a good thing. Can I ask why you help her? Ronnie stopped the dwarfs around him and asked the boy in front of him who was almost as tall as himself. She is willing to be my wife. This is her wish. Broly answered. Ronnie. Lord Ronnie, let's fight the elves, fight this guy. The dwarves around him shouted, they were never good-tempered. Fight, fight with your heads, the result of the fight is that we are all destroyed. Ronnie Drawnir whispered a few words to his adjutant and came to Broly. I am willing to go with you, sir, but please let my people go. Swarm. He said. Okay, my goal is just to take you back. Broly nodded. Ronnie was taken away by the Saiyans, and after he left, his adjutant began to issue a retreat order. The airships of the goblins and the ground-based auxiliary forces remained alert and retreated little by little. The elves also discovered this move. Lord Sinker Nilvalen, this is a good opportunity. The adjutant beside her reminded. Sinker, I brought you the commander-in-chief of the goblins you wanted. Before Sinker Nilvalen could give an order, Broly came back with Ronnie Drawnir. The short commander-in-chief of the goblins was put on the ground by Broly. Ahem, Lord Sinker Nilvalen, I wonder what you want this lord to bring me to you for? Ronnie tried to stay calm. We are mortal enemies. What do you think I asked him to bring you to me for, Lord Drawnir? Sink Nervala asked with a smile. Mortal enemies? It's just that we have different positions and each serves his own clan. However, I originally thought that you would beat me in a fair fight, but I didn't expect you to use tricks and let this gentleman catch me directly. Ronnie was sarcastic. You are right about tricks, but I didn't ask for it. Lord Broly took a fancy to me and wanted to do something for me voluntarily. If you have the ability, you can also ask him to do something for you. Unfortunately, you don't seem to have my luck. Sinker. Nilvalen's happiness value rises. What could be happier than showing off in front of an old rival? Sinker. Nilvalen was very happy. He didn't expect that the person who came to him would actually help him realize his wish. Do you have any other wishes? Broly asked again after Sinker. Nilvalen had the commander of the dwarfs taken away and imprisoned. Then can you help me destroy the? She pointed to the sky city above her head and asked. No, this won't work. Broly refused decisively. Can I ask why not? After finding that Broly had no ill will towards him, Sinker. Nilvalen asked boldly. There are other wives among they. What about destroying other? Sinker. Nilvalen asked. If I destroy your companions, will you feel sad? Broly asked instead of answering. I see. Sinker Nilvalen nodded, understanding the boy's refusal. What if we want to destroy the retreating dwarfs? But she asked another question. Chapter 250 Battles to Promote Relationships. Broly thought about it and shook his head. I have already promised him to let his tribe go. He pointed to the imprisoned commander of the goblins in the distance and said that promises were important. Of course, breaking promises was sometimes possible, and Master Aqua gave him a flexible moral bottom line. However, the relationship between him and the long-eared elves in front of him was not yet at that level. Besides, what if there were unknown wives among the goblins? After various considerations, and because he didn't like killing very much, he rejected Sinker Nilvalen's request. What if I give the order now to attack the retreating goblins, will you stop me? Sinker Nilvalen asked again. No. Broly gave a positive answer. Sinker Nilvalen pondered, and the adjutant approached, wanting to listen to her instructions. However, the blonde, big-breasted, long-eared elf commander finally shook his head. Their situation was not very good, and although the dwarfs were similar, there was a difference after all. Most of the dwarfs used weapons forged by themselves, while the elves used the actual spirit power in their bodies. Instead of fighting and exchanging soldiers now, it is better to slow down. Anyway, the commander-in-chief of the dwarfs, Rani Draenir, has fallen into her hands, and there will be plenty of opportunities to control the remaining group of dwarfs with poor brains in the future. The spirit power is detected, it's the Ex Machina. Just then, the detection spell of the elves took effect, and they found the Ex Machina individuals appearing above their heads. After the Ex Machina was transferred from the subspace, it flew straight towards this side. The elves became alert, but did not attack without authorization. Since the King Yanlong and its followers were beaten to death by the Ex Machina, no race in this world would easily challenge the Ex Machina, a neutral race with hornet's nest characteristics. However, it is hard to say whether the Ex Machina is neutral now. Mr. Broly, Sir Riku asked me to come and ask you, is the battle over? The Ex Machina approached unimpeded all the way, landed after reaching the Saiyan boy, stood still and asked directly. It's over, Artosh is dead. Broly replied. Great. Riku, who knew the answer, could not hide his excitement and waved his only remaining right fist. Reminder, concepts are infinite, new gods will be born from new concepts, and if the Star Grail, which represents the authority of the only god, does not have a definite owner, a new war will appear. Even if new gods will not be born in a short period of time, the battle between the old gods will still exist. The probability of the elves and the goblins continuing to fight in the future is as high as 98%. Faced with Riku's excitement, the Ex Machina connected to the General Commander Einzig and gave the Ex Machina's analysis and judgment. Well, it is true that we can't get carried away, but Broly won. He defeated the God of War fairly and squarely. It is only natural for him to get the Star Grail later. At that time, we just need to ask him to make the world peaceful. This should also be something that can be done, right? Rick said expectantly. Now, if we penetrate the spirit corridor of the planet, there is a 91% chance that the Star Grail will appear directly next to Lord Broly. As for the possibility of world peace, according to Lord Broly's desire for food, there is a great probability that he will agree. Due to the lack of information, we cannot determine the specific probability. Wait, where is the place where the Star Grail appears? There are other gods left in this world, and they account for 9% in total. That's the thing. Lord Rick asks Lord Broly to bring peace to this world that has been trapped in war for too long. The Ex Machina spoke out Rick's request in front of Cinque Nilvalen. Then what should I do? Tell everyone directly that we don't want war, but peace? Broly asked. No, Lord Broly only needs to penetrate the planet and get the Star Grail that caused the war. That's enough. Cinque Nilvalen's ears twitched. Is it really okay to say such words in front of her, the extremely ambitious commander-in-chief of the Elven strategists? Then I will penetrate the planet and get the Star Cup now. Broly asked again. No, please go to a place with fewer people, or where Mr. Riku is, to do this kind of thing. The Ex Machina replied, and Broly agreed. Just as he was about to leave with the Ex Machina, his hand was held by Cinque Nilvalen who was squatting behind him. I also want to know what the Star Cup looks like. Can you please take me there with you? Cinque Nilvalen asked, and took the opportunity to put the Saiyan boy's hand on her plumpness. The commander-in-chief of the Elven strategists did not mind using the advantages he had, and his face was a pure and unpretentious request. Of course. Broly agreed to it, but he was not seduced by anything. He just thought it was not a big deal. How can this be? On the other side, Riku, who knew the situation, wanted to refuse on behalf of Broly. He did not have a good impression of the elf commander-in-chief Cinque Nilvalen. He thought that he was a scheming guy. Who knows what he wanted to do to see the ceremony of the appearance of the Star Grail. However, Riku did not act rashly. It was impolite to make decisions on behalf of others, not to mention that the other party was also Broly's favorite wife. He did not think he had the weight to make decisions on behalf of the other party. Mr. Riku said that it is better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. Please invite Miss Jibril and his sister Krenai to the ceremony of the appearance of the Star Grail. What do you think? Broly cares about wife. Although Riku does not know the other party's criteria for selecting wives, he directly thinks of how to restrain the elf commander-in-chief. Okay. Broly readily agreed to this. Sir Broly, do you have more than one wife? Sinker Nervalin asked with a smile. Yes, I have many wives, what's wrong? Broly looked at the elf and did not deny it. Then will you treat them better than me? Not necessarily, but for now, it should be. Broly told the truth that his wives were also close to each other. On the one hand, it depended on the happiness points they had given him, and on the other hand, it depended on the depth of their friendship. For example, Fujimura Taiga in the first world did not have too many points, but in Broly's heart, his position was almost the same as Master Aqua's. Then how can I make you treat me better than them? Sinker Nervalin came closer and asked, and she had a pleasant floral scent on her body. As long as you can feel happier, that's enough. Broly answered. Hearing this, Sinker Nervalin looked puzzled. By the way, can you fly? Do you mean flying? Yes. No, what's wrong? Then I'll take you flying. Hey! Before Sinker Nervalin could react, Broly lifted her up. Lord Sinker Nervalin! Amid the exclamation of the adjutant, she flew directly into the sky. The posture was very indecent, lying on the boy's shoulder, like a piece of pork carried by a butcher. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, you go back first. After the initial panic, Sinker Nervalin quickly calmed down, and shouted to the lieutenants below. After the dwarfs lost their chief commander, the chief commander of the elves was also taken away. Broly took Sinker Nervalin to the Avantheim above him. I'm going to take the Star Cup and end the war in this world. Who of you wants to go and see it? As soon as he came up, Broly spoke bluntly and invited them, as if the ceremony of making the Star Cup appear was something that everyone could watch. They looked at each other, but most of them were curious and said they wanted to see it. Jibril was no exception. However, before that, she had a question that needed to be answered. What is this? Is it the food you brought up to roast and eat? Little Jibril pointed to the plump elves woman next to Broly and asked. Sinker Nervalin. This is my wife, a wife like you. Broly introduced Jibril. Her name is Sinker Nervalin. It's been so long, and here comes another one. Jibril complained, sniffing around Sinker Nervalin. What for? Sinker Nervalin was a little nervous. She still remembered that when she used the capital of her own race as bait and almost killed the entire goblin army, it was because of the who suddenly broke into the battlefield that the plan finally failed. You long-eared guy, as soon as I saw you, I thought of the time when I passed by a forest and was intercepted by a spell in the sky. Jibril's sense of the elves was not very good. At that time, she just flew leisurely over the top of the elf forest, but was shot down by the interception spell in the sky. Wait, you were the who bombarded our capital with Sky Strike 23 years ago. Sinker Nervalin widened his eyes. Did you elves arrange that interception spell? Little Jibril raised her eyebrows immediately. She didn't pay attention to the interception spell in the sky at that time. Was it arranged by the dwarfs or the elves? She just bombarded both sides with Sky Strike, almost crippling both sides, and then left with satisfaction. No, that was definitely an interception spell arranged by the dwarfs. Sinker Nervalin hurriedly passed the buck, but in fact, it should be arranged by the elves, an interception spell specifically designed to deal with the dwarf airships. However, looking at the girl who looked a little unfriendly, how could she admit it at this time? It was really Oaken. When they fought with the dwarfs, they lured the dwarfs into the capital. They originally thought of using the capital as a price to directly destroy the entire dwarf army, but they were inexplicably attacked by the. Before this, Sinker Nervalin had never figured out why they suddenly attacked them, but now he understood it completely. However, Sinker Nervalin felt even more uncomfortable. When a normal person saw them fighting with the dwarves, how could they ignore the battlefield and fly over directly? Only they, who didn't take them seriously at all, would do this. But fly if you want, you are strong, so you are awesome. But being shot down by the interception spell, you can still get angry and blow up both sides. Is it really not arranged by you, a bunch of inferior creatures living in the forest? Jibril was a little skeptical. Calm down, don't be angry, don't expose it. Sinker Nervalin forced a smile and replied, it's really not arranged by us. Humph. Jibril snorted coldly. She was not so easy to fool, but she didn't continue to care about it. After all, this happened a while ago, and she also made a corresponding counterattack. It's just. I don't like this guy. I feel she's hypocritical. Jibril pointed at Sinker-Nilvalen and bluntly expressed her dislike. You'll get used to it. Broly shrugged and replied. It's not uncommon for wives to dislike each other, such as Aqua and Huai, but they still get along well in the end. This requires adjustment. Sinker-Nilvalen. She hates this kind of straightforward guy. Even if Jibril is right, she prefers the saying of having a rift in the heart to the saying of hypocrisy. You don't like me, and I don't like you either, a war troublemaker. Sinker-Nilvalen looked at Broly next to him and suddenly replied. What did you say? Jibril glared at her. And the next moment, the long-eared elf seemed to be frightened and hid behind the Saiyan boy. Sir Broly, if she wants to hurt me, you will protect me, right? Jibril. It was as if he smelled the scent of tea that was beginning to float in the air. Broly. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of play. In the last world, Master Aqua and the others would occasionally play this way. Especially when they were at a disadvantage in a fight with others, they would try to use him to smooth out the disadvantage and restart the fight. But, this kind of situation where they were ready to use him to smooth out the disadvantage before the fight even started, Broly had never encountered such a situation before. How about you fight first, and I will come to protect you when you are in danger. Broly said, and gave up the position to block Jibril. Sinker-Nilvalen. You monkey who always hides in the forest, watch out. Before she could react, Jibril rushed up. The little girl jumped up and slapped the other's plump side. Ah! Sinker-Nilvalen felt the pain and immediately fought back. You damn bird man! The eightfold art was activated, but it was shut down in an instant, and Avantheim roared. This is its body and its domain. If you want to control the spirit power here to hurt thee, you have to be stronger than it. Obviously, Sinker-Nilvalen can't surpass the level of the Phantasma. There were 2 more snaps, and her chest was attacked again. Damn it! Finding that the spell could not be used, Sinker-Nilvalen could only pinch Jibril's face himself. The reason why she didn't pinch her neck was because she realized that Broly might intervene if her life was in danger. It hurts. Jibril in the form of a young girl cried out in pain, but she was not to be outdone and grabbed the chest of the elf and pinched it hard. Hiss! Sinker-Nilvalen took a breath and used more strength. Let go. You are the one who should let go. At this moment, the 2 people who were pinching each other had no image, whether it was the image of the or the image of the commander-in-chief of the elves. Don't you care about them like this? The ex-machina looked at it for a while and couldn't help asking. Why should I care? A little conflict can improve the relationship between my wives. Broly sat cross-legged on the side, with no intention of intervening at all. Jibril, use some strength. Others gathered around unconsciously, but had no intention of intervening. I don't have spirit power, and I'm fighting in my physical body now. Jibril felt that this was a big disadvantage, but the S around her didn't think so. It's just the elves. Even without spirit power, I can beat a group of them.